Morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of our annual retreat. When I came in, I thought there was a party going on. And so I'm glad, let's keep that energy going. As we get started, I'm going to turn it over to the manager for some important updates.
Thank you. Good morning, good people. Happy Friday.
Good morning.
Happy Friday.
Okay, now, of course, it would not be, it wouldn't be a surprise if we did not have another area to work through when it comes to scheduling this retreat. So I want to give you an update on potentially a shift we may have to make in light of the weather. CPC, the leadership is going to meet at 10 o'clock to determine whether or not they're going to close operations at 5 p.m. And I didn't want to reach out to my good friend, Dr. Dita Meyer, and ask her to be flexible. But there you go. No pushback from George. But I didn't want to reach out to Dr. Dita Meyer and ask that she be flexible because obviously it's all about safety, right?
Thank you.
So certainly care about the safety of CPC staff and the students and your safety as well. So in response to that, we have a backup plan that I'll walk you through now. Number one, we're going to pull the icebreaker for today. Again, that was scheduled prior to the 10 o'clock meeting with CPC, but just to play it safe, we're going to go ahead and pull that to save about 15 or 20 minutes. Certainly, we can bring that back at a later date, dinner meeting or something. I know I'm not going to do Rebecca or Jenny justice, but you recall they're very intentional in writing on these white sheets and posting on the board, asking you all to lean in on one another in terms of leaning in your strengths and lean on the strengths of others as well. That was the whole intent behind the exercise yesterday, and I believe they were going to build on that today as well. But we'll certainly bring them back to lead you through another icebreaker at another date. In terms of the adjustments to your agenda, if you're looking along, I'm looking at day 2. What we're proposing for consideration, again, if CPC closes at 5, is that regarding the 90 minutes that you have allotted for your discussion, to scale some of that time back from 90 minutes to 45 minutes to an hour, and then also consider a working lunch. I know how important it is to each one of you to engage with the cabinet. They really appreciate having the opportunity to engage with you all and fellowship over a meal. But again, in light of the shifting of the schedule, that we have a working lunch. And then for the afternoon session, that just like for the first session, that we consider reducing the time of you discussing it from 90 minutes to 45 minutes to an hour. And in addition to that, the last couple of items, this is the finance update that Deputy County Manager Michelle Latreed would kick off, that we'll roll that over to my manager's report on Tuesday, right? So that is the plan. I expect to hear from CPC staff probably around 10:30 or so regarding their decision. Mr. Chair, I'll let you know, sure, and we can shift accordingly. Any questions about that? All right, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back over to you.
All right, thank you. Before we get started, and I turn to Dr. Johnson, I want to make a couple of acknowledgments. First, I want Commissioner Powell to make an announcement.
It was really rough on me yesterday. Can you hear me? It was rough on me yesterday seeing recycling going in the trash. So Ebenezer Gujar Lapudi brought recycling containers inside the room, so they're all here so that we can do a better job recycling, because we have the best people in Mecklenburg County and we have to show the way. Thank you.
Thank you. The other thing, I want to make an acknowledgement, Mr. Manager. Everything we see, particularly our technical equipment that has been set up, it didn't magically arrive here. And I don't want to wait till the end of this retreat to acknowledge our staff who comes before us and will be here after us to put all this stuff away, regardless of snow, ice, or what have you. So will you guys take a moment and help me acknowledge our team for doing this work? Say what, Commissioner?
Election.
Okay. All right. Do we have any elected officials in the room at this point? Oh, we have Susan Rodriguez McDowell. Thank you. No guests. And I do see a lot of our friends from CMS. We are so happy to have you all in the house. Will you all stand and be acknowledged and recognized as well? Because we are one MEC. All right. At this time, I believe I will turn it over to, oh, well, colleagues, do you have any questions or anything before we get started? Okay, if not, I'll turn it over to Dr. Johnson.
And Mr. Chair, just so you know, we have other guests in the room as well, but our deputy county manager will introduce them
Okay.
accordingly. So it's not just CMS that's being represented here today.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, I appreciate that. So welcome to all guests that will be acknowledged. And I see Board Member Anna London when I said elected officials. Hello.
I guess I am one of those too, huh?
Don't forget.
Right.
Dr. Johnson, just before you begin, when the person beside you to your left gets ready to speak, ask her to stand because we can't see her from this side.
That would be you.
Yeah.
That's it.
She will, but thank you. Good morning, and happy Friday.
Good morning.
Friday.
Good morning. Good morning.
For those of you who do not know me, I'm Leslie Johnson, Deputy County Manager, overseeing departments and initiatives aligned to park, recreation and open spaces, historic preservation, environmental leadership, and diverse, vibrant, and inclusive economic development, to include collaborating with partners and developing strategies focused on increasing access to job opportunities and resources for individuals seeking a sustainable living wage and pursuing career pathways for upward mobility. At the board's fall retreat, Commissioners Altman and Griffin elevated the importance of workforce development as a Board of County Commissioners, or I should say Mecklenburg County priority. Commissioner Altman ignited that workforce development is crucial for economic growth and social responsibility. She highlighted that our future relies on inclusive workforce systems that help residents find good jobs, support employers, and ensures everyone benefits from shared prosperity. Commissioner Griffin further expounded that a living wage provides economic stability, dignity, and opportunity for residents. He outlined 3 tiers of workforce development: paycheck jobs, those are entry-level roles with minimal training. He talked about opportunity jobs, that skilled positions required short-term certification, and career jobs, long-term careers often requiring post-secondary education. Now, as we look at the growth of Mecklenburg County, many of the individual and household economic indicators are favorably trending. You have educational attainment has remained the same or slightly improved among some of our residents. Employment rates have remained steady. The median household income continues to increase year over year, and home ownership rates for both Blacks and Asian residents are improving, an outcome we often associate with successful employment and pathways to wealth creation. While in general these trends are positive, we know that aggregate data does not tell the whole story for all residents in our community. This echoes an additional perspective that both Commissioners Altman and Griffin shared. More specifically, they pointed out that there are gaps in Charlotte's economy. Stated differently, we have both racial and income inequalities here in our community. And I'm sure you would agree, we still have work to do. Well, today you will hear from local workforce development experts. With us is Dr. Virginia Koval, Assistant County Manager of Workforce Development and Upward Mobility. Dr. Melissa Balknight, Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Deputy Superintendent. We have Dr. Heather Hill, who's also with us, who's the provost of Central Piedmont Community College. We have Anna London, president and CEO of Charlotte Works, and Yolanda Griffin, our director of the Department of Community Resources. These presenters will bring nuance and on-the-ground perspectives of what workforce development looks like in our community. Their insight will provide a better understanding of the complexities in this area and highlight some of the key partnerships that already exist, all which are integral as we begin to chart our path forward. I will now ask Michael Griswold, Director of the Office of Strategy and Innovation, to come forward. He will provide an overview of the county's workforce development initiatives to date and present the trend data I referenced that are tracking very favorably. Michael?
Thank you.
Dr. Campbell was supposed to do it.
All right. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
All right. Well, thank you again for the opportunity to speak this morning. So I'd like to highlight, there we go, the county's investments in workforce development, which are foundational to economic mobility and long-term prosperity. This slide summarizes our funding commitments, and in 2026, the county has committed $104 million in workforce development-related initiatives. And since 2018, total investments in this area are $911 million, including ARPA. It's important to emphasize that this isn't a single program, it's a portfolio of investments that support residents and the broader economy through multiple levers. That includes support to Central Piedmont, which helps expand training capacity and meet workforce demand. It also includes business investment incentives, which help attract and retain jobs. We're also investing in wraparound supports that make workforce participation possible, most notably child care subsidy funding, because access to child care is often a key barrier for families who want to work or pursue training. This slide also reflects broader workforce programs and partnerships, including Business Diversity and Inclusion, or BDI programs, and $14 million of ARPA investments. Overall, the takeaway is that workforce development is a long-term strategy for the county, and one that combines education, employer partnerships, and support services to expand access and meaningful work and improve outcomes for residents. As I did earlier this week, I just want to orient you to the scorecard and the particular objective that we'll be speaking about, which is Objective 3.1. So Objective 3.1 is to promote economic mobility by connecting residents to jobs, training, and career growth. The objective statement is intentionally resident-centered. It focuses on ensuring people have access to meaningful employment and the skills needed to succeed in today's workforce. At this point, the SMART goals and targets are still to be determined, and that's appropriate given the nature of this work. Workforce and economic mobility strategies depend on coordination with education partners, employers, and service systems, and we want the goals and metrics to reflect both what the county can influence and what residents experience. We also have recently onboarded several key leaders within the organization, including new Assistant County Manager Dr. Koval, that will be focused on driving this work forward, and those leaders will help shape how this objective develops. So the message for the board today is that county leadership is actively working to further build out our workforce development and economic mobility strategies, and the performance metrics will be updated as that work advances. So while we're still developing the county strategy, we do have some current data, as Dr. Johnson mentioned, that we can use to better understand the local realities here in Mecklenburg County. So first, we'll talk about educational attainment, and this slide provides context on attainment across key demographic groups shown here across 2022, 23, and 24. And it helps to explain what's driving economic mobility challenges and opportunities. So a key takeaway here is that the proportion of individuals with a bachelor's degree or higher remained relatively consistent for white and black residents in 2024. At the same time, we see a notable increase for Asian residents. So what that tells us is that workforce strategy can't be one size fits all. Different groups face different barriers and have different patterns of attainment. And the county's approach to workforce development needs to meet residents where they are, whether that means improving high school completion pathways, expanding access to certificates and short-term credentials, or strengthening transitions into higher education. From a policy perspective, this is an important slide because it reinforces why workforce development investments matter. Educational attainment is tightly tied to wage growth and stability, and improving access to credentials and degrees is one of the most powerful long-term strategies for economic mobility. Moving forward to employment status, this slide provides a snapshot of employment status across demographic categories, again, comparing 22, 23, and 24. Key message here is that employment status has remained, again, relatively stable, and in 2024, there was small increases in employment rates across most demographic groups compared to 2023. This is a positive signal, but it also reinforces an important point, that workforce success isn't only about whether someone is employed, it's also about whether they have access to sustainable wages, benefits, training opportunities, and pathways for advancement. So it's important that workforce development as a strategy builds on employment stability to improve outcomes over time, helping residents move from employment into stronger, higher wage career tracks. This also reinforces why our investments focus not only on job placement, but also on training, credentialing, and employer partnerships to support that upward mobility. So this slide looks at median household income trends over time and highlights both overall progress and some persistent disparities that we see. The headline here is that overall median household income continues to rise year over year, as Dr. Johnson mentioned. Additionally, in 2024, the observed disparity between white and black residents did decrease slightly, both in nominal and relative terms. Additionally, wage growth from 22 to 24 for white residents was approximately 10%, while black residents saw about a 20% increase over that same period. That's an encouraging indicator because narrowing income disparities is one of the clearest indicators of improved economic mobility. However, this disparity does remain meaningful, and that reinforces why we treat workforce development as a long-term strategy, not simply as an economic development strategy. Connecting residents to jobs is important, but supporting access to education credentials and those stable career ladders and barrier reduction is what ultimately can help drive income growth. Finally, this slide shows home ownership trends by demographic group over that same 22, 23, and 24 period. And it's a useful indicator of stability and long-term economic security. As we can see, in 2024, homeownership rates increased for Black and Asian residents, while decreasing for other groups when compared to 23. Homeownership is a significant indicator because it reflects more than housing. It reflects the ability to build long-term wealth, neighborhood stability, and household financial resilience. From a workforce and mobility perspective, this matters because income growth, job stability, and access to opportunity all influence whether residents can become and remain homeowners. So this slide connects directly back to the county's workforce and economic mobility strategies, in that if we improve wages, reduce barriers, and expand career pathways, we should also see a long-term improvement in stability indicators like homeownership. Again, the key takeaway here is that this provides a community-level outcome measure that complements workforce indicators and shows whether residents are building stability over time. And with that, that concludes my section. I will hand it over to my colleagues who will continue with the panel. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that background information. Good morning. It is wonderful to see everyone here today. We have got an incredible lineup of workforce experts and a lot of valuable information to share during this presentation. But before we dive in, I want to provide a little bit of information to organize and structure our conversation for today. When we talk about workforce development, it's easy to lump everything into one bucket. The problem is that it can get messy. It's hard to see what's working, where we're making progress, and where we need to focus. So today, I want to introduce a framework that can make it easier to organize the work, align strategies, and measure impact. If we're serious about creating upward mobility for our residents, we need to think in terms of three interconnected ecosystems. First, the talent ecosystem. This is our people, their skills, their experiences, their potential. You'll hear from CMS and Central Piedmont about how we're building and strengthening that foundation. Second, the pathways ecosystem. These are the bridges that connect people to opportunity. The programs, policies, and partnerships that make opportunity real. You're going to hear from Charlotte Works and our Department of Community Resources to share a little bit more about what is happening here. Finally, our employer ecosystem, because even with great talent and strong pathways, we need employers that are willing and ready to offer diverse, meaningful careers. While we'll focus primarily on the first two ecosystems here today, we will briefly touch on the third ecosystem and bring it back for future conversations. By looking at workforce development through this lens, we can move beyond confusion and start building a system where each of the pieces works together, where talent is meeting opportunity and where opportunity is meeting mobility. So as we go through today's conversation, I invite you to think about your questions and your interests in these ecosystems and how we can build and strengthen the connections between them. So with that, let's dive in and kick off the conversation with presentations about our local talent ecosystem. I'll turn it over to Dr. Melissa Bachnight, Deputy Superintendent of Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools, followed by Dr. Heather Hill, Provost of Central Piedmont Community College.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm so excited to be here. We're talking about one of my favorite topics, something that we believe is so important to the entire Mecklenburg County, but it's certainly our role and purpose as a school district. So one of the things that when we think about workforce development or workforce readiness, we really start thinking about that when students enroll in school. So when a child is born, parents are so excited, they give their child, their sweet baby, a name, and then the biggest next milestone is when they go to take their child to kindergarten. You all remember that as parents, right? What we know is that when they enter kindergarten in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, we have to make sure that we have the end in mind. We need to be thinking about enrolled, enlisted, or employed. You've heard that a lot from us, but I want to talk just a few minutes today about what that means in CMS. And what that means is when a child enters kindergarten, we really start having conversations and give them experiences as early as elementary school on what opportunities would they be interested in connected with their talent, their skills, and their interests, and how do we develop those things for them. So one of the things that I want to start with, we call this our placemat. We have 4 goals, 4 strategic goals. Our 4th goal is postgraduate readiness. We are committed to making sure that our students are ready. We know that as a partner to all of the other partners in the community, it is our goal and job to have an effective, strong school system. People make decisions about if they want to move to this county based on the school system. Businesses make decisions if they want to come based on, is there a workforce development pipeline? We know that that pipeline starts with us. And so I'll talk with you about students today that have graduated from high school, that have gone directly into the workforce, and they're not making hourly wage. They are making $55,000 a year as a starting salary. And so that's where we're moving the needle. And as one of you all shared with me just a few moments ago, we have a lot of students in that situation, but we want to have more. So as I talk today, here is our goal 4. We have 7 indicators that support the work of goal 4. So we make sure when students enter high school that we develop a plan for them, actually in 8th grade. And in that plan, we make sure that we can meet these indicators for students. So now as students enter high school, we talk to them about a pathway. Here are the career opportunities for you in these pathways. We want you to take courses in this pathway so you can explore your interest in high school. But before they get to high school, and I'll talk about that, we're already having deep conversations with them about being successful. So here's our workforce readiness flow. We start in elementary school. So students do interest inventories in elementary school, and they do experiences with workforce readiness in elementary school. They learn about careers, pathways. We actually had a choice fair every year so they can go see our programming, because we're continuing to tighten up our programming, our choice programming, to align with workforce readiness to make sure that as students take those programs, they end up with some credentials and certifications when they graduate from high school. So we start those interest inventories in elementary school. We share them with their parents so they can begin to think about, what can I do to support my child? And then when they go to middle school, they do more of those things. We do more interest inventories. We also do something called Amazing Shake, because we know it's important for students to have soft skills. So in 7th grade, they spend time learning those soft skills that are so important in the workforce. And so that actually was supposed to happen last week, our big event, but the weather happened, so we're hopeful that we'll get to do that next week. So certainly you all are welcome to come join us as students learn how to interact and engage with people in the community, but also know how those soft skills need to work in a business environment. And then when students get to high school, we have lots of great opportunities. We will have, at every high school, 6 pathways. So they'll have CTE, career development, 6 different pathways for them to have those exploratory experiences as students. Our expectation is that every child take a pathway. Well, many of you are thinking, well, my child wanted to go to an Ivy League college and they want to take AP courses. Well, there are also AP courses in our career pathways. So we want every student to leave high school with some certifications and credentials. And that's what we're targeting all students. You have 3 options when you come to Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. Enroll in college or university, enlist, or employment. Those are the 3 options for our students. And so that really has changed the culture and climate of our entire district, beginning as early as kindergarten. So this is our learner profile that we start in elementary school. So I talked about the interest inventories. It's not just students taking a survey and say what they're interested in. We're building a profile of the types of things the students have expressed interest in, and then we're building experiences around those profiles for students. And then we're developing an interactive relationship with the family so that they know here are some summer opportunities, some summer experiences, and other things to continue to deepen the interest of those students and to build capacity for the students and the families. Because the other thing that we have to do with workforce readiness today in K-12 is change the mindset of everyone. Our board of education member, Anna London, said at our retreat, I'm going to ask you to say it because I can't remember it.
About trades?
Yes.
That CT, I think I said, well, I'm not on.
Maybe I am. Yep, I am. I think I said CTE is not only skilled trades, and skilled trades are not dirty, dark, and dangerous.
Thank you. And that is the perception that people have from when we said vocational education, right? That is not what career and technical education is today. And so we want people to understand, and parents, that when I was in high school, if you didn't go to college, that was like you failed as a parent. Today, it is okay and very appropriate for children to graduate from high school with certifications and credentials and go straight to work. Also, when they go to work, oftentimes employers will send them back to school and then they don't have any debt from college. That is a strong pathway that we recognize, support, and we're educating our students. We're also having to re-educate our parents. Then we have children that are going to college and university. Well, now we're graduating kids with our partnership with CPCC that graduate from high school with a 2-year associate's degree. So instead of having 4 years of college, they could finish in 2. They can stay and get a master's degree. They also can pay for their way through college because now they have a great 2-year associate's degree that they can get part-time work to pay for their college. So we're making sure that our students are self-sufficient when they graduate from high school. And that starts with our learner profile, knowing what their interests are. So as we continue to support our students as they get ready for life, they have all of these things that support, So I want to go to the learner profile. I think I've talked about all the pieces with the survey and the feedback and then the opportunity ready. Our goal is to make sure all of our students are ready for the next opportunity. Many of our students are now experiencing internships in high school that lead to work out of high school, and we're very excited about that. So as I've talked about enrolled, enlisted, and employed, it is so important for us to make sure that our families understand and our students understand. Did you know that when students take junior ROTC, when they enroll in that in high school, if they complete junior ROTC, they go into the military with a higher rank? So sometimes parents didn't understand the purpose of doing that in high school. It also exposes them to those soft skills and other skills. It's a strong program. We have now moved, the state has, junior ROTC under our CTE pathways. We're acknowledging that that is a strong pathway for our students and that we need to make sure that our families understand the opportunities that ROTC can provide for students. So we have our enrolled, enlisted, employed process. So I want to just spend a few minutes. This is a highlight, and I certainly invite all of you this spring. We had about 1,500 students and families at our event last year at Spectrum. This is Luke Barron. He made the great decision to go to my alma mater, North Carolina A&T State University. Shameless plug. But I actually saw him when I was there at homecoming, and he's a freshman. He's having a great time. He talked about at this 3-year event how prepared he was. He was so thankful for Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools for making sure that he was prepared. Lots of scholarship money. He also went to college with lots of college credits. So he can stay if he decides to finish his master's in the same time that it would take another student to get a 4-year degree. One of the things, this is the Super Bowl season, right? One of the things that you're used to, public school systems, they have signing days for students that are going to college for athletics, right? So our 3E event is that. So we are recognizing and celebrating to students and changing the game for families and the perception. So this is our signing day. So we celebrated these seniors that had made decisions, not just to go to college, because we've celebrated those students as long as I can remember, but also the students that decide to enlist. So this is a student that is going to Livingstone College, but she also received a full ride to go into the military. And so she is balancing going into the military, and she'll graduate from college as a commissioned officer. That makes a difference when you go into the military. She was able to do that from our school district, and she talked about how prepared she was and the support she received from our junior ROTC program. So full scholarship. This is our student, Xavier Rhodes. Xavier Rhodes decided that he wasn't ready to go off to college, wasn't interested in going to the military, but Xavier took the right engineering courses in high school and had internships. Remember when I said earlier we have kids graduating from high school making $55,000 a year? That's Xavier. That's not graduating from high school and going to McDonald's to work, right? That's breaking generational poverty. That's changing the game for families. And that's one of the things that we're committed to. So we don't even stop at the 3E event. We also make sure that as our children get to high school and they're seniors, early spring, we have a futures fair. Those are students that are seniors that aren't quite sure what they're going to do. Well, it is our job to make sure they have a plan before they leave high school. So we bring those students in. We had about 50 employers there this last spring. And the students come, it's amazing, dressed up with their resumes, and they interview. And then they have follow-up interviews with employers. Many students get jobs on the spot. Some decide they're going to go into the military at that point, and then they have follow-up interviews. So we are making sure at every checkpoint, elementary, middle, and high school, that we're checking in with the students and the family. We're providing them opportunity and access to CTE courses as early as middle school that has a pathway, and then through high school. Many of our students graduate from high school with Microsoft certifications, Python certifications, and they go straight directly into the technology world and make lots of money. Xavier is making more than a first-year teacher. So when you think about how we thought about education 30 years ago, you go from high school to college if you want to be successful. We are retraining everyone that there are 3 pathways to success, and that's the only option if you're a student in Charlotte Mecklenburg schools. We believe that endless possibilities start with CMS. I want to thank you for your time this morning, and please come to some of our spring events, the Endless Possibilities Fair, the 3E event, or the Futures Fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bognight. That was exciting. Well, good morning. It's nice to see you today. I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you. So I want to start with how I started to prepare for today. I wondered to myself, what could I share with the commissioners that would be enlightening for you? And I was brought back to this moment. There was a community member who may or may not be in this room who once said to the college, Central Piedmont is the best kept secret in Mecklenburg County. And he met that with great love and appreciation. But I'm not sure I took that as a compliment. Right, because our community college really should not be any kind of secret, let alone a best-kept secret. So that's where I started. I wanted to make sure that our college is not the best-kept secret. It's the best well-known fact, maybe. But so Central Piedmont serves as a catalyst for regional transformation, is strategically positioned throughout our county, and with a solution-oriented focus on workforce development. So that's what I hope to give you a glimpse of today. So as hopefully you know, Central Piedmont does have 8 locations. There are 6 campuses and 2 centers. You are positioned at our Harris campus, which on the map is number 4, which is a little left of center. So on those campuses, we have a variety of programs. The centers, City View Center is where our cosmetology program is. And great news, you probably noticed the construction in Harris 1 as you drove up today. That is where our new salon and spa experience will be. So cosmetology, our new barbering program, massage therapy, aesthetics, nail tech. So a really great experience for all of our county, but also for community members who enjoy our conference center. So that's a great opportunity. By the numbers, I shared some slides with you about who we are at Central Piedmont. We do have about 52,000 students served annually. For our fall semester alone, there were more than 36,000 students. So we are experiencing record enrollment, and that's been continuing for nearly 5 years. So 4.5 consecutive years of record enrollment. I'm very proud of. But what I'm most proud of on this slide, I think, is at the bottom. So the North Carolina Community College system has performance measures where all colleges in the system are ranked against each other. So it's not just do you meet the criteria, it's a scaled score. How do you compare to your peers? And for 2 years in a row, Central Piedmont has been #1 on that standard. So not only are we growing, but we're growing with great quality and integrity.
Great job.
So as Dr. Balknight mentioned, we continue to do great things with our partners in CMS. So we do have dual enrollment programs. The name of that in North Carolina is Career and College Promise. So you may be familiar with the CCP acronym, but I gave you some data around numbers. So yes, we have nearly 6,000 students who participate in dual enrollment every year. But I want you to think about what that means to the parents, because yes, today we're talking about students and getting them workforce ready. But talk about removing a barrier. At the bottom of these data, you'll see that is nearly 80,000 college credit hours. And if students pay for college by the credit hour, now this group of students has been given free, tuition-free, over 80,000 credits. So when we talk about the great things that we do in partnership and dual enrollment, yes, it's great for the students. They get ahead, they can complete college faster, but look at the financial burden that this takes off of the students in terms of loans, in terms of parents having to pay for these things. So that is a great opportunity for our students. So let's also think about our students moving forward. So when we talk about our transfer students, so Central Piedmont is one of the largest transfer institutions in the entire community college system. We transfer more than 3,000 students annually. Of those, more than 1,700 transfer to the UNC schools, but a large number of those, more than 1,000, end up at UNC Charlotte. So we have great partner institutes here in Mecklenburg County. We also have great relationships with our HBCUs, with generally more than 100 students annually choosing to attend our HBCUs in the state. So what does Central Piedmont offer? I've lumped these together in pretty broad categories for you, but in general, in business technology areas, we have students choose business and accounting, hospitality, culinary, baking, or IT. Those are some hot areas here in Mecklenburg County specifically. Those are our largest programs, so IT and business have the most students. Our skilled trades and transportation offered at 2 different locations. Construction and trades, we call those skilled trades very often, design and architecture, as well as our transportation programs. In our health sciences area, of course, we have about almost 21 in the fall healthcare programs. We have some public service opportunities around cosmetology, barbering, aesthetics, and so forth. We also have a strong arts and humanities department that is the typical, as you would imagine, the transfer programs, liberal arts, communications, English, what we lovingly call general education classes, but also this is where our teachers learn to be teachers. So our education area falls in this division as well. And then the last is math and science. So in addition to what you think about with math and science, behavioral and social science is here too, so psychology, sociology, your history is in that category as well, and as is our engineering. So we have a wide variety. I like to say that while we can't be all things to all people, we do have something for everyone. So we do pride ourselves in our wide variety of more than 300 program opportunities, degrees, diplomas, certificates in these 14 career fields. But I want to talk with you today about workforce training and what that may look like. Because while you may realize that community colleges offer degrees, diplomas, and certificates, we also do a wide variety of training. So that training could be customized training, which is when companies come into Mecklenburg County and they are a new company or they're expanding. If they meet certain criteria and need specific training, then the college does receive funding to help them train. We can train them on our campuses, we can train them at their sites. There's also what we call general workforce development training. So these are for any companies, industry, business, any corporate training needed in our county. We can provide training in a variety of things. And again, it does not have to be degrees, diplomas, certificates. This could be AI training or professional development, or my company needs some help with Excel, then Central Piedmont can come in and provide that training. So training for training's sake to make things better, so companies will not have to have their own professional training division or professional development division. They can lean on the college to provide that for them. The third area is around workforce partnerships, and these are really where we shine. We can help companies, business, industries develop their own internal pipelines. For some of those mid-level, hard to fill, if they can train up their incumbent workers, so if they want to upskill workers that they already have, the college can step in and help with that as well. We also love having career fairs for business and industries, having them come on campus and talk with our students. That's always an enjoyable experience. So when we talk about on-the-job training, there are 3 basic categories for on-the-job training that the college is very excited about. The first is work-based learning. This is a very structured opportunity. Students usually earn credit, and it usually lasts for about a semester. So it's very low-stakes commitment on the part of the business or industry, but students can get college credit for doing some on-the-job training with work-based learning. The middle category you're probably most familiar with. This is the registered apprenticeship. We like to say there are 2 types of apprenticeships, 2 big categories. So the registered official apprenticeship has some structured guidelines. There's a progressive pay scale. It is a commitment for 1 to 4 years. There's a required number of hours. There's paperwork involved. And those are great for the college and for students and for companies, because students are allowed to work while they're receiving their education, and by the time they finish that degree or credential, then they're ready to go to work and already have a job. There are another, we call these little A apprenticeships, that are very similar to a registered apprenticeship without some of the structure. So it is like on-the-job training where employers make the commitment, we're going to hire the student, let them work, and also finish their education. And because we have seen a rise in that category, the college made the strategic decision to become a registered apprenticeship holder. So now small to mid-sized companies that want to participate in this, but maybe do not want to have to do the paperwork piece of it, then the college can serve as that apprenticeship holder and help the students work with the smaller companies. And then the third category is internships. Sometimes we think of internships and apprenticeships as interchangeable, but internships are a little more flexible. They can be project-based. So if a company needs somebody to help with a project instead of maybe an entire semester, these typically are internships, and they can be paid or unpaid. So those are probably the most flexible of the 3 categories. So great ways for our students to get on-the-job training and for our employers in the area to be exposed to our students and their potential workers. So the last thing I would like to share with you is a little bit of data we've been looking at the college. So we've been looking at some national data. So this is a Georgetown study that examined data up through 2023 and then made some strategic projections about workforce. Now again, this is national data, but we have taken it internally to look at how that applies to Central Piedmont and how we serve Mecklenburg County. So what you see on this graph, this is a ratio of credentials to jobs. So the number of credentials that the residents hold based on the number of jobs that are available. So if that ratio is 1, which is right in the middle, that means there's the exact number of prepared people with the credentials to equal the number of jobs. But if there are more jobs than there are credentials, it's a less than 1, so that would be to the left. If there are more credentials than jobs, that would be to the right. And I can hear your brains asking me right now, there's no way that healthcare number is right. But I want to caution you, so this particular data is a portion of the data that fits middle skills, high pay. So for middle skills, that means it requires more than a high school diploma, but less than a bachelor's degree. And high pay means it's at least $25 an hour. So that has changed, I think, the data a little bit, and I'll explain these a little more. But for the healthcare, the reason the data looks a little different is that many of the jobs in healthcare projected out through 2031, by then it's likely that nurses will require a bachelor's degree, so that takes nurses out of the mix. CNA, LPN, those jobs that are in great demand, do not make the mark for high pay, so those are out. So there will be lots of jobs in those lower pay areas and maybe in the bachelor degree area, but those are not in the middle skills, high pay category. So what does that mean for Central Piedmont? So using the same 5 categories that were in the national data, just for clarity. So when we talk about blue collar, you know, we changed the name of blue collar years ago to be skilled trades, and now, you know, even that, to Dr. Bachknight's point, or I think Anna London said it was dirty jobs. We need to change the perception of skilled trades opportunities, career tech opportunities. Because if you come to visit our campus, which I encourage you to do if you have not done so yet, advanced manufacturing is pristine. It's a very clean job now. It's not the dirty jobs that students may be thinking of. So our greatest opportunity in this area, we have the programming, we have the jobs. What's missing? We need the students. So opportunities to recruit into this field, whether it's bringing the students into the facilities to see what our job looks like, to take them on field trips to the employers. Our greatest opportunity in blue-collar working for us skilled trades is to recruit. Now, the second category is management. So this is business, administrative, supervisory roles. The difficulty with this one is that it lumps management across the board. So it's not just a business degree category. It could be a nursing manager or a carpentry manager or a business manager. So because it's managerial roles, we're really doubling down on our return to work credentialing. So take somebody who is already an incumbent in the workforce. It is a great entry-level worker, but they may want to take the next step and become a supervisor. Then Central Piedmont can offer the training around some business training, some leadership management skills, some of those soft skills, and management type training regardless of subject matter expertise. The third category around protective services, you hear the statistic very often, 157 people moving to Charlotte Mecklenburg daily to our region. We have an obligation to protect our citizens, so we are working on the expansion of these facilities, but very specifically, we are really focused on the retention of the workers in these fields already. So our firefighters, our EMS, our law enforcement, the training is vitally important. It is important that we retain the workers that we have. So retention is a key component for us in the area of protective services. So in our STEM field, I want to highlight something that I've heard a couple of times this morning. When we talk about bachelor's degree really being the leading indicator for economic mobility, that has not changed. We need to start thinking about transfer opportunities as workforce development. Too many times we think about, oh, let's do these CTE, these AAS programs, that puts somebody to work right away. That's true. But also our transfer pathways put students to a senior university to finish their bachelor's degree, and then they go to work. So even transfer opportunities are workforce development. It just takes that extra step. So I encourage us to think about transfer as workforce development. And the last area, when we talk about healthcare, always a need. I have a great idea and I have no way to execute. So for the thinkers in the room, help me with this. Several decades ago as a nation, we looked at the lack of women in STEM careers. Remember this? We had all these camps for young girls to go to math camp and science camp and really pushed young women, young girls at the time, to enter STEM fields. We need to do the same thing, but this time it needs to be for men in healthcare. We need more men into our healthcare fields. Because what normally happens, you'll notice, if you want to move the needle on people in high form and the pay scale for these careers, is to make sure that they are equitable across the board. So more men in healthcare, I think, would make some tremendous differences in our data. Again, some of the highest demand moving forward will be in some of our lowest paid areas. So the nurse aide, the LPN, some of the service-oriented jobs that we need desperately, we need to work on making those high-paid jobs. So gaps and opportunities. What opportunities do we have? So as Dr. Bachknight mentioned, we are great partners with CMS, and we are doing some innovative things. Some of the things we're doing is sharing some joint positions. We find special projects, find some folks to fund them, and we try things out to see if they're working. We'd like to bring partners together to solve opportunities. So there are some great things happening between the two large organizations that I think we need to pay attention to. So paying attention to some of the things that we do when we get our heads together and come up with innovative solutions, do they always work? Of course. Maybe not. But the opportunities to come together and brainstorm and to do some special projects together is always a good thing for our county. Some of the projects coming forward, the county is always a great supporter of our capital needs and our capital projects. And as we think about growth and expansion and things that are specific to Mecklenburg County, you know, at the college, we're looking forward to some transportation expansions, to a potential aviation expansion. So we have some great opportunities ahead. So thank you for support of special projects. And the last one is just a comment about pace. Because sometimes in government agencies, like at the community college, you know, our budget is planned out for a specific period of time. The North Carolina Community College system has a famous comment over the last year and a half that one of our goals is to move at the speed of business. Sometimes it's hard to move at the speed of business when you may not have the funds available, you have rules and regulations and policies in place. So something we're looking at internally is, do we get in our own way? Are there ways we can do some things quicker? So speed of business, speed of technology, speed of change, it's an opportunity to work on our pace.
Thank you. All right. Thank you both so much for those incredible presentations. There's clearly a lot of amazing work happening. Before we shift into our other two presentations, I want to just take a second. I have a hard time holding my questions for the end. And there were clearly a lot of great programs, but I'm curious, as you all reflect on what are some of the biggest barriers for success for your students? Can you just share a little bit of insight in that?
So I believe that some of the barriers to success for our students follow around access. So if we think about all of the opportunities, are students able to get to our campuses where we offer particular programming? Is there financial aid available? So can students afford what we offer? Can they get there? So when we look at accessibility, so barriers to access is probably the biggest opportunity I think that we have internally around getting more students onto campuses and avail themselves to the opportunities.
I think some of the barriers that we have already identified that I referenced today is that we want to make sure that all of our high school students have access to ample number of CT experiences on their campus. And so we're expanding the number of programs at each campus. In addition, we actually have worked with CPCC to bring instructors to our campus so that kids have access to the dual enrollment as well. And we want to make sure that our pathways, our choice themes across the district align to the 10-year job forecast. So we are working to remove barriers, but the biggest one, I believe, is still the perception of CTE, vocational education, just changing that whole mind shift internally and externally.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for those additional insights. All right, we are going to shift into the pathway ecosystem, and I'm going to turn it over to Yolanda Griffin.
I love the clapping this time around.
I know. Feels
Not
so
used to
good. All right, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So I definitely want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today to really talk a little bit about the economic mobility programming that we have within our Department of Community Resources. And so today within my presentation, I am going to talk about the programs that we have, who we actually serve, take a little bit of a look about the customers and what the profiles of those customers are, some high-level outcomes, and then also talk about what's our commitment going forward. One thing I do want to do before I get started into my presentation, Mr. Griswold mentioned the new leaders that we have hired at the county, specifically around economic mobility. And so I do want to acknowledge our new department's Economic Mobility Division Director, and he is here with us today, Mr. Chris Rivera, who is in the room, actually on his third day with us, and we are very excited to have him. So we're looking forward to his leadership in this area as we continue to move forward and strengthen the work that we're doing as well. And so when we talk about our economic mobility programs within Department of Community Resources, our programs really are focused on job readiness, they're focused on upskilling, employment placement, wraparound support services, as well as retention. And one thing that we know is oftentimes the individuals that we are serving within our department do face some barriers and challenges to their economic stability. Our programs some are mandated, some are voluntary programs, but we serve a range of participants that may include non-custodial parents, individuals who are accessing food nutrition services, those that may just be seeking opportunities for economic mobility, as well as I mentioned, individuals that do have some challenges to their economic stability and what they're working toward. Now, since July of 2024, we have served over 3,100 customers within our internal county programs within our department. Now, who are we serving? So this particular slide provides a snapshot of some of the demographics for the individuals that are participating within our county programs. About 2/3 of those individuals are females or identify as females. The average age for the customers we serve is around 36 years old. About 19% identify their ethnicity as being of Hispanic descent. And then 76% identify as Black, while 20% identify as white. And although we serve individuals throughout Mecklenburg County, there are a few zip codes that tend to be higher than others within our participant population. And so 28208 has approximately 11% of our participants, 28212, 9%, and then 28216 has about 8% of the participants. I will say those top areas where we're serving participants are within the proximity of our current and future CRCs, so that does assist those individuals with accessing additional supportive services that they may need on their economic mobility journey. Now, the next slide provides some additional snapshots, characteristics about those participating within our programs. So 33% of the individuals that are participating within our county programs are without a high school diploma or GED. From our programs that we have listed, our economic services programs, which would include our TANF, as well as our More Than a Job NC, which is formerly FNS Employment and Training Program, has the highest number with about 39% of those participants being without a high school or GED. 20% of those customers also share with us that they face physical health or mental health challenges, or they reported that they have a lack of access to care. And 13% of our economic services and MeckWorks program participants are justice involved, which can present a barrier for those individuals as well. I will say, as you look at this graphic, you may see that our MeckWorks program seems to have higher barriers included in their population, but that is because that program does specifically look at serving individuals that may have multiple challenges to their economic stability. All right, so a little bit more about the barriers that our individuals face. When we look at barriers, you can see there's several that are really prominent for the participants within our program. Those include housing affordability and instability, and that also may be that they're not necessarily just unhoused, but they may be at risk of being unhoused, or they have issues with paying basic utilities. Additionally, there's transportation challenges. We heard earlier the importance of childcare to economic mobility, so participants within our program also do face challenges with childcare, especially if they have special needs children as well. Unequal access to education. And as I mentioned earlier, with some of our participants, physical and mental health challenges can be an issue as well. And then we think about access to technology. So that creates a barrier for some of our participants as well. Now, this particular slide highlights how we serve our community through our workforce development and economic mobility initiatives. The big thing that you can get out of this slide is that you really do have to have a holistic approach to service. We have to combine assisting with employment, education, supportive services, as well as those strong partnerships if we're going to empower our residents as well as strengthen our community. Now, I talked about our programs that we have internally where we're directly serving customers, but we also do manage several vendor workforce development contracts. And so our partners work to provide additional services in the areas of job readiness, vocational training, mentorships, internships, business development, and job placement. And so while we do a lot of work for our adult job seekers, we heard about the importance of really looking at our younger high school students as well. And so some of our partners do actually provide career exploration, training, and skill development for young residents also. So for example, on this slide, the Rock and Make an Impact Foundation are working with high school students to prepare them for employment. And these vendors have served over 3,000 customers since July of 2024. Now, Dr. Johnson mentioned the various types of employment that were explored by Commissioner Griffin in his presentation in the Fall Board Retreat. So we wanted to highlight this area a bit more and go into a little bit more detail about those categories of employment. While our goal, of course, when we're working with our participants is to help create pathways for sustainable employment for them, they may be at different stages of what they're looking for as far as their goals when they begin to work with us. So we have 3 employment categories. One is where their participant is looking for a paycheck opportunity. And so a lot of times these may be short-term, entry-level roles. They're really trying to cover their basic expenses. As you can see, the individuals sometimes have barriers that they may be facing. That could include childcare, it could include needing health referrals, housing assistance, and wraparound services as well. A lot of times the individuals in this role may have challenges with where their education level is. They may not have a lot of skills for the employment that they're seeking or experience in working. So we're going to support them through that and help them to try to secure employment immediately. Then you look at those opportunity jobs, where there is some level of education and skill for our participants, and they do have some work history, but they're seeking that opportunity to be able to increase their earnings through some type of short-term training or some type of credential. And so we'll work with them in providing training, career coaching, and other supports that'll be able to support them as they look for higher wage roles. And then finally, with the career opportunities, it's really focused on a long-term role where an individual is on a career pathway working towards a higher wage. Sometimes they'll have post-secondary education or credentials and have substantial experience. But they still tend to face some barriers to getting those opportunities. And so we'll help support them as they're continuing to seek that education to help them get to that career opportunity. Now, what does that look like when we think about an actual participant or an actual resident? So first off, we're going to talk about an individual who was seeking that paycheck opportunity. So we have a young male. He is homeless at the time. He does face physical as well as mental health barriers. And so his social worker is going to work with him to ensure that he gets referrals for Medicaid to help ensure that he has access to health care, but also referrals for behavioral health services. He's going to receive support with getting clothing for work. He's going to receive bus passes. He'll also be able to be enrolled in financial literacy classes. Now, this individual is helped by getting temporary employment. They're going to be working at a warehouse in a position making $13 to $15 per hour. But that's not where his journey ends, because he wants to move into transitional housing as well as get support with taking welding classes. Now, our next customer profile is somebody who is seeking that opportunity job. So this is a single parent with 2 children. This particular customer is in our Work First employment program and has used a lot of the time limit that she has within that program. So she has only about 4 more months for her to be able to receive the support from that particular program. So we are going to work with her on getting some credentials. We're also going to assist her with transportation and childcare. And so she wants to become a CNA. So the program is going to pay for her to be able to access that CNA training. And once she completes that training, she gets a job making $18 an hour within 30 days of her graduation. And then lastly, our customer who is seeking that career opportunity. So this is a single parent of 4. She lacks transportation and also has a special needs child. So she needs support in that area. We are providing her with bus passes. We're assisting her with coordinating childcare placement for her child. She's going to participate in job readiness programming, so her resume is going to be updated, and we're going to help her with mock interviews. She actually does have good experience, so we're going to support her as she seeks to obtain a career position. And she actually does get a job in the banking industry, making about $31 per hour. So once she gets that job, we're going to work with her on financial literacy. We're going to help her with job retention services to help her keep her job and also help support her with some of her housing expenses while she continues to move forward. So as you can see from these situations, while it is about getting employment for individuals, it's also about that support that they need to ensure that we can help them while they're traveling on their career journey. All right, now this particular slide just highlights a couple of performance outcomes. So in FY25, about 68% of residents who participated in our county and vendor programs were placed in employment, and the average hourly wage was about $17.80 per hour. Now for those areas that do have retention data, the 6-month retention rate was about 84% for those particular programs. All right, so where are we going now? What's ahead for us? So looking ahead within our Department of Community Resources, I mentioned the leadership of our new Economic Mobility Director. So we are aligning our programming under our Economic Mobility Division to ensure that we're able to enhance our collaboration, but also to improve our operational efficiency. We're increasing our data collection to support making more data-driven decisions that will help us to improve access and improve outcomes. Additionally, we are committed to continuously improving and adapting to the current workforce demands. And lastly, of course, we are working to expand access to job training, career pathways, as well as to support services through strategic partnerships. I think we heard from the other speakers how important those partnerships are, and we are also committed to ensuring those partnerships continue and move forward. And so we're going to continue to strengthen our workforce development efforts while we support our economic mobility for the residents that we serve. And thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to pass it on now to Anna London.
All right, good morning. I get to bring us home with all of this workforce talk, which I love. So I do want to give a shout out because she walked in after the fact, but our board chair of the Board of Education is here. Stephanie Sneed made an entrance at the back of the room, so she is also here. All right. So good morning. As was mentioned, I'm Anna London, President and CEO of Charlotte Works. You have heard about the impactful programs at Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools, which I am partial, Central Piedmont, which I am also partial, and the programs, the internal programs within Mecklenburg County, of which we partner, and I'm also partial to those programs. So I'm here to give you an ecosystem update and provide an overview of a project that we recently we completed phase 1 in partnership with Mecklenburg County. So we just completed phase 1 of let me switch. All right. We just completed the phase 1 of an ecosystem analysis. And really, this is something that we've done multiple times over the last couple of years or the last few years. This analysis was launched in September of 2025. And as I mentioned, it was sponsored by Charlotte Works and Mecklenburg County. And I will give a shout out to Roger Johnson. He is in the room somewhere. There he is. He is a Charlotte Works board member, but also was the leader on behalf of the county to partner with us on this ecosystem analysis. So the goal of this analysis was to really survey all of the workforce providers in Charlotte-Mecklenburg and understand the current workforce ecosystem landscape, identify regional workforce strengths and gaps, identify collaboration opportunities across providers, which you've heard some of us talk about already, improve economic mobility for diverse populations, create a clear, consolidated view of services available to job seekers, and then to ultimately generate actionable insights to better align services with real workforce needs and to break down barriers to employment. So how was this work done? We focused intentionally on job seeker supports as the lens into how well the overall system was working. This slide right here shows you the organizations that participated. So we had 24 organizations or workforce providers to actually complete the survey or the analysis. And of those 24 providers who participated, they provide over 150 programs. So even though it was 24 providers, they offer over 150 programs. We actually opened up this survey to anybody and everybody in Mecklenburg County that wanted to complete this survey and provide their information. So everyone had access to the survey. Some organizations just chose not to complete or maybe didn't respond, but 24 did, and they offer over 150 programs. We also surveyed job seekers, and 29 job seekers responded, providing details about their job search experience and their journey navigating the various providers. We wanted to hear directly from job seekers on their experience. We also surveyed the career advisors, case managers, social workers, so the frontline team members that are actually working in the organizations, and 27 frontline team members responded. They're really the ones doing the work, the heartbeat of the organizations. So our approach combined quantitative data and lived experience from both providers and job seekers. So you all saw a map earlier from the Mecklenburg County programs and Central Piedmont of where services are, where the people live that we're actually serving. This map shows you exactly where the organizations, the 24 that completed the survey, this is where they're located throughout Charlotte-Mecklenburg. All right, so the primary services offered. So the green on this bar graph shows you this was the organization's primary or first focus area. The light blue identifies their second focus area, and then the darker blue identifies the third darker area. I was gonna say Duke blue and Carolina blue, but I'll just stick with light blue and dark blue. Many focus on career coaching, technical and training skills, job search, job placement, work-based learning, and work-based learning, of course, is exposure, and then also foundational skills. We also asked the organizations to identify with what their primary and secondary focus areas are as an organization. And so you'll see that many of them identified workforce and employment, training and education, and then economic and business development, community development, and then human services and benefits. We also asked, what is the primary population that you focus on as an organization for your services? So this slide shows the primary population focus. You can see that the majority of the organizations serve high barrier or long-term unemployed, advancement job seekers, which means job seekers who could be underemployed, so they're working but maybe not making family-sustaining employment, or they're looking to advance in their career. And then the third highest category of the primary focus population is young adults. And so we consider young adults 16 to 24 years old. All right, so what did we learn from this ecosystem analysis? So we learned that we have a large, very well-established ecosystem. We have 24 organizations that we would consider are actively engaged, even though there are many more organizations in the community. Most of the organizations have been serving job seekers and partnering with businesses for over 10 years. And then they offer more than 150 education and training programs, many of them leading to industry-recognized credentials that ultimately lead to employment. We have strong cross-sector participation. Education, government, workforce, and community-based organizations are all at the table, and I think you see that here on the panel this morning. This signals deep institutional commitment to workforce development, and we also see high specialization. So there are services tailored to specific populations and barriers. And then I'll say the bottom line is we don't lack services. We have depth, history, and specialization, but we do have opportunities. And so the opportunities are stronger coordination across providers. So with 24 organizations, coordination is both a challenge and an opportunity. So more formal collaboration could include improve referrals, reduce duplication, strengthen outcomes for job seekers. Service providers rated overall system effectiveness a 3.47 out of 5, signaling that from the service provider standpoint, there's room for improvement. We also identified that there's a clear opportunity to better align training with the most in-demand skills using shared labor market data. And then one job seeker put it, resume help of yesterday doesn't apply today. There are different rules to the game. So making sure that our career advisors and case managers are really up on what's next and how to, you can put your resume in ChatGPT right now and it'll spit out a new one. So making sure that our frontline team members are trained and equipped with all of the latest information. And then, you kind of heard the whole best kept secret thing. And so of the job seekers that participated, 67% of the job seekers who didn't use all of the services, they actually said that they just didn't know that the services and programs existed. So, one of the things that we thought about, or one of the opportunities, is also really a unified view around who was being served, what services did they receive, what outcomes did they achieve, and then this would also enable us to have better coordination, stronger accountability, and then smarter and faster decision-making together, collective impact. And then our last slide is next steps. So in closing, what we learned as far as strengths as well as our opportunities and our next step is that this analysis confirms something important, that Charlotte does have a strong workforce ecosystem, but strength alone doesn't guarantee alignment or impact. And so our next steps are to elevate this work and our learnings or our teachings from this, the opportunities to elevate this work with the Quality of Life Alliance that the county manager has recently formed. We also have, under Leslie Johnson's leadership, a meeting scheduled for, actually I think it's next Friday, February 6th, for a smaller group of the workforce leaders, so those of us up here and then others, workforce providers or workforce leaders, to come together and really look at opportunities for collaboration around collective impact, the shared outcomes, as well as the community scorecard. How does workforce development really play into, and what are some common goals that we could align around and outcomes for this scorecard and in workforce development as part of the Quality of Life Alliance? So our next step, and what we are currently working on with the Charlotte Executive Leadership Council, as well as other employers, is to create an AI-enabled technology solution. It is in partnership with the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance, CELC, as well as the Workforce Providers Council, and then Charlotte Works. The goal is for employers to be able to connect with talent, to provide assistance to the employers, and also provide resources to the employers. For community partners or workforce providers, it gives them access to the entire ecosystem of providers. So instead of, as a career advisor, I need to know all of the information about all of the partners, I will be able to use this AI-enabled technology solution to refer participants back and forth to programs, and then also for job seekers. So a few years ago, we created a platform, WPC.work. Mecklenburg County is a partner in that. Job seekers use it now, but it is a very basic platform that is not enabled by AI, like a chatbot. which many of us use today to navigate different systems. And so this would enable job seekers to be able to have a conversation or respond with a chatbot, and it would tell them exactly what their next steps should be or could be. It would also help small businesses to navigate our ecosystem of small business resources in the community. So this is what we are currently working on in partnership with the CELC, Charlotte Regional Business Alliance, you all, city, as well as other partners. And that is all I have.
All right, thank you. I think we're running a little behind on time, so I'm going to skip this question, but it's one to consider as we move into group conversation, is that it's clear there are a lot of really great, amazing programs and a lot of great resources, but how are folks able to successfully access and navigate them? All right, so now you've heard from experts in the talent and pathway ecosystems. I want to give you a quick preview of what's coming next. In upcoming conversations, we will share insights about opportunities that exist within the employer ecosystem. We didn't have time to touch on that today, but that will be something that's coming. What does that look like? It looks like going beyond unemployment rates to understand underemployed or where limited career pathways are holding our residents back. It looks like ways to clarify industry data so that we know not just about the jobs that exist today, but where we can align programs and talents with the future. And this next step is really about connecting the dots. It's about taking the talent, the pathways, and employers and working to align them in a way that creates a system that drives upward mobility. As Dr. Johnson shared at the start, Mecklenburg County is seeing positive trends. Educational attainment, employment, homeownership, median income are all moving in the right directions. By most measures, we are thriving. But we also know that the top-line measures do not tell the full story. Not every resident is experiencing the same success, which is why we're here today, to dig deeper and learn from these experts about what's happening in the workforce development landscape. Here are a few key takeaways from today. We must understand the holistic needs of our talent ecosystem. We need to work alongside our existing partners who are doing great work every single day. And adopting a talent pathway and employer ecosystem lens allows us to identify and define strategic opportunities in workforce development. We have no shortage of expertise or committed partners, but what we need now is alignment, an understanding of community needs, clarity on what success looks like, and an aspirational vision for the future. We need a blueprint for workforce development, one that reflects the collective effort that it takes to build a thriving system. A blueprint shows us where we have a strong foundation, where we need to build, and where we need to strengthen. On a personal note, today is day 15 for me with Mecklenburg County, which does include a holiday and 1.5 snow days. You will hear more from me as we move forward and I meet with partners and stakeholders about what this collective blueprint looks like for our county. But I can also say that it's my 5,993rd day as a resident of Mecklenburg County. Yes, I did the math. And after 16 years of work in this community, I can say that we have the right partners, we have the right team, and this is the right moment for us to make something truly transformative happen. So with that, thank you for your commitment and prioritization of this work, and I will turn it over to Dr. Johnson to facilitate our board conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, panel. As Dr. Koval noted, our work is just beginning. This is the early wave or phase that we're in with regards to understanding what's in our ecosystem, leveraging the strengths, but yet finding a new way of moving us forward so that we can have a more collective impact, bridge those gaps in areas that we know that we need to be focused in on, and being intentional about our work. With that being stated, Chair Jarrell, don't know how you want to proceed, but we're now at the board discussion. What I will say overarching is our goal for this section is twofold. First, if there's something that you would like to better understand from today's presentations, we would like to provide you with that opportunity to pose a question or two, but not a whole lot. Then we would like to transition, if we could, to learn more from you about your perspectives as it relates to things that you think in your day-to-day experiences alike that you think that you want to put on our radar so that we don't lose sight and we can take your views into the table with us as we go about shaping this blueprint. So I don't know if you want to take a pause, break, or do you want us to move into the Q&A panel? I'll go to you, Chair Jarrell.
So what I'd like to do is move into a Q&A panel, so if people need to take a break, they can just take a break on their own.
Awesome. We'll do
Like to
that.
do it in, can we do it in 2 phases, though?
Yep.
Clarifying questions and then move into the specific policy address.
I appreciate that. So the first one is I'll allow you to, if you want to manage 3 to 4 minutes with your colleagues with regards to trying to hear from them if there are specific questions that they may have for the panelists. And if you don't, that's okay. We can move on. But we just want to make sure that we afford you that opportunity.
Okay.
With that, I turn it to you.
Thank you. We'll
Mr.
see.
Chair, we have not heard anything regarding the impact of the weather and closing early, so we can manage to the original time allotted for now.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Manager. And Dr. Johnson, we'll say 4-ish, something like that. So we'll start with.
Floor-ish.
Just go with 4, but the ish is if we go over a little bit, so if somebody goes over. Anyway, the lineup will be Vice Chair Altman, Griffin, Powell, SRM, Leak, YTI, Meyer, Dunlap.
Thank you. Thank you so much, all of you. I'm reminded of Commissioner Leak and her example of perseverance for so many critical priorities that she has pushed over her career. And that inspires me for the same sort of tenacity that I admire in her. Because I do have a sense, especially with the last slide that said technology solution, of missed opportunity, which is no one's fault except that we really did hear this 2, 4, 6 years ago. And there was a big plan with the city of Charlotte and the people we brought in from DC, and they were sitting right there, and it fell apart. And so considering that it is a daily struggle for our residents, it does pain me. But we are here now, and I'm so grateful to our manager who is queuing up our ability to really lead, because I do believe we're at the beginning. I wish we could have started sooner, but here we are, and I'm excited, and I do think we have the right team. I'm all in. Our goal here is to address the shrinking middle class, to help people who want to work get aligned, especially with an equity focus. Because in all of our maps, we see gaps between communities of color and the rest of the county, and that is our charge, and that's what I think this work is about. Dr. Balknight, I really loved what you shared. I thought it was phenomenal, the learner profile, the interactive relationship with families. You know, my kids are a little bit older now. I don't know when all that was really implemented in Fidelity. I'd love to hear that. You know, what do you do when kids don't engage? You know, yesterday we talked about going to college or another path, and I forgot how it was talked about, but you know, if it's VOTEC or whatever, it's words that kids don't like. It's words that don't attract them. They don't think it's desirable. But when you talk about, hey, you want to graduate high school and earn $50,000 as your starting salary, it almost doesn't matter, you know, like you've got people's attention then, especially when that's just the beginning and the opportunity to go back for the employer to pay for you to get a stacking degree and to, you know, grow that salary without even incurring debt. Like, that may be a better value proposition than a 4-year degree. And so, you know, and so helping people to understand that I'm just really excited about what y'all are doing around that. But what I really want is for there to be alignment between the opportunities in Charlotte, Mecklenburg. our large industries, our large employers with CMS, with CPCC. Like, I went to CPCC a couple years ago. I didn't pretend. I told Dr. Dietermeyer that I was going. But so I went to the, entrance area and wanted to be treated like someone coming in. I wanted to take the test. I wanted to, where they kind of programmed you in to showed you what you would like and what degrees could be useful and that kind of thing. But I'm not convinced that we're at the place now where, our $25 billion transit plan, all these major employers that we've recruited, what, $400 million, Roger and Dr. Johnson, in terms of new investments that we have actually attracted to Mecklenburg County, our economic development team. I am not convinced that we really do have alignment for those specific jobs. Amen. And that's really what I want us to get to. Olympic High School chairwoman is such an amazing inspiration. Can I finish this thought really fast?
That's why we said 4-ish.
Okay. Such an amazing inspiration, because at Olympic, those kids go straight into an amazing job with Bosch or Rexroth, because they're sitting on, those employers are sitting on the curriculum boards, is my understanding, for the kids there. And so having all of our programs have the employers in the room, so you're literally actually for sure training people for the jobs that our local employers need to hire for. That's what I want to see across the footprint. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Griffin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to start at a different end from policy perspectives. Promote economic mobility by connecting residents to living wage jobs, training, and career growth. Objectives, how many local residents are hired as a result of BIP grants? Second, how many recipients of county services are enrolled in workforce development training leading to career jobs or living wage jobs? We are adopting something called a balanced scorecard. So processes and trends are important, but outcomes is the goal. It takes $26.62, according to county staff, to be able to afford a one-bedroom apartment here in Charlotte. We listened to the other day about homelessness, people who can't afford a house, affordable housing, kids who are in jail, juvenile detention, et cetera. The majority of those kids, and by the last presenter, 76% are black. Most of all the other folk are black in terms of percentages. About over half of the black households in Mecklenburg County are black. You see the connection here about what we're spending money for? If we can be successful on this other piece, we'll be impacting the things that we're continuing looking for more taxpayer investments in. So it's real important that we are focused on outcomes. As it relates to CMS, I sent a letter to Chair Sneed and Vice Chair back in early December. One of the questions dealt with CTE completers. And what I'm looking for there is how many people are completing a CTE pathway, not Python, not Word, not Excel, but a CTE pathway that ends up in Dr. Hill's shop at Central Piedmont or going on to 4-year. So I'm looking for a better connection. You also talked about the learning profile. As I said to you earlier, your DIBELS, which needs more of that. Your DIBELS beginning of year performance is flat. So if we continue to invest in MEC pre-K, we need to want to see that beginning of year profile increase. So I'm looking for outcomes. You talked about Xavier Rose. So the outcomes would be, out of 10,000 kids, how many Xavier Roads do we have that are making $55,000 a year or whatever it is? So it's the outcome focus for me as relates to CMS. The other piece, in terms of Dr. Hill, I'm looking for your connection to CMS. What are those kids coming out of school? Are they coming into the skills programs? And how many are completing those programs when they get to CMS? The other piece deals with intentionality. In terms of graduation rates, I think A&T has the highest four-year graduation rate of CMS students at 43%. So when you look across the board for CMS students going into, I think it was Dr. Hill talked about the career areas where a bachelor's degree is important, that we also look at the number of kids who graduate in 4 years on time coming out of our local school system to see what we can do to improve that percentage that I just spoke to you about. What else? I'm trying to get my 4 minutes in before my bell sounds over here. Oh yeah, on our side, we have mandated programs and voluntary justice programs. I think if we look at what's our goal, Mr. Manager,
Keep going, Commissioner.
if we look at our goal, then we could backward map on processes and trends to see what those final outcomes are. If our goal is clear and the objectives are clear, I think we do have, as London said, we are blessed in this community with a lot of talent. We're disconnected at this particular point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
And also, can I send up my other questions to Adrian or to the manager?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you to everyone. And when Anna was saying that she had a special feeling for everyone, I do too. My son is a very successful CMS graduate, and he's an engineer with the heart of a social worker, so it's an interesting mix. And so some of what I'm going to talk about is related to that. So Commissioner Griffin was talking about intentionality, and I think intentionality really does matter. And I'm going to keep talking about this because as I age, I see the world changing, and some of it's good, but a lot of it's bad. And the disconnect between human beings. And so there's such a need for touch points, for human interaction, and people are relying on computers more and more. And it concerns me for the future because the human interaction is what's going to make a difference. And so I'm going to give an example. So my son, in his job, met this most talented welder. He said, and he knows all these welders, and he said, "Mom, he's the best welder I ever met, but he can't get contracts because he doesn't have a certification." But he didn't really know the pathway. So my son helped him through CPCC to get the certification and the touch points. That's what I'm just trying, just the fact that he took the time to help this person get the certification, now he's making the big money because he's such a talented welder. And he has to remind him to get recertified, but it's that caringness that really helps people that might not have it somewhere else, or even the knowledge. And so I want to talk about that, and I also want to talk about, I represent North Mecklenburg. So when I see slide 56 and there are no resources in North Mecklenburg, it concerns me. And so I want to talk about we did a participatory budgeting process where we asked the community, what do you want? And so in my district, they said, we want a workforce program because we have NASCAR up here and we have all these manufacturing facilities, and we really want students to have internships. And so through that, we came up with, through the Lake Norman Chamber of Commerce, a pivot program, which had so many positive things happen. But one of the big things was the touch points. And so success in workforce development, for me, looks like it includes the entire county. I represent 1/6 of it. It matters. And so we are all taxpayers. We all need attention. And so I'd like to see it countywide. And I'd like to see more touch points, like dedicated, intentional touch points to help people find a way forward. And I think that a lot of times when we're doing budgeting, we stay away from adding humans, like, oh, that's going to cost a lot to add that to the budget. But I think it's essential to have someone who's, wherever you are, more touch points, more human contact. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to say thank you all for the presentations. I mean, I think those were super informative. We can walk away knowing more of what is being offered. But I was going to say no questions and just kind of pass because I don't have any questions. But I really want to highlight what Commissioner Powell said. I really want to co-sign on what she's saying about the human touch and about everything being accessible through I mean, everyone has their device, right? But not everyone can really navigate. It's not a substitute for human touch. And so I just really want to co-sign on what she said. And last night I was at a forum for candidates, and one of the things I keep hearing about is how people don't know what's available. But it's all on the website. It's all on the website. Well, it is all on the website if you could figure out how to get there. And I, as a commissioner, can't even figure out sometimes. Now, where do you find the advisory boards? How do I find this or that? Like, it's not easy. And so I just want to co-sign on, the uniqueness of people. You have children coming through. I love those 3 E's. But I'm married to somebody who grew up in the United Kingdom, where at 11 you are put on a path, right? And it doesn't take into account, who you really are. And so I'm just really wanting to make sure that we're keeping, our eyes on who people really are and their humanity. And just, I agree that we shouldn't be cutting out humans along the way. We need to add more humans to the process. So that's it for me.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Leek.
Let me first say thank you for your presentation. It takes me back to when I was in high school. The philosophy was for parents dictated what you did, how you did it, and how far you would go. And it also dealt with the economic capacity of your parents at that time, whether you were going to college, going to a trade school, which was most popular during that time, but today it's not as popular as it was then. Parents had more control over where we were and what we did, and especially with our education. So I'm in agreement. All of this information should be privy to the general public, and especially to those who need it the most. How do we find it? That's what the young lady was saying. Where do we go? I'm hearing things I never heard before. Even sitting here now, haven't taught in the system. So I'm concerned about how do we change the mentality of information from government to the general people whom we serve. My concern also, that's number one. Number two, most people want an education to a degree so they can get a car, especially young people in an apartment, and live in one section of the city and not sell drugs. As you talk, the first thing I thought about, the drug dealers in our community make more money than those who are educated and trained. And 9 times out of 10, those who selling are expert in math because they can handle that money, determine how to divvy the money, and who's going to get what. So it says to us that we must reach those individuals also to stop corrupting our community and corrupting the weaker people in our community and making sure that we do the right thing for our people, information. The other piece deals with the school system. I am against K-8. It says to me that those children who are middle school children have really no dealings, should not have any dealings with babies getting on the bus, going to the classroom. So those are some of the things that we can change, I hope, as parents, and parents are younger today, less educated, and less concerned about their children. Just yesterday when I left here, a kid was left in school, 2 police cars bringing this baby home, 6 years old. Mother had not gone to pick up the baby. So we've got to do a better job of saying to our community, your babies are valuable. You birth them. The other piece is the black males in the economic stratus of our country, not just Mecklenburg County. It's across the country. How do we stimulate and get our people to understand the value of each of us when it comes to being educated? We want to educate our daughters, proms, debutantes, and all of that. My question that I've said to the chairman, who has 2 beautiful daughters, who will your children marry? Will they marry up or will they marry down? So that is a major concern that we've got to put into the context of what we're doing. The county didn't know we had all of this information, Mr. Chairman, Manager. This is valuable information for my people who have aged out, have nowhere to go, and I'm working with Livingstone College and Johnson C. Smith right now so that these young people can get in school and continue their education. Was that the bell or not? Yes, ma'am. Or was that saying I'm doing great?
It was both, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have more to say.
And we're going to let you say more in just a few
All right,
minutes.
thank you.
All right. Commissioner Townsend Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think a lot of my sentiment has already been echoed here, and I'm so happy that, at least with all of my colleagues, we are aligned. And since we're here trying to develop a framework for a balanced scorecard, I think that this is probably the area where we can make the most impact. I want to make sure that our investments now in some of these things, because our investment opportunities are so tight, that I want to make sure that we're making the right investment. For instance, if we're investing in organizations and companies, are they able to employ our people here in the community to make a wage where they can afford a one-bedroom apartment within like 12 months? Are we putting some kind of parameters to measure the efficacy of the partners that we have? How does a workforce development become a partner? I'm working with one now, and because they're not included in the group, I've not been welcomed in opening it up to the community because they're not listed as one of your partners. My other question, there was something about justice involved youth. Now, we know that Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Department has workforce programs. Are we measuring the efficacy of those programs? Are we coordinating with them such that when they're rehabilitated on that side, that they're coming out? Is there a professional development program that you have with Mecklenburg County employees where they can go to CPCC and get certifications and things of that nature? Because again, I say it is very disconcerting to be in that number where you can't afford a one-bedroom apartment, but you're trying to find somebody else, help somebody else find a one-bedroom apartment that they can afford. I say that also with the fact that, and maybe this is something later down the road, it's probably not your responsibility, but I would like to see something for electeds. I have a wealth of knowledge. I have 3 degrees and like 30 years of business experience. But corporations don't want to touch me and other electeds because they fear it's a conflict of interest. Is there a pool for, if you're in the North Carolina General Assembly, you make $14,000 a year. So that means you can only become an elected, you only want to choose that career path if you're married to someone who is going to support you, if you're independently wealthy or you own your own business. So that singles out, that cuts out a lot of individuals. So there needs to be a pool for elected officials, and especially for employees who you need to take care of home first. If there are employees within Mecklenburg County who want better education, we ought to be the number one place that people attain to work for. Ooh, I want to get a job with Mecklenburg County. It used to be that you wanted to because of the benefits, because there was job security. That is no longer the case. So what makes us attractive? In addition to the fact that there is no incentive for the companies that we come here and we give tax incentives to, there's no incentive for them to, one, hire locally. We can't mandate that they do. So what incentive are we offering so that they would want to hire our people and not bring the 158 people that move here a day, give them the jobs? Is there any incentive for doing that? I've got 3 pages worth of questions, and I'm going to try to get those in on the next round and/or ask them in an email. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Did anybody want to respond to a couple of the specific questions that she had around, I heard you say something about the Sheriff's Department.
Sheriff's Department, that one and the one about the professional development for county employees. Can they get certification? Is there a pathway for professional development? Maybe that's something for county manager to answer. But can they go to CPCC and get any kind of certification? Can they get to a path of where they can make $26 an hour, which is what is needed to get a 1-bedroom apartment?
I'll respond to the question with regards to opportunities in the organization. There are varying opportunities for employees to further their expertise, certifications, as well as education. The county has a policy that allows for reimbursement for even some of those certification classes and/or degrees or other things that they're doing. So yes, but it's not a one-size-fits-all. But you don't want it one-size-fits-all because the type of opportunities need to be unique to the pathways that they're trying to do. Correct. Does that mean that we have no opportunity to make it better? No. Clearly, one of the things that we're seeing is we're in this early phase of understanding where we are and trying to holistically try to figure out what that path forward is, and we have had some conversations. I know Commissioner Leek mentioned it more recently as well, about do we become more intentional with creating pathways and partnering with Johnson C. Smith to allow for getting social worker opportunities in our organization. So we are taking all of this now and say, okay, we know where we are. We know that there's greater opportunities for us, and that's the blueprint that Dr. Koval is referencing, that we're going to try to come back in the future that helps you understand all of these things. It's like spaghetti noodle on the wall and honing in on, we believe out of all of this, here's the short list of where we think we can either begin or we can have the most impact for making change. But there's more need and more opportunities than we'll have the bandwidth to do. So we're going to have to be intentional and strategic of where we focus. So that's with regards to that. With regards to the sheriff's programming, I'd let Anna London speak to that one.
Okay. So we do, at Charlotte Works and through our NC Works Career Center partnership, we do partner really closely with Criminal Justice Services, who I see is in the room in the back, but we do work really closely with the Sheriff's Office as well. So we do still have a career advisor that is full-time dedicated to individuals that are currently incarcerated in the detention center. And a lot of what we're doing in partnership with the Sheriff's Office is providing the services while they're inside, incarcerated, 90 days or less to being released, providing the workshops and like soft skills, resume development, some of the career exploration activities, so that whenever they are released, so once they're released, we're serving them on the outside in their new career center that's located now on the outside of the facility, and then referrals back and forth with Criminal Justice Services if the individuals are eligible for their programs and services. We also I'm going to say this intentionally the way I'm going to say it, so Charlotte Works was also awarded a grant directly from Department of Labor to serve individuals that are currently incarcerated in surrounding county prisons. We were awarded those funds back in the summer, but we have not received those funds, and they are directly from Department of Labor. So we are still awarded those funds. It's a 2.5-year grant to partner with the counties that are surrounding Mecklenburg that have a prison. The challenge over the years has been, yes, we do a lot with the sheriff's office with individuals that are kind of in and out, but the challenge has been being able to serve individuals that are currently in prison but will return to Charlotte Mecklenburg. And so because we don't have a prison in Mecklenburg County, it's difficult for us to receive those funds. And so about, I guess, 8-10 months ago, the federal government had a grant specifically for that we were eligible to receive. It's a $4 million grant. And as soon as the funds are released, we will start implementing the program, serving people that are coming out of prison. But the goal is that we'll serve them 6 months pre-release, because that is the biggest gap, is being able to serve them while they're still in, so that they're prepared and ready whenever they get out, and they don't just walk out with nothing. Thank you. Yep. And for youth and young adults too, I didn't mention that. So our in-school youth program, we're located inside of 4 Charlotte Mecklenburg schools, high schools, and so we are serving young adults who have been, had some type of interaction with juvenile justice. And then for our young adult program that's located at Central Piedmont, many of our young adults in that program are young adults that have been engaged with law enforcement or have some type of record or involvement, justice involvement.
Thank you. And Commissioner Watte, I want to hit you right on Dr. Johnson's response to your question. Mecklenburg County has an extensive history in investing in the professional development of our employees. We will get you and the board a portfolio of what those classes entail, which is inclusive of certifications, our partnerships with universities like UNC Charlotte. As I mentioned on Wednesday, that I had a meeting with the president at J.C. Smith to begin having conversation regarding establishing a pipeline for their Master Social Work program as well. Where the opportunity remains, and I had a conversation with my cabinet at our meeting last week, is to make sure that these opportunities lead to career advancements for our employees, because we invest in them, and certainly we want to see them grow when those opportunities become available. And that is what we're focusing on, because we don't want to invest in them and then have them leave. We want to see them grow and prosper in Mecklenburg County. But we have, I believe you'll be very impressed with the portfolio of trainings that we have for all of our employees in this organization.
Thank you all for that. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentations. Just a couple things. One, I want to also co-sign on the human touch aspect. How do we bring that back? How do you work with your organizations and companies that you work with and bring that human touch back? I have a 23-year-old son who, and a lot of his friends who are working $17, $18 an hour jobs, and just to get that, all they did was, it was just an online thing. They can't even, when they walk in somewhere and ask for a job, it's always go online, here's the address. And that's all it is. And so how do we bring that back? How do you bring that back? Do these companies want that back? And I feel like that's such a barrier for our kids and for young adults. Also, I only heard Anna London talk about AI. How is AI a barrier in workforce? Is it a barrier? Do you embrace it? Do these companies embrace it? And is it causing our kids, or is it creating less jobs? I feel like these kids are getting skills and all kinds of education that they need, but then when they get out of these certification programs or school, there are no jobs because AI is taking over. And is that a myth, or is that the truth? Is that a barrier to workforce right now? Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Can I respond to that, please? So thank you for the question. And honestly, we are seeing a shift in the type of jobs.
Mm-hmm.
So a great example is software development. So your data up through 2023 says that's the #1 growing job in Charlotte is software developers. Well, now since the entrance of AI into the workforce, AI can do a piece of that, but they can't do all of that. So we still need software developers, but they need a different skill set. So instead of so much time spent on the creation, it's more the editing and the implementation. So at Central Piedmont, we've revamped our IT programs because that's probably the area that's been hit the hardest because it quickly changed the type of IT programming specifically that we've offered. So I would say that companies are adjusting the way they work, specifically in some of the routine areas. So you think about things, job tasks that are very routine in nature, those are the ones susceptible, I think, to an AI invasion, so to speak. So looking at that management, and my personal opinion, as we forecast that growth in management, it's because of that. So some of these entry-level repetitive jobs are the ones most at risk for AI. So we're looking at how do we help our students be upskilled in a way that they can work with the AI, because I don't think it's an option to avoid AI. We're going to have to work with it.
I'll quickly say from a service provider standpoint, one of the reasons that we are looking at, or, in the first phase of creating or brainstorming around creating an AI-enabled technology solution is not necessarily to eliminate the people that are serving job seekers, whether it's youth, young adults, or adults, but it's really to remove some of the triage portion. So if you think about whenever a job seeker calls one of our programs, like the county services, or calls the career center, or calls Central Piedmont to figure out what are the programs I might be interested in, what's available to me. What we're trying to do is do as much of that initial kind of triaging on the front end with a chatbot or a technology solution, so that it can get them to the best first door with an actual human to start providing those services. Because a lot of the providers, us included, at our career center, funding has decreased over the years. And then looking at where things are currently at the federal and state level, funding could continue to decrease. And so we want to make sure that we're utilizing the human piece of it, the human touch, to be as impactful as possible to really serve the people, and then let them get triaged to the right place with technology first for those that can utilize technology. And then I know the time is up, but I do want to say, and I'm not speaking on it specifically, but Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools did, they are kind of piloting or implementing AI in the classroom with 30 champion schools. So it is also being taught at the younger levels so that students are prepared and ready to use it the right way, safely.
Commissioner Meyer, I wanted to give you an opportunity for a follow-up if you needed it.
No, that's okay. Yeah,
You okay?
thanks.
All right. Commissioner Dunlap.
Thank you. I want to go back to something that I've been saying for years, and today did not still answer the question. We keep talking about all the partners who are working in this workspace. One of my former pastors always said to me, anything with two heads is a freak. We got all these different organizations, but nobody's leading. So it's like, why can't all of that information funnel down to one person so that we have one data set? And we've been talking about this, I know, for 7 years, because there's some people in this room who were in a meeting with me and the former manager discussing this very issue. There's no question that we've identified what the problems are, but everybody's still working on those problems in silos. So we'll never get collectively one data set that tells us what's really going on. And so what I want to know is, what do we have to do to have a person lead and all the others support? I don't know that we'll ever get there. And if we don't get there, then we'll still keep hearing disjointed information, because everybody will be doing this and everybody will be doing that, and nobody's leading. So I want to know, how do you guys plan to, okay, you use the word alignment. Everybody's aligned. How do you plan to really focus in to solve the issue so that we can look at one data set or one group and say somebody's leading.
I'll take that question. I don't see other people jumping into it.
I'll jump in for a second and then kind of go from there. So I think where I would begin is that's the very reason why we have a new position that the county manager made an investment in. So it will start with myself and Virginia. So that's kind of the first thing. The second thing, they're related, which you had noted. This is just kind of the first. We brought them together to present. And I believe Anna referenced also, we have a meeting scheduled next Friday. We're starting to say, hey, we can no longer continue to do this. Not saying things were being disjointed. I think there's been conversations and people have come together, but the work has still remained led by the individuals for whatever things is. And so some of the things systemically, we're trying to figure out, can we get collaboration and buy-in from all of our partners? Say, can we do it differently? When we're saying, can we have a blueprint? Can we own, Mecklenburg County, own this master blueprint and then have all the partners be with us on this journey and be clear that we're not tripping over each other and to be cognizant that, okay, Charlotte Works is strong here. These are their tentacles. This is where they're going to lead. This is where CMS is. But someone has the bird's eye view of making sure all of these conduits work together. The other component that I would say they're related is one of the things that Virginia and I were just the other day just talking about. Wouldn't it be great if for like these entities that we have, that even on the Mecklenburg County side, they're doing training? What if we had common metrics so that no matter who did the training, you can bring them all together so you have a collective story of what has happened for all the trainings versus in its disparate parts. So those are the things I think where we're trying to lean in and lean on to see if we can do things differently. And I think it has begun with the county manager also having his quality of life collaborative. It's also another follow-up with regards to hiring Virginia. We also brought on Chris Riviera. And so we are trying to approach the collaboration differently than we have before.
I'm happy to hear that.
You're welcome.
So before we go to the second round, there's a couple things that I want to be able to lift up as well. And I want to piggyback off of Commissioner Dunlap for a second. So Mr. Manager, I text you something, there was a word in there earlier today in our conversation about that. What was the word that I was using?
Not us.
Then who?
Then who?
What is it?
If not us, then who? And Commissioner Dunlap is exactly right with respect to when you look at what we're doing and we have these conversations, there's no quarterback. I said this yesterday. Every major issue in our community, whether it's workforce, housing, there is no one quarterbacking. And so I think that's where Commissioner Dunlap is going. So and I appreciate the approach that we're taking because it seems like we will get there, Doctor.
Yes.
But I want to open up this part because I want to talk to my colleagues for a second. And so I got a question for you all. You're out in the community. You run into me. I'm a 40-year-old person. I am working in retail or some service industry. I work 40 to 45 hours a week. I make about $14 an hour. I run into you. I find out you are a county commissioner. This is my ticket. Oh my God, I have run into a county commissioner. Now, I want you all to tell me, because I need help. I have a proven track record. I get up every day and I go to work. I'm working 40 plus hours a week. I want to make $30 an hour. I don't care what it is. Give me the path. How do you advise me right now? Anybody just jump in and tell me, what do you tell me to do?
Call Anna London.
What do you tell me to do?
Call Anna London.
That's what I say too.
Well, okay.
Let me call Anna London for you.
Fantastic. Okay, so you call Anna London. Go ahead, YTI.
Every time.
So the first thing I do is ask them, what do you like to do? What are you good at doing?
No, I don't care. I need to make $30 an hour. I'll do anything. Right now, I'm working fast food right now. So anything, I don't care.
I have a workforce solution partner that I'm working with, and it's called RHC Workforce, and it's not Charlotte Works, because I've heard before that Charlotte Works, I don't get anywhere, it's not what I need.
Okay.
Blah, blah, blah.
So you guys say Anna London, you say RHC. Arthur, who do you say?
I'd reach out to the banks. I got a young lady, this is not hypothetical, 27 years old, graduated from Stewart Creek because she couldn't make it in CMS, was a not CNA, something certified medical secretary, okay? Got 2 babies now. Life smacked her in the face. She wrote a book. So she got some smarts. She can't get back on track. She wants to get to 30 hours to $40 an hour, but life smacked her in the face with 2 babies and an affordable apartment right now. So I need a banker to pay those bills so she can go back to school. That's a pathway that's why I'm so focused on how do I prevent or grab her when she was 18 with 1 baby and put her into a system before life smacks her in the face.
All right, but so you call the bank, you call a banker.
I call a banker.
Okay, so we've got, so put a pin in that.
Yeah.
We got the banker, we got RHC, 2 for Anna, you're in the lead, Anna London. All right, George, let's hear yours.
Well, this is interesting because I've actually been with Mr. Griffin when we've done this, talking to people and like, why are you working here? And they tell you about their skill sets and all this other stuff. And I'm like, well, you know, you can do so much better. So here's an opportunity. Mecklenburg County supports Central Piedmont Community College. Central Piedmont Community College can provide you an education to get the skill set that you need to do what you want to do. So I look at it from that perspective. But if they ask other questions, because of people you've met in the community, oh, here's a person in that trade. I want to connect you with this person who's a bricklayer, who can assist you. So, I mean, there's much more than
I understand what you're saying. I guess the point is, right? Are you getting the point, though? Right? And those are one-offs. We have 1.2 million people here, 157 a day moving to the region. Everyone's not lucky enough to run into a county commissioner, a school board member, people of your ilk and talent. Right? These are one-offs. There are so many people in the community. Like, I guess the thing is scale, right? How do we scale it? There is no primary entry point for anybody, right, to even go to whatever it is. If I go to CPCC, if I do what Commissioner, give me 1 second, Arthur, and I'm coming to you. If I do what Commissioner Dunlap said and put me in CPCC, fantastic. I agree with that. I'm supporting 2 kids. I work 45 hours because I have to do it to pay my rent. Now you tell me, get into CPCC program, which will get me there, but I can't afford to get there because I have to work 45 hours a week. That's the problem that I've had for years and years and years. Commissioner Griffin.
Here's another way to look at it, Mr. Chairman. We have about 800 teenagers having babies in this county every year. And when those babies have babies, they come through us for Medicaid or assistance or WIC. Let's grab those babies having babies before they get into life. That's what I meant by intentionality and strategic, because they do come through us. And some of the points, and I because of confidentiality, I'll say it this way. There was a 17-year-old with a baby. Well, I can't say that even. But anyway, I can't because of confidentiality. But we have an opportunity to grab them on the front end in terms of scaling, so we can get a couple of hundred into a program. If we can, I think. But if we got 50 or 125, that's more than we have today, that we can scale up, that comes through our doors, that are not yet smacked in the face with life. We have to be intentional in terms of what's the best entry point to scale anything. And for me, let's grab those babies having babies and then figure out how to put them on a track if there's a possibility, because they may have other issues other than just having a baby. There may be health issues, mental health issues, other things. But if it's just simply putting them on a track, let's be intentional. In 1990, when George and, well, I don't know if y'all were on the school board then, we had a superintendent that put a birthing, he had a blue basket and a pink basket. You have babies at Presbyterian and at CMC. We approach folk having babies in the hospital. So there is an intervention point. We just have to be strategic about it and see if we can pull it to scale. I think we can.
Thank you. Commissioner Leek.
I'm going to ditto what you just said because we were on the school board during that time. My contention is that we as a community must put our arms around our young people and start living as we ought to live and to help our young people to become better citizens by what we do and see us doing. I still say that parents, and Arthur just said it, babies having babies, and we glorify that. Oh, I got a grandbaby. I can't feed it. And the father of the baby is home babysitting while the woman, young girl, goes out and get a job. So how do we erase that process of the image of a black male sitting at home, taking care of a baby, can't read, can't write, because they drop out of school, but I bet you they can sell drugs and make money, and I'm serious about this. So how do we stop this process in our community as it is today? I think back during the civil rights movement, the movement was stronger. We're weaker today. Our young people can't even keep up with us in trying to solve problems that we have today. We had them then, but they were different because our values were different. We don't have the same values. We don't look the same. We come to work looking like we're going to a nightclub. We don't want to sit down and talk about issues that's confronting us. None of us sit around and talk about the issues other than somebody trying to be the king maker or the queen maker. We've got to stop that and teach our kids how to think. Critical thinking is not a part of the agenda.
Thank you. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you.
1 second.
Real simply, this seems to me that this is not the time to cut funding for education or programs that keep kids in school. Yes. This is a time to prioritize those things. That's all. Thank you.
Go further into that, though.
You know, communities and schools, we need to invest in communities and schools. They are a successful program. They keep kids in school. Teen pregnancy, I'd like to see the statistics for kids who are involved in communities and schools and teen pregnancy. I guarantee you these kids, they catch these kids early and they get them on a track to graduation.
Thank you.
And not just communities and schools. That's just in forefront of my mind. Other programs that we could support or have supported in the past keeps kids on a track to graduation.
Gotcha. Commissioner Griffin, before I come back to you, give me 1 second, please, because 3 commissioners talked about this idea of human touch points. And I think it would be helpful to staff if you all could go a little bit deeper and see if there's a quantification to it, right? So we're talking about the budget. What does that mean? Are we talking about increased staffing and support for these organizations so that there can be more touch points? You know, there's a cost to that from a budgetary standpoint. So is there something that staff should understand? Because multiple people have mentioned this idea of touch points, and I want the manager to be clear on what we're asking or, you know, what you're advocating for. So I don't know who wants to kick it off, but I want to, if you all want to go a little bit deeper into that.
ABC.
I can.
Yeah, please.
So in the Pivot pilot program that we did, because I was writing a note to give to you guys to say, please reach out to one of the leaders on that, Jamie Lane, if you don't know her. But the human contact for the students that were participating in the internships was what made it so successful. So that if there was an issue with anything, like safety gear, not being able to afford safety gear, or not being able to get a ride, and like helping them with an Uber. She helped them navigate the internship, and she was so committed to it. And I think that's like, we're missing a lot of that in the world, where people are so committed to like in their position of making sure these kids are successful. And she's still like that today. And so I think like finding somebody who's really passionate about making sure that whoever it is that's looking for the job, whether it's wherever it is passionate about helping them with whatever obstacles they encounter, because everyone's obstacles are different. But if you don't have a human being like support network, like you can't do that with a chatbot. So yes to the, however we figure out is the best investment for human touch. It just needs to have that kind of passion to navigate obstacles.
Yep, absolutely.
Susan, did you want to add anything, or Laura?
I guess, I think the thing that jumps out to me the most is supporting teachers. I mean, like, it kind of, for me, if you just keep backing it up and backing it up, smaller class sizes, more teachers, this is, I know what a trend that our state is totally, tripping us up and not being able to do that. But as far as what I'm interested in supporting financially is teachers being able to make a living wage, being able to make better than a living wage, because I think that's when children are so impressionable, and teachers are the ones who are trained to draw out the best out of kids and help them identify their strengths and stuff like that. And so, for me, I want to put, I want to make sure we're putting enough dollars to that. And I know that in our little buckets, workforce, education is a different bucket than workforce, right? But for me, it's very tied together. And so also, when I was just talking before about, the human touch points, I have people in my life who've come to me to talk about how, you can't even talk to a person and when looking for a job. And, these are college educated, people coming out of college with degrees in engineering and what have you, and you can't talk to a person. So I understand the idea about how AI is supposed to get you to the right person, but I just feel like it's not, I don't know how to solve that problem. You're not asking me to, but I'm just saying, like, I really believe in putting humanity back into this space. So.
Thank you.
I know it's not very deep, but.
No, well, I mean,
It is, though.
it's helping us on that. Commissioner Meyer.
Go ahead. No, I'm
So
sorry.
when you think about programs that treat addiction like NA or Alcoholics Anonymous, they are put with a sponsorship, and that's relationship building. And there's a reason for that, because of that human interaction. It's the same thing with the 5-year-old with a lunch buddy. It's the same thing with the 12-year-old who has a mentor from Big Brothers Big Sisters or Right Moves for Youth. It's that relationship building. And so when someone's trying to find a job, a sponsorship or a mentor who helps that person, because it's a dejected feeling that they feel. They're getting a lot of rejection out there, and there is no human. It's just a computer. They're looking at a screen that says, I'm sorry, the job's been filled. And it would be nice to have just a thought of somebody looking for a job to have some kind of mentor or sponsorship out there with any of your programs. And you might do that, I don't know. But anyway, I just feel like that relationship building, how important that is to people looking for a job.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Manager.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I want to bring the board's attention back to this ecosystem that Dr. Hill spoke to, which is on page 32 of your binder, slide 63. As she mentioned, it begins with the talent ecosystem, the pathway ecosystem, and also she noted that they will come back with the employer ecosystem element of this framework as well. And I shared with Dr. Hill and Dr. Johnson how impressed I am with this, because what's missing in the conversation is the employers. And certainly I want to make you aware that whether they received an investment grant or not, that employers have an interest in working with us as well. That's right. Just like your scenario on if you encounter a resident saying, where do I go? How do I get started? They have the same questions. They have job opportunities that are offering livable wages as well. But they are looking to how can we partner with the folks you're hearing from here to create that pathway and be part of the ecosystem that we will create. So I want you to know that all of those discussions are underway. It's going to take some time. If it was easy, it would already exist. But as Dr. Johnson said, in terms of the controls that I can control, that's why you have Dr. Hill here. That's why you have Mr. Rivera here. Dr. Koval, thank you. And Dr. Hill, partner. That's why you have this representation and these new resources that is totally committed to doing this good work. And in addition to that, building out this third leg of this ecosystem, which includes employers. Some of you have referred employers to me to sit down, and I've done that. And the entire conversation is, I have the opportunities, I just need the human capital. How do I get these jobs to these individuals that want them? And that is the entire purpose of the Quality of Life Collaborative that I put in place, yes. But you don't have to be in the room to benefit from this collaborative. And then also, as Dr. Johnson said, they're meeting in the next week or so to have more dialogue about this as well. But it's three prongs. It's the employee, it's the pathway, and the employer. And the employers, they're large employers, they're mid-sized, they're small. They too want to be a part of the solution as well. I just don't want that to be omitted from this conversation, because they play a critical part in moving the dial as it relates to workforce development.
Thank you. We're coming back down this line right here. Commissioner Altman.
Mr. Bryant, I am so grateful to you and your leadership, because you are the one who has really activated this to a new level that it had not previously been at. And we are at the beginning, and I can be patient, and I feel a great sense of thankfulness that you're taking this on, because Michael Raylon of Olympic High School of blessed memory, who passed away, used to teach me about the holy triumvirate of the system. The holy triumvirate being industry, education, and government. Why do we need government in the mix? Because industry does not have the time to figure out how to find the people. They're trying to make their widgets, and education's got a lot of things they're doing, and you're doing a great job. But for us to show that leadership and to bring those employers to the table, and make it easier for everybody to access what they need on both sides of the equation, that's what we need. And I just feel very grateful to you about that. I also just want to shout out Dr. Bach-Knight for talking about the culture change, because I do think there are a lot of parents and families out there who don't think it's a win if their kid doesn't go to college. And college is awesome. Like, I went to college, I'm all about college, but so I'm not pretending it isn't. But we need a culture change for parents and everyone to understand that there are other wins if it gets you to financial independence. And that's what the real goal is. I mean, that was the goal of college, was financial independence, and to really look at the ROI there. So I love it that you're espousing in your leadership role a very clear intentionality to celebrate and lift up these other pathways. Ms. London, you mentioned to me offline, I don't know if you feel comfortable today telling us all about, I think you said there's some preliminary work to map out what the transit the transit plan is going to be bringing in terms of jobs, because there are all these different projects and they're going to roll out at different stages. And do we need to be getting ninth graders understanding the thing that's going to be ready when they graduate? And do we need to be talking to the sixth graders about what's going to be ready when they graduate? And so I'd like for you to talk about that. And Dr. Hill, I would like for you to address What does CPCC do in terms of interacting with our area employers to know that your offerings are current for what's needed? How do you keep your finger on the pulse so you can change and adapt your offerings? So, because I do send people to CPCC, and I love that question the chairman asked. I tell them to go to CPCC, but I'm not 100% sure that when people walk through the door, you can say to them, if you know, we've got 50 openings in XYZ, and the starting salary is this, and we've got a program starting. Like, do you give that level of guidance at the front end? Because when I walked in the door and spent that morning there, I didn't really get that, and that's kind of what I think we need, what people need. And most of all, and all we do not train, we do not pay people to train. We need to be sure that across our footprint, we are not paying people to train people. We need to pay people for outcomes, meaning jobs. If there's not a job at the end of a training program, a 1-to-1 ratio, we need to stop it immediately. Thank you for those two questions.
You guys go ahead and take them now, and then we'll come to Commissioner Dunlap.
I'm done.
All right, and then take them now, and then we'll come to Commissioner YTI, and then Griffin, and then.
Okay. Perfect. So I'll be really brief because we were proactive in creating what we love to do, create a task force, but we were proactive in creating, it's called currently a task force, a small group of us. It includes the city, the county, Charlotte Regional Business Alliance, as well as CELC, Charlotte Works, Central Piedmont, Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools is also at the table. So Leslie or Dr. Johnson is at the table with this as well, where prior to November 4th, so prior to the transit referendum even passing, we all came together to say, to learn, what do we know now about if this passes, what are, the different percentages that will go to what, and what could that potentially require from a training provider and credentialing standpoint. Jobs for the job seekers. Our goal is to make sure that local job seekers have access to those jobs. And whenever we say local job seekers, what could be provided and what training or education opportunities can be provided in K through 12 and then post-secondary, what could be offered through through CMS, Central Piedmont, but also other training providers. And then what resources are available for small businesses. And so we have very preliminary information around what could the jobs be, what are the training and credential requirements for those specific jobs, what are the contracts that small businesses in our community can take on, and what are the resources that can be attached to those small businesses? Because we have many small, just like we've got job seekers that don't know how to access training programs and the jobs, we have small businesses in our community that could access these contracts if they had support with capital and maybe some of the administrative infrastructure supports that could be provided to them. So providing those supports as well. And then one thing I do want to say about, so we're working on that. In the next few weeks, we should have a final draft of that report of a gap analysis of what are the training providers, what do they need in order to stand up the programs that will be required in the next 3 to 5 years, and then in the next over the next 30 years, because it's a long project, obviously. And then how can we get them to go down to middle and high school opportunities? Where do they align with the CTE pathways already? And then also with Central Piedmont and other providers. I do want to say though, and it's not popular, but I'll be the one to say it. So in order to partner with the workforce ecosystem, any workforce provider can come to us and say that they want to be a partner. If they have not been operating for 2 years, or they don't have programs that lead to industry-recognized credentials and employers that will serve as a reference for them, that is why they are not a partner of ours. We don't train and pray. So a provider has to have 2 years of experience in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, lead to industry-recognized credentials and employer references. And that's woven throughout every single thing we're doing, even transportation work.
I do want to elevate one thing that I think has come up in a couple different threads of conversation is we're talking about outcomes, and we keep saying, where are the outcomes? We keep having this conversation about collaboration, but at the end of the day, it needs to be outcomes. Mm-hmm. One of the things that we're also not saying is the reason there haven't been outcomes is because to get those outcomes, it requires us to have coordination across ecosystems.
Thank you.
That's the piece. And so that's where, when we're talking about stepping into these leadership roles, we keep asking questions of service providers who don't have the capacity to track these outcomes, to track them. And we're not going to employers and saying, these are the consistent outcomes that everyone is agreeing to track along with your peers. And so you need to have someone who is bridging the gap between each of these places and not putting the impetus on each of the individual service providers to develop these outcomes. So it's going to require a new way of working, because the questions we keep asking, and I get it, I've been along for the ride, and I've said it's really frustrating that we don't have data on these things. It's really frustrating because we've been asking these questions for a long time, but it's because they're incredibly difficult to answer from one silo. These are questions that, in order to really answer them, we have to have somebody who is quarterbacking across all of the different organizations.
In addition to what Dr. Cove said, you're spot on, Dr. Cove. I really appreciate that. In managing the expectations regarding outcomes, and this gets to Yolanda Griffin's presentation with the profiles, you got to be mindful of the different type of employee that we're supporting. There are some instances where the individual is quote unquote employee ready, find a job, they move on. But then she shared with you profiles where there are some social issues as well. You know, maybe drug addiction, maybe alcoholism, their child care, all the things that we as a team are going to have to sort through. But when you look at the outcome, and it may say $18 an hour, it may not be the outcome that you're looking for immediately, but it is progress. And it's progress for that individual, that profile that we're helping. So when you look at the numbers, when we get the scorecard together under Dr. Cova's leadership with Dr. Johnson's support, it's just not looking at a number. There's a story behind the number. There are people behind the number that, in addition to helping someone that was more employee ready to be successful, they're in that number. But also is in that number someone that they moved off of minimum wage to making $18 an hour and now have a trajectory. But that trajectory may not be realized until 4 or 5 years later. But you don't see that in that outcome yet. So those are all the things you have to factor, because it's not just adding money and supporting teachers, it's coordination, it's collaboration, it's access, it's partnering with our employers as well. It's the ecosystem that Dr. Koval spoke to. So I want to manage your expectations in terms of how do you determine success. Because just because you don't see the number, or may not see the number immediately you want to see, does not mean we're making progress, because we're supporting a different type of profile as well. And I want to make sure that that's factored into the equation as you look at what we're about to do moving forward.
Yeah, that's a fair point for sure.
Mr. Chairman.
Give me one second.
Okay.
Because there was another question that needed to be answered. Dr. Hill, yes.
Yeah, thank you. So to answer the first part of your question about industry input into our programs, so every program at the college has an advisory board made up of industry partners. They're required to meet at least once a year. Many meet every semester. So those industry partners are at the table regularly talking about content of the curriculum, which is why our IT department specifically, while they are changing so rapidly, we could not do that without our industry partners. The career counselor piece, we do have a career advisement area. I'm intrigued by your question about why, when I walked in the door, was I not told this company's here hiring? Because we do not do that as students walk in the door. So there are some career inventories that students can take before they apply to their career field. Then when they meet with their academic advisor, that's when that first conversation should happen. But we do have a standalone career center, a great software tool where there are people there to help guide, but it is a repository where business and industry in the area post all their jobs. Students are then uploaded in. They're helped with their resume to try to make those things happen. So we do have those opportunities. And one thing you said about paying for training, paying for outcomes, we struggle at the college to find out which of our students get jobs and where they get jobs and are they making a livable wage. That data is not accessible currently to the college. If you can make that happen with the Department of Commerce, we'll be your biggest fan, because that's currently a struggle. So the data we have right now is anecdotal.
Yes.
If our faculty have written a job reference and the students just happen to share, I have this job and here's what I'm making. If we find them on LinkedIn, if we have the relationship with the employers who come back to us and say, thanks so much for sending Elaine over, she's fabulous, we have those opportunities, but it is just not for everybody yet.
Commissioner Townsend Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to back into what I originally was going to say by commenting on what our county manager said about managing expectations. I understand that there are expectations that we have to look at differently in order to get there, but I think it speaks to the pace. We have to start measuring differently so that we can see those expectations rather than managing the expectations themselves. The reason that we're 38th out of 50 now instead of 50 out of 50, I think that we should be further along than 10 years ago when the Chetty report came out. So basically, measuring, that would require us to follow people and measure people, the companies that hire. That would require us to require them to actually follow people to ensure that there is some level of retention. To the best of our abilities, however we do that, I'm not saying I have the answers on how to do that, but if we don't know what is working, then how do we know where to put our money? How do we know where to put our resources? How do we know where to put our time if we don't know that it's making an impact? The other thing I want to touch on is something that Commissioner Lee said. God has a sense of humor. Because, like I said, I have all these degrees, and she's right. If you didn't go to college previously, it was like, oh my God, you failed as a parent. And I really did feel that. Both of my sons looked at me and said, we ain't going to college. Mm-hmm. It's like, you have 3 degrees, and you have all this experience, and you stay laid off. And you have student loan debt. So tell us again why we should go to college. And so after my head spun back around to its original position and pea soup, not spit up, I realized that they were right. I examined it from a different perspective and had a different expectation. Okay, then what is it that you want to do? Because now there are opportunities. You can become a billionaire on Instagram and TikTok now. So we have to manage those types of expectations, change how we view things in that way. And also kind of what our kids are leaning into, we have to be prepared for that. The other thing is when we talk about touch points, so some of the reason why companies use AI is because you really don't want some of these kids coming out touching your customers the way they interact with people. It used to be called teaching soft skills. Now it's called emotional intelligence. And I've met several adults that don't have it. You may be good at a trade. You may be good at a project and project management. Doesn't mean that you know how to lead and doesn't mean that you know how to interact with people. There's a reason why certain people are accountants and they just want to look at numbers all day. But you still need to be able to have enough soft skills to get the job and retain the job. That's where the emotional support and I think, mental health programs and counseling and encouraging kids to, especially in our culture and Black culture, encouraging them to talk about feelings and things of that nature. And it needs to start in the schools. We're taught them to clam up, especially young Black men. They're not going to tell you how they're feeling, and all of that leads to emotional instability. That is a barrier to getting employment, or at least staying employed and being sustainable. So, I look at all of these things. I've changed my attitude about how I look at our young people, what they need, and how we make impactful changes to where we're leading them. But that emotional intelligence piece really needs to be here. Because, for instance, I'll give you an example. I know everybody's been to Chick-fil-A, and they're like, how can I serve you today? And they're my child would not be good at that. I would not have my son go to Chick-fil-A and work but he still needs to know, the soft skills of how to interact, how to, when I worked at Johnson C. Smith, I literally had students that came and asked me questions and their head was down and they didn't even know how to ask a question, say good morning. It was something very simple. Didn't know how to dress. Even if you offer them the clothes to wear, they don't seek it out because nobody's taught them that this is what you do and this is how you do it in order to at least get your foot in the door. Does that make sense?
Thank you. Commissioner Griffin.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the manager, I think if we frame where we want to go in terms of promoting economic mobility by connecting residents to living wage job training, et cetera, $18 an hour is certainly not there. But if you create an individual employability plan where people enroll are on track, that in 5 years, if they follow these things and coordinating with other folk, that's where I'm at. So I'm not looking for just plop out and you're already making living wage jobs. So there is a method to the madness. That's why I said you got to be strategically intentional to make that impact. Not that all of a sudden you pop your finger and they, the computer programmers. No, just be logical in terms of that process. On the touch part, Ed Crutchfield was the president of First Union National Bank. And it made the front page of the newspaper years ago when he was out of town and called back to the bank and he got a recording. The very next day, he said, I don't ever want to have a machine answering the calls at First Union National Bank. He was in a position to spend the money, and it happened. Because it's going to cost money to have that personal touch, and we need to consider that. The next piece is the county is like a big bucket. We get all the things that don't work somewhere else, whether it's jails, juveniles, mental health, you name it. We get it. And so our bucket is only so big. So let's be intentional. Let's go back upstream from that leaky pipe and see if we can fix some of the faucets that's causing those drips. I mean, this is just unacceptable in terms of the demographics in Mecklenburg County as it relates to African Americans. It's just completely unacceptable to me. And I've said this before with my colleagues. It's just unacceptable. So my push is to go upstream and let's figure out where these folks are getting off track that comes down for us. That's really important to me. And when Yolanda Griffin talked about some of the areas, I want to know census. All these homeless people coming from Gaston County because they closed their homeless shelters? Yeah. Are these our folk that have been here 5 years, et cetera? I don't know that. Are the youngsters who can't read or write that you're referencing, are they coming from CMS? Are they coming from the school system in New Jersey?
Thank you.
So census data is important to kind of put a framework on what we can fix, Mr. Manager, or what we can't fix. Yep. But that data really helps us. The other piece is employers. This county, before I got on, spent money to investigate corporations buying rental property. And the results came back, a big study. The last point in terms of a resolution was for employees to pay a living wage, and we just skipped that out. That just went over everybody's head. So
Griff, say that again, please.
The last corrective point, there was a recommendation from that study during our public policy workshop in room 267 when they talked about the impact of corporations buying houses, rental houses.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Go back and look at the report. The last recommendation of that report was that employers needed to look at paying their employees a living wage.
Gotcha.
All right? So go back and look at that report. Here we are talking about employers again. 80%, I talked to Ms. London, school board member London and CEO London about living wages. And I hope she can remember. She said 80% of the jobs in October of 2024 that she sent to me for living wage jobs, 75,000 or above, 80% required a college degree. Dr. Hills just mentioned a minute ago about a college degree. So if we're intentional about some of the things that we can control, you don't need everybody to have a college degree, but until employers change their stripes, let's help kids get a college degree. Now, in terms of advanced manufacturing, I'm in a facility yesterday, Mr. Chairman, and I mentioned the fact that the county was bringing in Scout. The gentleman said to me, oh yeah, we have a robotics contract with Scout, and we're sending our robotics trained kids down to Blightwood, South Carolina to work in the factories. I just don't accept that we can't bring some things to scale, Mr. Chairman, if we put our heads together. There's too much capacity, as all of the panel said, for us to sit here. And I'll make a final comment, and I hope y'all take it in the spirit that is given. About 30 years ago, there was a saying that came out of the national debate on education. It said the soft bigotry of low expectations.
That's right.
If we don't think we're going to change the profile of homeless folk or the people getting welfare or the folk who are locked up in jail, we're never going to find a solution, period. We're going to continue nibbling at the edges. So if we really have high expectations that this is not normal, this huge disparity, then let's figure out how to make it happen. And I would say something else, but anyway.
You know, I don't disagree. Let me say, I'm multitasking over here, texting because there's an emergency management call going on. So I'm engaging with Chief Johnson, but I've asked Derek Ramos to step away from the call. So I hear you loud and clear, and couldn't agree more. And I really appreciate the discussion and the passion. And you touched on my comment, which is a segue, and I applaud the board for recognizing this. We can't approach this in a vacuum. You know, if you think about what you have on your agenda, it is all relative. Affordable housing, talked about the youth crime as well, the mental health. I mean, we have to have a holistic view in approaching this for some of the individuals and families that we serve. So I could not agree more with you, Commissioner Griffin, regarding the expectations and looking at it more holistically, in my words, to ensure that these expectations that we share is realized.
I was just trying to address the chairman's comments about scale.
Thank you.
And Hugh McCall was at Nations Bank. You said First Union. That's Ed.
No. Ed Crutchfield.
Right, okay.
Yeah, Ed Crutchfield. Yeah, okay, if I said Hugh McCall, I meant Ed Crutchfield. Ed Crutchfield.
You got it right.
Yeah, they
Commissioner Leak.
They both used to run this place.
They did.
I'm going to piggyback on something that Mr. Griffin.
Commissioner, pull your mic closer, please.
I probably need to move my body closer, okay?
I'll move it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I started a small business consortium with the county. Started with 4 women, and it graduated to over 500 or 600 people coming to the meetings. They were looking for means and ways by which to get contracts. Some were prepared and some were not prepared, and we called it small business. But in the process and working with each other and coming together and bringing in speakers and not having people being jealous because we were doing it, it began to work. It began to pay off for us. And we're still dealing with the same thing. From that process, I sent 9 women to Africa. You can't just depend upon America, or Charlotte, Mecklenburg. 9 women I sent to Africa, and they came out with means and ways by which to do governmental business. Not church business, governmental business, which they were not getting in Mecklenburg County. Not the county itself, but the city itself. And I think about Eastland Mall, how the city neglected 12 years from us getting taxes from those people by having businesses there. But getting back to the small business, I talked last night to one of the young men that I work with the small business, who is now in Africa and has major contracts, not just women, and he's building a home there. And it's the young man that opened the bank down on Beatty'sford Road. So many of those individuals, because of the lack of support, the lack of making sure that there was money available or support available, it was changed. But we're going to come back and make sure that we do what's right. But we have to give people an opportunity to know what our expectations are from the board's perspective, to get contracts, know how to run a business, know how to handle a business, in getting back to what Mr.
Your next
Griffin
door
said, I was talking to the young man over housing, trying to find an apartment and a house for somebody. When I called, I couldn't get an answer. But after I did get an answer, they sent me to 4 different people on the phone before I could get to the right person. So that in itself is a problem when you put a machine to do the talking when we need to have a human being there to do the talking for us. So I invited him to come to my office and call his own office so he could see how long it took him to get somebody on the phone. So we have to change the way in which we're doing business, but expectation has to be different.
That's the case. It's still wrong.
People have to be ready, and I think about 3rd graders that can't read and write and do arithmetic. They're still there. They're still there. And it's our responsibility to hold all of us accountable. And it's not just the school system, it's the total community.
Parents, too.
Parents. We don't hold parents accountable. Like the little kid yesterday, I saw 2 police cars with a six-year-old, and the child's mother had not picked her up, and it was 6 o'clock. It was right every time we left here. And I tried to talk to the policeman to see what school the child attended, how could I support, and she said, you move on because we're busy. I said, I know you're busy because I'm busy too. So we've got to change the philosophy of how we do things as a people. Small business. People got jealous of them, even the people who were coming. People from New York asked me if they could come and present to my small business consortium. So, thank you. I'm happy that I had that opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Powell.
And continue to work.
Thank you.
That's
So
right, small business.
Question number 2, the biggest challenge, and just, it's just my own life perspective. One of the biggest challenges is it is completely the commitment from employers. And so I had written this a long time ago for question number 2, but a commitment from employers for internships, a commitment from employers to mentor, and to understand that they have to be part of that, because it's like they want these people to come in and do work for free. And we found that they wanted us to pay for everything. They wanted the county to pay the people that were getting the internships. They wanted us to pay liability insurance. They wanted us to pay safety equipment, like everything. And, there are so many employers that come to us for tax incentives and call them, you hear me say this a lot, they call themselves partners when they want something. But when it's something like that requires work, that's too much for us. And so, I think that's one of the biggest challenges is getting the commitment from employers to do it. And, I was a preceptor. So in healthcare at Presbyterian Hospital, I was a preceptor. Presbyterian was committed to that. It is a ton of work. But there are employers that will do it, and we need to find them. But we also need to put heat on the ones that, aren't true partners. And I really want you to invite Jamie Lane, because she can tell you what that struggle was in North Mecklenburg. The other thing that I wanted to talk about, I think we need more a lot more internships. I think that would be helpful. And my own experience, there are so many people, there was a young person in Big Brothers Big Sisters that was in a situation where they were considered disabled. And he was talking, I remember he was talking to a judge, and the judge says, and they were going through a disability hearing. And the judge said, well, you're disabled. And he's like, I could do something. He was so troubled to be called disabled because he said he could do something. And we have to work all together to find places for people that want to work, who can work, who might not be able to work normal shifts. But we have a tiny program for high-functioning autism, folks with autism. and this is just, I'm speaking to Hope. I saw it on the list of needs, and then I know the statistics for autism. So it's just how, like, I want to be part of whatever it takes to increase the capacity for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. So everyone has been heard multiple times that wanted to be heard. And so I want to do a couple of things. I've got some final thoughts, but before we break for lunch, after I say what I want to say, I'm going to turn to the manager if there's any update post-call.
Well,
but what I could do is
check in with Derek, but they're asking, they're considering a state of emergency, but I'll talk to you out.
Okay. All right.
We'll get together afterwards.
Sounds good. So a couple of comments that I want to make. One, I just want to highlight in my original comments, I posed a scenario to my colleagues, right, wrong, or indifferent. Maybe multiple options are great, but I still feel somewhat disconnected because there's a level of what I believe inconsistency to get someone in the funnel. We don't all have the contacts of a Commissioner Griffin to call somebody from the bank and say, hey, get that person in there, which is awesome that he leverages that. Certainly, everyone is not going to know a school board member. And
everybody on this board has access to me.
but what I'm saying is, if you go beyond the board, right? So other community folks, because you're right, we do, but other folks within the community. And so I just feel like, Dr. Colville, there's a huge disconnect. It would be great to have a level of consistency where you don't have to have a special connection. If I just am sitting on Central Avenue and I'm waiting for the number 9 bus and I see something that says, hey, you want to improve your life? You want an opportunity? Call this number. Or website, or I don't know, but that's just Mark's thought process. And
Yeah, and one thing I'll say, and I think this has come up consistently in a number of comments, when folks have talked about the relational piece of this or having that core touch point, one of the consistent things we find, whether it's across workforce or housing, as we've looked across the country and seen what's effective in randomized control trials and other things, it's not just having the resources, it's pairing the resources with a person who can help you navigate them. So whether it's housing vouchers or workforce development, it's making sure that we have a robust ecosystem of programs, but if folks can't access the programs, I think we're seeing that bubble up as a consistent theme.
Thank you. So barrier number 1 for me is that consistency that I talked about. Barrier number 2 is I think we have folks that demonstrate that they have a commitment to work and that they are willing to do what they have to do to put food on their table, keep a roof over their head. Where the barrier that I find is that if I want to get into a training program, I cannot live. I cannot live. So the choice I have to make is to continue down the path, hope, wish, pray that something else happens and money just doesn't magically drop out of the sky. My own personal experience was my mother had the opportunity through a program that changed the trajectory in my destiny in life. Because when she went back to school, her bills were paid, she had childcare. Ultimately, 2-3 years after she finished school, bought a little piece of house that went from a public housing situation to a home ownership. But it was because of that investment, which was gotten back 10 times more after she became a homeowner and was making a different level of income. And so we have a lot of people out there that will have that drive and that work ethic they can't change their circumstance because there's no way that you pay your bills. So that's barrier number two. The last point that I want to make, and I thank my colleagues for being so patient and for this robust discussion. I want to thank the panelists, Dr. Johnson for your leadership, and Michael for what you're doing in this space. The last point I want to make, because there's been a little bit of touch point about our incentives with respect to economic development, how we tie that to our workforce. And I know that, full transparency, I am a huge proponent of economic development and the incentives that are provided. I am. I believe that the dollars that we generate allow us to do the level of programming that we're discussing right now. But for those dollars, we wouldn't have it. Doesn't mean that my colleagues that have concerns about our employers doing enough, that doesn't mean that they're wrong, because I think they're absolutely right. The interesting thing, and we can't take it up now, most of the time employers come here because they believe we have an amazing workforce. You don't plop down in the community because you don't think they have a good workforce or they have the talent in the community. And so it would be great to have a better connection to know who they're hiring from the community so that we can tie it back to what a lot of my colleagues are saying, because I don't think statutorily or contractually we can tie the incentive at this point. We can't tie it and say you have to hire X number of people from the job. If I was running a company, I wouldn't allow you to give me a number, because how do I know that I could hit that number based on what's here? And I'm competing against other people, right? So I think there's ways that, and that doesn't make me right because I feel that way, but I do think if we could track the impact to local, our local opportunity, it would be helpful. So I wanted to be able to end with that, and just we're up against lunch, and it doesn't look like we have to do a working lunch right now.
So far, we're good. Yep.
All right.
If you have any questions about recycling, please talk to me.
Thank you, panelists. You were great.
Yes, Elaine.
All right, let's go to lunch, everybody. Dr. Johnson, we're going to go ahead and get started so we can stay on time, and I think everybody will be able to catch up.
You can't even text everyone that we're starting because their phones are here.
All right.
Some of our favorite people.
Favorite people, yes. I'm back.
All right. Yeah. You see what Dr. Campbell started? It's a new, this is a new tradition for us, okay? You definitely started it. And then George is taking it and running with it.
He is. Well, good afternoon, and I hope everyone enjoyed your lunch.
Yes.
And again, for those who are online, if you do not know me, I am Leslie Johnson, Deputy County Manager, overseeing the departments and initiatives aligned to economic development, workforce development, and upward mobility, historic preservation, environmental leadership, to include air quality, waste reduction, flood mitigation, stream and creek restoration, parks, open space, and preserving our natural resources. Protecting the environment for the benefit of future generations is fundamental, particularly as it relates to the quality of life, and is a key element of Mecklenburg County's community vision of being a community of pride and choice for people to live, learn, work, and recreate. Mecklenburg Board of County Commissioners adopted an environmental leadership policy in 2004 and approved a resolution affirming that the policy addressed climate protection in 2005. Although over the years progress had been made, in 2020 we recognized there was opportunity to enhance and refine the county's policy to address the effects of regional growth and a changing environment. So in FY21, the Board of County Commissioners approved a revised and updated environmental leadership policy and affirmed support for an accompanying environmental leadership action plan. Since this time, we continue to make incremental advancements towards the goals. Notwithstanding this, the work must continue. Commissioner Powell would even argue it is paramount. At the board's fall retreat, Commissioner Powell emphasized the urgent need to accelerate land acquisition to safeguard natural resources amid rapid growth. She further uplifted that as Mecklenburg County expands, increased impervious surfaces such as roads and rooftops worsen environmental challenges, impacting health, water quality, and climate resiliency. Yet, Commissioner Powell resounded that buying land benefits the very points that she elevated as having detrimental impacts to the environment. She also noted that open space keeps cities cool, promote health, support wildlife, eases stormwater pressures, and protects the drinking water. Today, the team will highlight our accomplishments, provide trend data, and share their perspectives about the opportunities and challenges that we are facing with regards to achieving these environmental leadership goals. We will then transition to board discussion seeking your comments and direction on a handful plus of important questions. We will begin with Michael Griswold, again, Director of Office of Strategy and Innovation, providing an overview of the county's environmental leadership investments to date. He will also highlight alignment to the balanced scorecard and present our most recent performance results. He will be followed by Aaron Stanford, Environmental Sustainability Program Manager, Nick Walker, Park and Recreation Director, Ebenezer Gujarla-Pudi, Land Use and Environmental Services Agency, sometimes known as LUISA Director, and Mark Hahn, Asset and Facility Management Director. I will now ask Michael Griswold to come forward.
Griswold has gotten like so many applause.
Well, I was just telling Leslie, I'm pretty sure that was for her.
It's proportionate.
It's proportionate. So I appreciate y'all letting me come back up. This is also my last time, so you won't have to worry about me anymore. Okay, so let's get going. So good afternoon. Again, here to talk about investments and provide an overview of investments and alignments to both the balanced scorecard that my office is developing, as well as alignments to your board priorities. So this slide highlights the county's investments in preserving natural resources, an important part of environmental stewardship and long-term community sustainability. At a high level, these investments reflect the county's commitment to protecting the natural environment that supports quality of life for residents today and for future generations. This includes protecting land, improving air and water quality, and investing in systems that strengthen resilience as our community grows. For 2026, the county has committed $131 million towards natural resource investments. That is a significant annual investment and reflects the county's continued prioritization of environmental sustainability as part of good governance and long-range planning. When we step back and look at the cumulative investment since 2018, the county has invested $867 million when you include ARPA funding. This larger figure is important because it shows that the work, again, is not temporary or one-time. It's part of a long-term, sustained stewardship strategy. These investments span a portfolio of services and initiatives. They include core environmental protection work in solid waste, stormwater, and air quality, which directly influence public health and environmental safety. They also include proactive investments in open space land acquisition, which protects critical lands and ensures residents continue to have access to preserve natural areas as the county grows. Additionally, investments support nature preserves and natural resource management, long-term environmental planning through ELAP investments, as Dr. Johnson mentioned, and cooperative extension services, which help provide education and community support around natural resources and best practices. Portfolio also includes, as is noted here, about $6.5 million in ARPA investments, which supported targeted improvements. At a high level, we have a sense of what our outputs are, and we're working towards a better understanding of true impact, which is what we're doing with the scorecard generally. And that's where, again, the scorecard approach comes in. So overall, the story that this slide tells is that the county, again, is backing its environmental stewardship commitments with real resources, investing in clean air, clean water, protected land, and long-term sustainability in a way that supports residents across the county. All right, so this one's a little bit different because for most of the other ones that I've talked about, there's only been one objective that aligns. However, for this one, we have two objectives. So I will start with objective 4.1, which focuses on enhancing environmental stewardship through conservation, monitoring, and sustainable practices. This objective is aligned to your environmental stewardship priority, as is noted in the bottom left of this slide. So at a high level, this objective is about protecting Mecklenburg County's natural environment and ensuring that our land, air, and water remain healthy and resilient for future generations. This is important, again, because environmental stewardship is one of those priorities that really does impact everything, right? So public health, environmental safety, quality of life, and long-term sustainability. This objective is designed to measure stewardship in practical terms, meaning not just what we value, but also how we're performing. Again, to the comments that we've heard about outcomes over outputs from the board. And that includes both environmental outcomes that residents care about and operational decisions that the county controls directly. So on the scorecard here, you'll see 4 SMART goals that help measure progress towards this objective. First, we propose to track the county government's total carbon emissions, which was at 45,000 tons of CO2 equivalent at the end of 2025. As you can see here, the target is listed as to be determined, and that's intentional because we really want to get the board's feedback, right? So that is a key decision point today. You know, the county can and does track its carbon footprint, and the next step, as I mentioned, is aligning with you all on an appropriate target that reflects the board's priorities and long-term community expectations. Based upon the conversation that we have during this session, county leadership and staff will finalize a target that incorporates the board's discussion and input. Second, we are measuring progress in transitioning the county fleet to electric vehicles. The target is a total of 640 EVs by 2030, and the most recent result shows that we, at the end of 2025, had 140 electric vehicles, which provides a clear benchmark and transparent view of progress. The 640 target for 2030 is aligned with the larger ELAP goal of continuing to transition the county's vehicle fleet and represents an intermediate target that is aligned with where we would like the county to be at the end of 2035. Finally, we're tracking solid waste diversion. The county's goal is to reach a 54% diversion rate by 2035, which again is aligned to long-term environmental planning. And the most recent result shows 45% at the end of 2025. This is important again because it reflects progress, but also a continued opportunity to improve waste reduction and sustainability practices. On the community indicator side, we're tracking air quality, including ozone compliance with federal standards. The target here is 70 parts per billion, and the most recent result showed that we were at 69 parts per billion, which is within that compliance range. Again, this matters because air quality directly impacts resident health, and compliance requires steady, long-term attention. So taken together, these goals help ensure that the environmental stewardship work that we are doing is advanced in measurable and transparent ways through cleaner operations, healthier air, reduced emissions, and stronger long-term sustainability outcomes for the community. Next, I'd like to highlight Objective 4.2, which is also relevant to the topic of the environment and preserving natural resources. This objective focuses on expanding access to parks, open space, and recreation opportunities, and is again aligned to your environmental stewardship priority. At its core, this objective is about something very simple, ensuring that Mecklenburg County residents, regardless of where they live, have access to safe, high-quality parks, open space, and recreational opportunities. We're framing this objective intentionally around access because access is what drives outcomes. This work supports multiple community outcomes at once, and when residents have quality parks and green spaces nearby, it improves their physical health, supports their mental well-being, strengthens community connection, and builds a sense of place and pride. When the green space is distributed equitably across the county, it becomes a powerful quality of life equalizer, particularly for families and neighborhoods that may have fewer options for recreation. On the scorecard, we have 2 SMART goals in the top and then a community goal at the bottom. The first goal focuses on greenway expansion. So greenways help connect people to parks and to each other, and they help create that safe and enjoyable ways to walk, run, bike, and spend time outside. The target here is to complete an additional 25.6 miles of greenway by 2030. So I would like to mention that this is a very intentional target. Given the time that it takes to acquire land, to plan, to develop, and to open greenways, it's important to be realistic about what is feasible. The 25.6 mile target represents the currently planned greenway expansion through 2030. And the number of miles planned for completion in each year, it does vary, but our most recent result for 2025 shows that the county has added approximately 9 miles in last fiscal year. And just to be clear, this 25.6 would be an additional 25.6 on top of that 9. So that tells us that the county is making real progress towards expanding connectivity, and this metric will continue to help us track that progress over time. The second goal focuses on enrolling at least 500 acres in the county's Voluntary Agricultural District, or VAD, or the Enhanced VAD by 2027. This is new work that is just getting underway and is aligned to the county's farmland preservation work, which my colleagues will discuss in a little bit more detail during this session. Finally, our community indicator is related to overall parkland and open space availability, which is measured as 1,000 acres per 19 acres per 1,000 residents. That would be a little bit more than we planned. So the reason that this is important is that Mecklenburg County, as the county grows, demand does increase. And so the question becomes, are we continuing to maintain adequate access to open space even as population rises? So again, the target, 19 acres per 1,000 residents, and our most recent 2025 result was just shy of that at 18.99, which is essentially right at the target. That's encouraging, and it signals that the county is maintaining access and capacity at a level that supports quality of life. It's also important to recognize that this metric will not be feasible forever. As the county continues to grow and the pool of available resources and appropriate land decreases, this metric will eventually become unattainable in both practical and financial terms. That said, it is still relevant today, and it is a relevant measure in the short term, and county staff and leadership will continue to collaborate to identify additional ways that we can measure impact in this space. Taken together, these measures help tell a clear story. We are working to both expand access through connectivity, the greenway system, and protect and maintain open space capacity so that growth doesn't erode the quality of life that residents expect. And as this objective moves forward, these measures will also help to inform future decisions about where we prioritize investments, ensuring that we are continuing to expand access in ways that are meaningful, equitable, and consistent with long-term community well-being. That concludes my section, and I will hand the floor to Aaron Stanforth, who will continue the discussion on this topic. Thank you.
Good night.
Hello.
Hey, Aaron.
Good afternoon. I'm here to talk about our Environmental Leadership Action Plan. How do I? Yes. Are we?
Too far?
Did I?
You want me to try?
There you go.
Nope. You're on the wrong way. Wrong
The other way.
Other way.
Yep.
One more.
Yay. Woo, all right. Thank you. So I'm here to talk about the Environmental Leadership Action Plan, which is organized into 4 sections: facilities and fleet, operations, natural environment, and policies and partnerships. As Dr. Johnson mentioned, you all endorsed the updated environmental leadership policy in 2021, along with our associated environmental leadership action plan. So let's dive into some updates. All right, so specific to facilities and fleet, if I can advance the slide. In FY25, we had 1 deep energy retrofit project that was under construction, and 2 additional are planned to become under construction. You'll see in this table here, as time has progressed from FY22 to 25, our water consumption has increased, but our energy consumption by building has substantially decreased. The energy consumption can be attributed to deep energy retrofits along with some solar installs. And then the water, that can be attributed to additional aquatic centers coming online, as well as pools coming online, and additional buildings coming online as well. Next slide. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So specific to our fleet, we have been increasing the amount of electric vehicles that are included in our fleet. You can see starting in FY22, we had 9. We've gotten up to about 140 by the end of FY25. We've also been increasing the amount of EV charging stations within our facilities, and that is to ensure individuals that have electric vehicles can in fact charge them within their spaces. If you go to the next slide, thank you. And so getting into air quality, just briefly, Dr. Johnson did mention about the, as well as Michael, about the ozone layer, the ozone level rather, that's reduced and below our federal recommendations. But in addition to that, we have had no code orange days this fiscal year. A code orange day is a day that has poor air quality and is detrimental to folks that are older generational, children, individuals that are sick, and we had none of those in FY25, which is huge. In addition to that, you can see that we have maintained that below 70 parts per billion ozone compliance value for FY22 all the way through FY25. And lastly, our GRADE program, Grants to Reduce Aging Diesel Engines, has steadily increased with time. We have reduced NOx, which is nitrous oxide emissions associated with those diesel engines, by over 200 tons since FY22, which is pretty amazing. Go to the next slide. Thank you. So getting into operations, if you go to the next slide. Thank you. Getting into solid waste. So as Michael mentioned, we have seen a steady increase in population coming to the city of Charlotte/Mecklenburg County. And with that comes increased trash and increased recycling. You can see that our landfill tonnage, which is garbage that's going straight to our landfill, has steadily increased, as has our yard waste, as well as recycling year after year. However, our waste diversion ratio has continued to be within that 45 to 50%, which is huge. A waste diversion ratio essentially is the percentage of waste that we're diverting from the landfill via recycling, composting, et cetera. That's really significant and high considering the area of Mecklenburg County. We're over 1 million people. That's wild. If you go to the next slide. Thanks. So getting into solid waste accomplishments, in FY24, solid waste began to collect clean wood waste as another stream to divert from our landfill. In addition to that, Mecklenburg County is now the second highest collector of rigid foam in the country. So let's think about that for a moment. When I say rigid foam, I mean styrofoam. Last year, we collected 80 tons of styrofoam. So just think about that for a moment, how much styrofoam that truly is. That's incredible. It's been a program that's gone off like gangbusters. And then lastly, Division of Solid Waste also obtained the environmental steward status through North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. That's the photo you see down there at the bottom right-hand side, which is really a huge accomplishment for them. Next slide, please. In addition, our Work Green program continues to go off like gangbusters. As a refresher, Work Green is a program wherein individuals participate in engagement opportunities throughout the course of a fiscal year. That could be through volunteering, education, sitting on a green team, getting to work via clean commute, et cetera. If you earn 10 credits, you get 4 additional hours of paid time off the following fiscal year. 20 or more gives you 8 additional hours of paid time off. So that's really been successful. From FY22 to FY25, we saw an over 100% increase in our program participation, which is awesome. Go to the next slide. Thanks. So one more, natural environment. So let's talk about invasive species control. I do know, and we can say with full confidence, that since FY22, we have treated over 6,000 acres of invasives. That is incredible. In addition to that, more than 3,000 acres have been treated with prescribed burns. You can see a photo of one of those right here on this slide. I believe that's at Latta. And the box there in the middle, those are some common invasives that are seen throughout the county that our park staff see on a day-to-day basis. And I also want to emphasize that invasive species removal and prescribed burns are 2 separate entities. While they are very related in terms of process, we track them separately. They're 2 different ways that we handle our invasives. Go to the next slide, please. As Michael mentioned, we have been really focused on land acquisition since FY22. Since FY22, we've acquired over 1,600 acres of land for green and open space as a large pillar of our environmental leadership action plan. You can see here in this table that we've got new greenways, new parks, nature preserves, et cetera. We didn't start acquiring dual properties, so that's park and greenways, until in FY25. That's why those 3 slots are blank. And if you go to the next slide. Thank you. So in addition to that, as Michael again mentioned, we are committed to maintaining a rate of 19 acres of open and green space per 1,000 residents, but we all recognize the amount of people that are moving to this county is happening almost quicker than we can acquire land. And so that's why we're at an interesting space right now. In that FY25, we're at right now 18.99 acres per 1,000 residents. We do anticipate that increasing by the end of FY26 because of the projects we have in the queue right now. And if you go to the next slide, if you go back one, thank you. Thanks, Nick. So getting into stormwater, we all recognize that there were some direct impacts from Hurricane Helene happening here in Mecklenburg County. Since 1998, stormwater has saved approximately $58 million from flood-related loss, as well as damage costs from our residents, which is absolutely spectacular. Our miles of streams restored has steadily been at a steady pace, I will say, since 22, and we did have a big increase in the amount of flood-prone properties that were acquired in FY25. That can be attributed to victims of Hurricane Helene. If we go to the next slide. Thanks. Getting into just talking about stormwater and Helene specifically, since 1998, we've purchased over 500 homes and businesses and removed them from the floodplain through different programs that stormwater does, in fact, provide. In addition to that, I want to get this acronym right, the North Carolina Emergency Management for the Hazard Mitigation Grants, that is the direct lifeline that our victims of Helene were utilizing. We anticipate that continuing to be utilized into FY27, just to be really transparent about that. If we go to the next slide, thank you. Policies and partnerships, last section. So our farmland preservation plan, as Michael Griswold mentioned before, is organized into 4 overarching goals, which I don't need to read out here aloud. You all did endorse that in FY24, so that's March of 2023. If you go to the next slide. So let's talk briefly about Edgewater Farm Park. Edgewater Farm Park is intended to be an innovative space wherein we are creating educational opportunities for folks, also creating passive recreation opportunities, and allowing farmers to have a space to learn about agriculture and connect in a really pastoral area. This does fulfill goals 2 and 3 of our farmland preservation plan. We have completed the master planning process for that site now, and we are in the process of implementing phase 1. The 2 smaller photos on this slide, the photo to the right is of one of our open houses we held on site to get community feedback to inform that master plan. And then the smaller photo to the left, rather, is a photo of a focus group to get feedback for that plan itself. I'm not holding the clicker, so.
I know.
So briefly, also in the vein of agriculture, our voluntary and enhanced voluntary agriculture district ordinance was endorsed by you all, the Board of County Commissioners, in September of this year, or last year rather. We are the 93rd country to bring that to fruition, which is really exciting in the state of North Carolina. We have, statutorily, we're required to establish an agricultural advisory board to administer and make decisions on all the applications to the voluntary ag district and enhanced voluntary ag district. That is primarily comprised of farmers and has been created. We met for the first time last month, or this month, and we actually this week received our first VAD application, which is really exciting. Let's go to that next slide. And finally, our conservation and preservation framework was created, and it began in FY23. We implemented it in FY24, and by implement, I mean received endorsement from you all on it. The conservation and preservation framework is intended to protect the land that we've been acquiring within the principles of ELAP in perpetuity for its intended use. So we are in the process of developing an implementation plan for the conservation and preservation framework, but it is intended to protect the greenways, nature preserves, and park acres that we have acquired since '22 with ELAP dollars. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nick.
And
Thank you.
I am going to sit because I, unlike a lot of the presenters today, have one slide. So this will be quick. In part because I thought it was important to lay out the strengths, opportunities, and challenges as it relates to our two primary areas of involvement in this area. Around land acquisition, it's been stated, you saw the numbers, it's incredibly, I think we need to take a moment to talk about the fact that more than 1,600 acres have been purchased for the purpose of green space. That is substantially more than many departments around the country. Likewise, as we look at the framework, the implementation of the framework that the commission put together, in the last year, more than 600 acres were accepted for state dedication, which if you want a very thorough discussion of that, Chris Matthews, who's the division director over nature preserves and natural resources, is back there. He can educate you on it. But it is a time-consuming process, and it is also the highest level of protection that we can put on a property. In terms of how do we move forward, because Director Griswold talked about how difficult it's going to become, and that's very true because it is difficult now as we go forward. Some of it is looking at new and creative ways to address making land available. And again, as we talk about the board policy later, we'll get into a conversation around that. But some of the things that I view as an opportunity, we are in regular conversation. We meet monthly with our colleagues at CMS to talk about projects that interact with one another. And one of the things we have heard is as they develop future properties, their acreage requirements have changed. They have a model now where they like to be able to build a school, but have enough property on the site to be able to build the new school when they replace that one on the same property so that they don't have to deal with all the other logistics. A lot of the site has been done. What that means is surplus becomes available as they're not going to, their goal is to be able to do that going forward. So if they're going to build a new school, the site of the old school is more than likely something that could be on the table. So as we look at land acquisition opportunities, that piece of information I think is huge because it changes the dynamic in which we exist. Another is nonprofit partners and others, which is a large category, and the reason that it's specifically vague. Looking at things like recreation easements, which is something the county has not traditionally done. We do have easements on Duke property and others where we were able to access the land, but we haven't sought that as an opportunity. Rather, when it's presented itself, we're happy with it. But the idea of us going in and saying, if you are going to develop this property, is there an opportunity for us to be able to have a long-term lease here in which we can do some recreational activities? Those types of things minimize the financial exposure of the county, but make the quality of life of residents much higher. And again, I got to say it because we got to keep saying it. You know, the expression we use about they're not making any more land, that's true. The amount of space that is out there, I did a quick Google search, so I guess I'm an expert on this now. But essentially, I looked at a couple of aggregate sites that look at parcels of land that are for sale. You're not going to find those on Zillow and Realtor.com. You have to look at places where people buy land. And there were about 400 properties available for sale in Mecklenburg County. If you take out HOAs, properties that are smaller than 2 acres, properties that already have something on them, and then you minimize it down to the areas that we're interested in, that drops down to less than 10. And again, that's why I'm a guy that had a former life as a computer scientist. I like math. This isn't an arithmetic problem. This isn't an algebra problem. This isn't a trigonometry problem. It's a calculus problem. It requires a lot of patience, time, and intentionality. My team personally right now, we meet 6 to 7 times a month internally and with our partners in AFM and with our partners in other departments to try to come up with strategies. But a lot of times, and Bert, I wish he was here today, has a section of Greenway that it took 22 years for us to cobble together the parcels. It's a long game. And so with that in mind, that'll be part of the conversation. And then lastly, invasive species treatment. We need to use the term treatment because it is not removal. It is a very important part of what we do as we talk about our ecological impact and the things that we do. It's an annual thing that you got to do over and over again. And Chris's team does an amazing job. I will say the picture of the controlled burn, again, not something we did in Memphis. So it is, but it is the level of dedication and professionalism it takes for county staff to do those things in a safe way, but it's important, is huge. And so likewise, as we think about these things, we have to remember we can't just make a huge investment one time in invasive species treatment. I screwed up, used the wrong word. We have to make it continual and ongoing. So again, I was as quick as I could be, and now I'll hand it over to my colleague.
Good afternoon.
One slide. I did one slide.
My average per slide is going to be a lot faster.
Oh, boo, boo, boo.
Good afternoon again. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm going to be just working through some of the Louisa divisions. We have at least 3, beginning with Louisa air quality. As the ELAB goes, you know, there's a focus on zero carbon and climate change. Just wanted to kind of put it on the radar that, you know, as we kind of look at new strategies on how to reduce our carbon footprint, many a times some solutions out there may not have a local impact. They help the region but not local. So this is just putting it in front of the board to also look at a broader, as you evaluate strategies on how we get to that goal, to also find those that will have a local air quality impact. One of which is EVs, and that's a great thing. But as we run out of options and look at broader strategies, that's something we want to put on the table. Secondly, we want to, one of the things that has been very successful, as Aaron mentioned, is the GRADE grants. But one of the challenges we've had, we've lost over $3 million of GRADE grant money because of the Buy America waiver. Because diesel engines that are manufactured outside the country sometimes are not eligible for the grant funding. And so we're just putting it on the board's radar so that as we continue to advocate for the change at the federal level. But also, air quality, primarily, we don't, there's a small amount of general fund dollars that are put towards air quality as a supplement. But all those operations are funded by federal grants, which have not changed over the last 10 plus years. And one of the things that happens in air quality is, as we are more successful, we lose money. What do I mean by that? Before, when we were non-compliant for ozone, we got to charge a surcharge per ton fees for the facilities. Once we came into compliance, that falls away. And so in one way, that is great. But again, we have to look at alternate. And as we discuss, you'll have more options to look at. We have to come up with a more robust and a sustained funding source for air quality going forward. Stormwater, one of the things we have been challenged with recently is, and we appreciate the board's help with this, ongoing help is where some of the federal grants have now new requirements with respect to DEI language, et cetera, that put us at a disadvantage from other communities. So our ask is to ongoing advocacy to make sure that we can continue to have access for those grants, because they help us in terms of some of the stream restoration and other projects that we do in stormwater. And the cost of construction, there's an ELAB goal we have as to how many miles of streams we want to restore by a certain time. And the reason I put that forward is when the ELAP was first adopted, if you've noticed when Erin presented, the first year, FY22, we did about 4.5 miles. Last year was 2.2. And there's a reason for that as well. Again, there's partly land acquisition, partly easements, et cetera. But in FY22, per mile of stream restoration, the estimate was about $2.9 million. Most recently, the recent bid came in at $7 million. So with a finite amount of money, it becomes a challenge. So we have to, from a big picture, look at, do we extend the timeline? Do we adjust the goal? What does that look like? Because ultimately, stormwater is fee-based, and the fees have to be passed on to the community. Now, we don't receive money from the general fund. And so we have to look at stream restoration goals as well. And then other opportunities we have is, again, the disaster recovery. As we said, each town, each of our local jurisdictions has a different priority as development happens. So we're going to continue to pursue strong partnerships. We have, I think, some interlocal agreements coming up, and so we continue to monitor that. And then the state legislation has always been a challenge. Every year the legislature is in session. They are working on some way or means to reduce local authority, especially in the stormwater area. So we appreciate your continued advocacy in that regard. Now, coming to solid waste, we thank you for your help with the recent legislative change at the state level. As you know, in the solid waste category, some of you may not realize, I think we do 4 tractor-trailer loads of tires every week that go from our facilities, because we are required to receive all the tires that come to us, irrespective of where they come from. And so over time, we've been spending over $500,000 of the fee revenue. I think the state has made some minor changes, but we'll have to continue to refine that so that we can recover all the cost that we incur in order to recycle the tires. Batteries have become an interesting challenge recently. We have averaged about 2 fires a week. And these fires can start up at any time. Just about 2 months ago, we had a fire at 2 a.m. in Foxhole, because the batteries are brought in, and these are recycled batteries, and because of the friction and the way they are compacted, et cetera, it's leading to a lot of fires. Public information has been great in getting the word out, but ongoing, whenever there's an opportunity to educate the public about not throwing rechargeable batteries in your trash, because people sometimes, in their zeal to recycle, put everything in the recycling bin. Rechargeable batteries don't go there. There's a separate stream to recycle those batteries. Tariffs have impacted us. As you know, we built the many people call it the baby MRF, the Pence Road MRF. We are now in the process of revamping our old material recovery facility because majority of this equipment is manufactured outside the U.S. So we are now beginning to see the impacts of tariffs, which means, again, the cost goes up. So one of the opportunities we may have is to kind of advocate for government projects to be exempted potentially from those kinds of tariffs, if at all possible. And then we have the goal for large equipment with zero carbon goals. You cannot find bulldozers or even sometimes large trucks that are electric at this point in time. So as you look at broad range goals for the county fleet in general, especially off-road and some on-road, it may be time and an opportunity to relook at it, because sometimes it may not be worth the increased cost in terms of trying to buy a vehicle which may not be as reliable because it has not been tested in the market for a long period of time. So this is just an opportunity to say, if you have tub grinders, for example, where we grind all the leaves and the trees and the yard waste that comes in, they're just electric or gasoline. So one way or the other, you're going to have, and there's no electric option right there at this time. So battery operator option. And solid waste, one of the things that is going to happen is our current agreement ends in 2028. We have also interlocals with all the city and the towns. And Speedway landfill, according to our most recent estimate, has about no more than 7 to 10 years worth of capacity, which means we are looking at a long-term strategy of trying to figure out how the community is going to handle. As you saw, it is almost 600,000 tons of trash that goes into Speedway annually. I think 583 was the last number, 583,000. So that is why solid waste has embarked on a 15-year financial model and a capital spend model, if you remember, looking at transfer stations, looking at alternate sites. And it may be that we have to have a whole menu of options to be able to help the community manage all the waste that is generated. Almost 900,000 tons of waste is generated in Mecklenburg County, which is processed through the county system. We also have businesses and other commercial that we don't touch or we don't see. So there's a lot more that is generated, but what we touch is that extent. And so we are continuing to work on, which may mean, again, one of the reasons why we bring that to you is even the next point. As population increases, the diversion rate goal of 54%, in order to divert more, what have to happen? We have to bring more into the system, in the recycling system, which means more facilities, more people, and more process. Every time you touch it, your cost goes up, which means the community is going to have to bear a greater cost, because right now, our cost to dispose of a ton of trash at Speedway is about $40 a ton. Surrounding, right now, just in the marketplace, they're anywhere from $80 to $90 a ton. It's going to double, if not slightly in that range. The city and the towns are going to bear that cost, but we also have the similar cost impacts that are going to be trickling down to us, because the cost to recycle, the cost to sell, and the last one bullet is the market fluctuations. 1 month, the cardboard rate may be high in the recycle market. In the second month, it could be aluminum. So we are constantly playing the market to make sure we get the maximum return on what we sell to the marketplace. And so all of these are factored into our financial model. And the reason we are putting it on your radar is there's going to be, there is going to be an impact on what our ratepayers are going to pay going forward in order for us to kind of meet all these goals both in the short term and the long term. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ebenezer. Good afternoon. I'm Mark Hahn, the county's Director of Asset and Facility Management. Today I'll be talking about my department's efforts to reach carbon neutrality by 2035 in relation to facilities and fleet, as well as where we are in relation to the county's total carbon footprint. There we go. This is kind of an overview of the presentation. This first slide is. With regard to deep energy retrofits to existing buildings and on-site solar installations, both are on track and showing good progress. The transition to electric vehicles is basically on track, with both the purchase of new vehicles and the installation of EV charging stations. But we do have potential risks with the integration of take-home electric vehicles and getting those integrated into county operations. So for take-home vehicles, we really need to purchase fast-charging EVs. That's different than the ones that sit at the county buildings and can be charged overnight. And they have to use the private sector charging network. So employees are able, or they can charge their EVs maybe when coming to work, during the day, or when going home. At this time, we actually have several of these new fast-charging vehicles that are being tested by county employees, and they're being tested as take-home vehicles. The main concern right now is whether the departments can integrate the time needed to charge the vehicles, that's usually around 20 to 30 minutes, into their daily or weekly routines without critically impacting their business processes. There's also a concern whether there are enough EV charging stations in the private sector network to conveniently charge the vehicles without long wait times. It's one thing to charge for 20 or 30 minutes, but if you have to wait 40 minutes, that's going to impact your day. If these challenges that I described are confirmed through actual usage, the negative impacts, if you will, and it impacts numerous departments, we may have to look at different alternatives for having employees charge their take-home EVs during regular business hours. For much of the remainder of my presentation, I'll be discussing an opportunity the county has to participate in a Duke Energy program, which involves investment in off-site solar installations, something we haven't talked about a lot yet. But first, I need to more fully describe the sources of carbon that make up the county's total carbon footprint. The largest source of carbon in the county's total carbon footprint is the electricity that we use to power our buildings and facilities. That's at 58% of the total. Natural gas used as a heating source for buildings and facilities comes in at 21% of the total. Gasoline fuel used to power the county's light fleet vehicles accounts for 11%. Diesel fuel used to power pickups and heavy vehicles and equipment is at 7%. And hydrofluorocarbons, or HFCs, account for the final 3% and are primarily found as refrigerant in HVAC units. This next chart shows the county's total carbon footprint. It's the one on the right-hand side, the two charts. The one I'm talking about first is the left of the two charts with color. And the carbon footprint is measured in tons of carbon dioxide equivalents. Michael mentioned this morning the 45,000. That's a 2023 baseline. So that's the left column as identified in 2023 for the baseline. It includes all of the sources that I just described. The impact of our current carbon reduction tactics, that is, includes deep energy retrofits of buildings, on-site solar installations, so we're putting solar on roofs mostly, and the transition to electric vehicles. Those are all included in the right column, and you can see that these tactics will account for a total reduction of 30% in the county's total carbon footprint by 2035. The opportunity that I mentioned earlier, participating in Duke Energy's Green Source Advantage Express initiative, is represented in the third column. By investing in solar energy produced by Duke Energy, the county could claim another 10% reduction, that's above the 30 I mentioned, in our carbon footprint, bringing the total reduction to 40% by 2035. I'll talk more about that opportunity later, but first I'd like to discuss projected cost for the first set of tactics that got us to that 30% reduction. There's been a lot of interest in the cost, and I think you'll see why. Now, this is a really heavy slide. There's a lot of information on this, so I'm going to try to break it down and kind of walk you through it. And I'm going to spend quite a bit of time on it. I hope no one goes to sleep. So the chart's broken down into two parts. The top part is titled Past Current Cost, and it shows the cost of projects that we've already paid for or are currently active, like the money's already encumbered. The first column shows the initiative or the tactic, including deep energy retrofits, or DER is the acronym for deep energy retrofits, on-site solar installations or solar PV, which is photovoltaics, EV charger installations, and then the EV transition or purchase of electric vehicles. So the second and third columns show the breakdown between the cost of replacement equipment and the cost of energy efficiency measures. I've talked a little bit about that in the past. So I'm going to talk more about it here today. The replacement cost column is for items that have to be replaced in the course of normal operations. It's not something extra. They have to be replaced over time due to equipment reaching its end of life. The ELAP measures, or energy efficiency measures, the ELAP cost column shows the additional cost of those energy-saving measures related to the project. And I'll give you some examples. In a deep energy retrofit project, let's say that has a major HVAC system replacement, so heating, ventilation, air conditioning, the second column would include the cost of replacing the existing equipment, like for like, while the third column includes the additional cost for purchasing high-efficiency energy-saving units or other measures that go along with that. For the deep energy retrofit projects, the additional energy efficiency measures generally come to around 15 to 20% of the total cost of the project, while the required replacement cost accounts for about 80 to 85% of the cost of that project. For solar projects, most of the work is all new, right? We didn't have solar on the roof before, so there's nothing to replace. And it's all energy savings related, except for some costs, like to say we might have to replace a roof before we put the solar on it. So you'll see most of the costs there in the green column under energy efficiencies. In the case of electric vehicle charging stations, they didn't previously exist at all, so they have no replacement costs shown. It's all new, all energy related. For the transition from gasoline-powered vehicles to electric vehicles, it's a little bit more like the HVAC example. The existing vehicles have to be replaced. That's when we replace them with EVs, when they're ready to be replaced at all. And there is some additional cost for those electric vehicles. There was more earlier. Now, in some cases, an electric vehicle doesn't cost more, but earlier in our venture here, they were definitely more expensive. So for the past and current cost portion on the chart, that top part, you can see that the subtotal replacement cost is $26.4 million, and the cost of ELAP measures in the green column is $17.8 million. Similarly, the bottom portion of the chart, titled Future Estimated Costs through 2035, includes the amount of funding still needed to complete these carbon reduction tactics to the year 2035 to get to that 30% reduction. The subtotal replacement costs for that bottom portion are at $74.8 million, and the ELAP measures subtotal is at $56.1 million. If you add all the costs in the green column, the energy efficiency measures, the ELAP measures, past, current, and future, you can see that these tactics come to a total of $73.99 million. That does include escalation, by the way, once completed in 2035. Of course, there are paybacks over time for the deep energy retrofit projects and the on-site solar projects. But these figures that you're seeing right here, that hasn't been accounted for in this chart. There's a comment in the upper left-hand paragraph that I'm going to discuss. We have prepared some really rough ballpark estimates for the payback time and energy savings for these two project types combined, deep energy retrofits and solar. The payback time is approximately 14 years with an anticipated average annual savings of approximately $7.6 million at completion of these projects. That produces an estimated break-even point by the year 2044, according to our estimates, with the remaining years being net savings annually until the equipment has to be replaced again, which is somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 to 15, 16 years later, depending on the type of the equipment. Not done with this slide yet. Based on these upfront costs, one of the policy questions that we're going to ask the board when Leslie comes up here later is to consider whether the county should reset targets or extend the time frame for reaching net zero carbon. Extending the time frame could allow the projected cost to be spread out over a longer period of time, and it might include other benefits, such as new technologies with greater efficiencies or lower costs. I mentioned previously that these tactics accounted for a reduction in the county's total carbon footprint of only 30%. So we still have 70% to go to meet that net zero carbon goal, and that really does represent quite a challenge. The next potential tactic to start toward that 70% reduction is investing in off-site solar installations. We've previously tried to negotiate agreements with solar developers for off-site solar installations, but we could not find a financially reasonable opportunity in doing that. However, we have been presented with a new opportunity from Duke Energy for a program they initiated this past fall, and I'm going to describe that next. Done with that slide. Thank goodness. Drink water. A little pause here. As I describe this new program, it's really important to understand that the reduction tactics mentioned previously of deep energy retrofits, on-site solar installations, and the conversion to electric vehicles, the transition to electric vehicles, those all involve actual reductions in energy use or actual reductions in carbon from a carbon source in the county's facilities and fleet. The reduction tactic I'm about to describe is a little different. It involves investing in off-site solar installations and purchasing the credits associated with that renewable energy. Once purchased, the county can then claim those credits as a reduction to our carbon footprint. Duke Energy's Green Source Advantage Express initiative is a competitive program that provides an opportunity for large business or government customers to claim the credits for new, this is important, new renewable energy sources on Duke Energy's grid. The energy is produced in the region and does benefit the region. In this program, customers apply for renewable energy subscription that offsets the customer's annual electricity usage produced by Duke Energy. Duke will reserve the renewable energy subscription on behalf of the customer, which means that nobody else can claim the credit for those same energy credits. County staff applied for this program a few months ago, and the county was allocated 7.11 megawatts of solar generated electricity, which equates to a 10% reduction or offset to our carbon footprint. Cost of the program for this 10% reduction is $70,000 per year over a contract term of 25 years for a total cost of $1.75 million over that full term. However, the county is allowed to cancel the contract at any time. But then, of course, if you cancel, you lose the credits and you can't claim it anymore. If Duke Energy, now I'm going to look beyond this even to the future more, because that's just 10%, right? If Duke Energy has future allocations available, and we don't know if they will, but if they do in the coming years, it's possible this program could allow the county to claim credits for up to an additional 33% of our entire carbon footprint. So again, if available, that could account for achieving up to 73% of our total reduction goal when added to the first set of tactics that were 30%. 30, 43. So the projected cost for the additional 33% is estimated to be $254,000 annually at a total cost of $6.35 million over that same 25-year term. These costs could be absorbed in the asset and facility management utility budget over time based on projected savings from the current and planned deep energy retrofit and on-site solar projects because of the savings that I mentioned earlier that those generate. So this part's really important. Timing on this one is urgent. Timing is urgent if the county wishes to claim this initial 10% credit, and a decision is necessary within the next couple of weeks. If we don't do that, our allocation will simply be given away to other customers. We've really got just a little bit of time left. Next, Deputy County Manager Leslie Johnson will facilitate a discussion of policy questions for the board regarding all the issues we presented today.
Mike, Aaron, Nick, Ebenezer, and Mark. You have done a great job setting a foundation for the board's discussion. Commissioners, as you will see, could you advance to the next slide for me? We have 4 broad topics with corresponding subtopics for the discussion. I'll provide a contextual overview on the first topic, allow the chair to facilitate discussion to the proposed question or questions, and then advance to the next slide and rinse repeat. Again, there's 4 sections that we need to get input from you. The good thing is we're within time. You have an hour and a half to pass your quiz on this section. So as you see, the first one is around net zero carbon. As we all know, air is essential for life. It provides oxygen, which is necessary for humans and animals to breathe and live. Hence, having good air quality is critical, life-sustaining, and an economic necessity. The Mecklenburg County team remains committed to monitoring and tracking, educating residents, and taking action to continue to make strides for the county to achieve net zero carbon. However, as both Aaron and Mark has noted, to achieve this goal, we must be clear that it cannot be met by the 2035 timeline. Also, it's important to note that net zero carbon will not be able to be achieved without attaining renewable energy credits. It's a both. So today, we want to check in with you on the following questions, and I'm going to give you all 3 that are there. And Chair Jarrell, you can facilitate how you want to manage them if you want them to manage all of the questions at one time, however you want to get it. But in this chunk of time, we need to get through all of these questions. So the first one is based on cost, available options, and timeline. Is there a willingness to either extend the timeline for achieving net zero carbon, 2050, 2060, 2070? I'm not saying the time period, I'm just saying extend it, but I'm using that illustratively. Or reset the target for 2035. So what I mean by the latter is, at 2035, we're trying to reach net zero carbon. If there's an interest to say, okay, we don't have to be in net zero carbon, we're willing to be at 40%, 50%. Again, you don't have to set the timing, but if you're willing to revisit that, let us know. Staff will go back and recalibrate and say, based on our strategy and continued efforts of way we're pacing today, what will we be thinking that we can achieve by 2035? The second question, is there an openness in exploring the option for purchasing the regional renewable energy credits to achieve net zero carbon? When we shared with you their first environmental leadership action plan, we noted early on that we were probably going to have to buy renewable energy credits in order to get us to net zero carbon. The thing that we need to understand now is the time now. Are you willing for us to lean in and start this process? Now, what I will also note is the team has been very intentional to only explore those things that have local or regional impact. They're not looking at opportunities that are in Midwest or West Coast, and we don't get to realize it in some fashion. The third question is, should the county participate in the Duke Energy's Green Source Advantage Express program as a strategy to offset the organization's overall carbon footprint emissions by 10%? As he noted, it's $70,000 a year over the next 25 years. And that would be something that we, as he noted, need to have a decision on pretty quickly, because they have a timeline of after you make the application of when you commit to it. If we do not commit to it, then we will lose our option, at least at this time. Chair Jarrell, I now transfer it back to you to manage from this section.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Thank you, panelists. Appreciate the information. So here's how we'll manage this. We're going to do multiple rounds. This first round will, you can either answer the questions directly or give feedback or clarifying questions to the panel, or just make your comment and move on. But you will have multiple chances. We'll let the chair of the Environmental Stewardship Committee go last. And I'm just kidding.
I thought you were. I'm okay with that.
I know you're okay with that. I was just joking. No, but the lineup will be Commissioner Powell, Commissioner Dunlap, Meyer, YTI, SRM, Commissioner Lee, Griffin, and then Vice Chair Altman. And so the one thing for the panelists as well, everyone doesn't have to answer the question like we saw in the last panel. And I will open it up for a little more just free-for-all dialogue at some point so that you can get the reaction. What I'd like to know, though, Mr. Manager, Dr. Johnson, and even panelists, if you still are hazy after we go through a couple of rounds, just signal me so we'll focus in. And then, colleagues, if we still don't give the right level of clarification, then staff is going to be left to move in a direction, and we'll have to sit with that. Mr. Manager.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Chair. I would say, as challenging as it would be for me to pick one particular topic from this entire retreat where the team and I need guidance, is this one here.
Sure.
There's a lot of policy implications. Pending the direction you give us, impact on cost as well. So this is the one out of all of them, if I had to choose one, where we need clear guidance from the board, it's this subject here. Okay. And there are multiple sections here, as you know, to Dr. Johnson's point, that we need guidance on.
And just let me say this. Again, I just want to reiterate, we're going to have multiple rounds. So if you just have just general comments, thoughts on any one of the presentations, feel free to do it now. But as we go through the subsequent rounds, I mean, let's make sure that we hit the guidance that's being requested. So with that, Madam Clerk, we'll be at 4-ish minutes, and we're going to start with Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. Thank you for all your presentations and all your work. I think I'm just going to start answering questions that'll help other people ask questions. And so when we crafted the Environmental Leadership Action Plan, I was a bulldog about making sure that every voice was heard so that all of our advisory boards related to this were involved. The community was involved, environmental groups were involved, and there was a lot of pressure on setting aspirational goals. Lots of pressure on setting aspirational goals where we wondered, could you make this happen? Because it's such a challenge. And so we tried to be realistic, and it looks like it's still difficult with everything, especially you, Mark Hahn, showing the cost, how difficult this is, because we have to be balanced in all of the things that we're responsible for. While this is also, it's a very important goal, but reality is it just takes up so much of, I'm just throwing this out there, like, because I want to hear everybody's thoughts. Perhaps, like, we need to have conversation about the reality of being able to do this by 2035. Is there an openness to exploring the option of purchasing renewable energy credits? So that's another thing that was suggested by the community, like that should be an option. And there's, some people are like, yeah, that needs to be an option. Definitely needs to be local. So I'm glad that you talked about that. Can't be from Kansas or Nebraska. It's got to be local. The question for me is, you know, in the slide, it's saying that this capacity will come from new renewable energy resources. I want to know what they are. Like, I want to know what the new, like, will we be able to know that in a timely manner? You know, what will be the new renewable energy resources? Like, do we have data on the emissions from those? Because there are so many greenwashers in the world. And so that's my question for that. Because I think there is an openness, as long as we know it's safe. Should the county participate in Duke Energy's Green Source Advantage program to offset? I think that's, like, I think it should be a consideration. We just need more information. And so can anyone speak to that?
You know, I'll start. In terms of Duke Energy's program, which is the only one we're considering right now, we know that that is solar energy. And I think it's a fairly regulated kind of thing, so they can't, you know, they have to be able to prove all of it. And I'll lean a little bit on my colleague Aaron if you have any other information on the sort of the regulation of it, or the how can they prove it kind of thing.
So we actually know where the 4 solar installations would be. They're within the region of Duke Energy Carolinas that power us. So that's essentially in the Piedmont of North Carolina. I can give you the names.
So you're helping me, because I thought they meant new technology. And so if it's all solar, then I'm much less worried. Okay, so those are all my answers for now, and I didn't even take 4 minutes.
You didn't, but we're coming back to you.
Yay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Dunlap.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee. This is tough for me because it was tough for me when we went through it the first time. And so there are a lot of unanswered questions, even with the 3 that are being proposed here. The notion of either resetting or extending. There is a cost associated with either. Given what our budget constraints are, I'd like to know more about that. $70,000 a year, extended into some number, you know, does it make sense now? Will it make sense in 10 or 15 years? I don't know. So there needs to be some more information regarding that. Is there an openness or willingness to explore regional purchasing? Being open, yes, but moving in that direction would depend on what we're doing and how we're doing it and what the cost is associated with. I just think there's so many unanswered questions. Should the county participate, and specifically in Duke's program? I think one of the things we have to be careful about is that there are a lot of people who support net zero carbon goal, but don't necessarily like Duke Energy. And what I don't want us to do is to get in the middle of that. And so I'd like to hear more about what Duke is planning to do to help us achieve that. So that's all you're gonna get out of me.
Well, again, we're going to come back to you. Does anybody want to sort of address that?
I'll just start to say that in terms of looking at off-site solar, Duke Energy is going to be involved no matter what you do, because even if you go to a solar developer, try to do a deal with them, Duke buys the power from them and then charges you, for it. So they're in it pretty much no matter what.
No direct.
As soon as you go off-site solar.
So you can't negotiate directly with the energy producer.
You can, but it's also through a Duke Energy program, because they have to distribute the power. The solar developers don't distribute power; they only produce it, and it goes into Duke's grid.
Okay, but see, this is the part I don't understand about what you're saying. You're saying we got to go through Duke.
Yeah.
Because there's somebody who produces it. Does Duke buy it all? I mean, yeah, we're going to go through Duke, but it just seems to me Duke is in the profit-making business. I need to buy some stock. But I'm just trying to figure out the most cost-effective way to do what you're telling me we're going to have to do anyway. And the other thing that I didn't mention, which I was thinking about, is the fact that achieving net zero in Mecklenburg County is going to be different. This is the stuff I went through the first time. It's going to be different anytime because air travels. We might be getting somebody else's stuff. So are we paying for somebody else's stuff?
So I'll answer a couple of those questions. Your last one, we've talked about air quality. There are other aspects to going net zero carbon besides just air quality. And the big one is its effect or impact on climate change and the impacts of that. So one of the main reasons that you do this is to try to mitigate climate change and extreme weather conditions and all of that. Then there's air quality too. Back to Duke Energy, I should have made a distinction. When we were approaching solar developers, that's the solar developer building the solar panels out on some, land, then selling that part to Duke, who then distributes it and sells it to the customers. This program that we're talking about, the Duke Energy's Green Sources Advantage Express, I think is different in the sense that Duke is actually developing the solar energy themselves. They're not this third-party solar developer. Aaron, does that?
That is correct.
Yeah.
And I do want to add that, as I understand it, statutorily, we cannot enter into a large-scale solar installation without Duke Energy because of our size.
So then it's not up for discussion?
Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. Okay, so before I forget, I have one specific question to Ebenezer. You don't have to answer now. Let me get through my stuff. Why can we not charge for the tires? Why don't they let us? That's just, okay. And then, so Michael, two things that he said came to mind when we were talking about our objectives. So we need to ensure that green space is distributed equitably across the county. That's one thing that has stuck with me. And also we need to, and I'm kind of paraphrasing, we need to ensure that growth doesn't erode the quality of life for Mecklenburg County residents. So those two things to me are kind of a driving force when I'm thinking of all this stuff. And so another thing that to me struck me is land availability is finite. We're coming up against we are in a crisis, and if y'all remember the maps that Commissioner Powell put up at our retreat in the fall, clearly we are losing land. It is a crisis. And so I've got these three things in my mind when we're talking about this, and what are we gonna do? And so on page 47, question number 1, as we update MeckPlaybook, we're exploring new land acquisition funding strategies and goals to balance competing needs. What are these funding strategies? What do we have? What are the options that we have to do that? And then Mark, the questions you have about Duke, it's a little over my head. I'm still trying to understand it. It's costing us money. it's costing the county money to meet our net zero carbon goals, correct? And so you're asking us, do we want to continue the net carbon goals, or do we want to just extend them because of the cost that it's costing us? So those are some of the things, and Ebenezer, if you just answer the tire question first.
Sure. The tire question is that it's actually state law. Right now, if you go and get your tires changed, they charge you an environmental fee. And the state set it up so that the state would collect all the money and then would reimburse local jurisdictions. The formula changed. Now it's a percentage of the cost. And so there's never been a time where we got all the money it cost us. And therefore, we cannot charge people to dispose the tires with us.
Well, there's no logical why then. There's not a logical reason.
As with most stuff.
Yeah.
Correct.
The state set up that fee. So in order for them to have that $3 fee that you pay every time you change your tires, was that you cannot, because it's supposed to pay for the recycling of the tire.
Right, but we're having to do it in our
Right.
own counties.
And we are not,
So no, it's not logical. I'm just, right, okay.
there's a logic that we may not be able to fully understand.
Okay, all right, that's a safe answer.
Yes, meter is going off.
Okay, and then what are the new funding possibilities, the strategies?
I think, and Dr. Johnson and I have had conversations about this, it's really what is the appetite of the board to look at those sorts of things? Because right now, the way that we're currently structured is that there's been a variable amount of money that's been put in as a capital line item in the CIP budget under ELAP every year. And there's almost been this push to get it now, get it now, get it now. And as I think we pointed out earlier with the Greenway analogy, it takes time. It takes developing relationships. It takes identifying. Our North Star are two things, to your point about equity. The first is gap areas, so areas where access to a park is limited. But inside of that are priority communities. And the 5 measures for that are above average population of youth, above average population of seniors, above average communities of color, above average residents who rent their houses, and above average residents experiencing poverty. And so if there are 2 of those in a census tract inside an identified gap area, that's our prime, that's where we'll start with. And then as we look at it, if things become available in gap areas that aren't necessarily priorities, those become our tier 2. And so it's well laid out in the playbook, but at the end of the day, those are the 2 things we're doing. And so if we are restricting ourselves wisely to identifying those and not just buying available land, it extends the time frame in my hands to be able to do those things. And so one of the conversations is, do we want to look at things like a cap and a baseline addition to the base funding source so that we can strike when the iron's hot, as opposed to putting a shot clock on our money, I guess is probably the 2 best ways to put it.
So your other question was about extending time frames and, what does that mean? What does that do? So if you look at the cost that I mentioned for the current tactics, that was what you saw on that one slide, the $73.99 million total. If you were to extend the time frame, maybe we wouldn't do so many projects every year. Maybe we'd stretch that out to the next, and I'm making this up, 15 years, 20 years, and still stay on that track for carbon reduction, still get those energy savings in county facilities or fleet. But in competing with other projects that the county wants to do in the CIP and the capital plan, that might help stretch out the dollars. So extending the time frame could do that. I mentioned in my presentation, it could also allow time for other things to happen in technologies. Maybe solar panels are more efficient 6 years from now, 10 years from now. Maybe they cost less. So other things could happen. Maybe restrictions on certain things that we can do right now with solar energy are lifted, and we can do as much as we want. There are other things that could be at play. So those are some potential advantages to extending the time frame. Regarding the Duke Energy program or looking at buying credits, well, let me go back. Everything I just mentioned earlier, extend or not, that just gets you to 30% of your total carbon footprint, reducing it only 30. The only way that we know of to go beyond that is to start down this path of off-site solar, and the current opportunity is with Duke Energy, that program. If you take that step, the first piece of that is that $70,000 a year. I mentioned if they give us more opportunities in later years, it could mean as much as 33% more. That's a total of 43% beyond the 30 of original tactics. That still gets us then up to 73%, which is not bad. If you decide, no, I don't want to pay this $70,000 mark because, you know, that's great to claim credits, but I'm not really getting, you know, any energy efficiencies or in my own buildings, then you're essentially saying, I'm going to stop my goal at 30%. Hope that explains it a little better.
It does. Can I have just one question for him?
Absolutely.
And you don't have to answer this right away, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but you're the expert, you know, and we certainly are not, but we're listening. What is your opinion?
So it depends completely on where you want to be. I'll mention the words environmental leadership action plan, environmental leadership policy. If you didn't care as much about the leadership part, but you cared about tangible benefits and energy savings and all that, you would do the deep energy retrofits. So you do this original set of tactics I was talking about because they have a tangible benefit. But if you care about the leadership part enough, Commissioner Powell mentioned there are other people in the community that really push those initiatives, then you would take the next step because you're investing in clean energy for the entire region. You're leading the effort to get clean energy in the entire region. So can't say that I have a recommendation, but it's kind of two different things that you're weighing there when you make that decision. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner YTI.
Thank you. I think that all of the questions that my colleagues have asked so far have been really good. This is an area where I'm most vulnerable, and I'm ashamed to say that because I've sat on this committee now for a year, and I feel a little bit smarter about it, but not a whole lot. One of my questions is, and I'll just start backwards with what you were talking about. Like she was saying, you're the subject matter experts, and right now, in trying to drive to the balanced scorecard and looking at things through a lens of equity, we need you to come to us with, if you do it this way, this is the benefit, and this is the deficit that we're facing. If you do it the other way, this is it. And I need to see something like cost per person. If we have 158 people moving here per day, what's the cost per head, so to speak? And I don't know if that makes sense, particularly with carbon footprint. And I would say what we have the capacity to control, let's control it. Let's take what we can control now, because there's so many different things that are out of our control that Duke Energy takes out of our hands or North Carolina statute takes out of our hands. So what we can control, let us make the decision, and you give us the options of, if you give us A, this is what you get. If you make decision B, this is what you get. With regard to like all of these things, when we first started out, we had all of these executive orders, and they were going to impact how we moved forward. What has been the impact so far? Have those basically disintegrated? Are we in a holding pattern? What has been the cost? What can we afford to do now that will allow us to be equitable? Maybe we're not leading right now. Maybe we can take up leading again, and we need to make the best option so that we can, and later on, when we get in a better position, lead again. But what will keep us to where we can build some equity until we can get through some of these other challenges? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can answer some of that. I need to qualify. I'm not the only expert at this table. There are a few more up here, and then I have some supportive staff that know way more about this than I do in the detail area. You asked, what can we control? everything that I talked about today, we control. It's a decision that we can make whether or not to spend the money. So we're in control of all of the things that I mentioned that we could do. As to metrics, I mean, we can slice the information in different ways depending on how you would like to see it and show what those costs are. It would take a little more effort, but I'm sure we could do that. And then in terms of equity, that comes down to not just environmental experts, but our budget experts and capital experts and finance directors about what can the county afford to do, and then prioritizing all of those projects. Which ones do you want to do the most from an equity perspective? You know, is it this program that benefits these people over here? Is it energy over here? Like, you know, I can't make that decision. But those are some of the issues that I think that we're looking at, you know, across the entire capital budget, because these are all things that are in the capital budget as well.
I think that's what the public is asking us to do. Because like it was first stated, we can't be all things to all people. We fill in the gaps. So right now, for what we can control, and I'm saying for this extended, you know, this period of time, you were asking, okay, do we look at like question number 1, based on cost, available, options? Well, what is the best? Like she asked what your recommendation is. I'm not ignorant. I don't know. You know, basically, I'm saying if we give you this set of guidelines, can you come back with recommendations to say, if you do this, you get that, and so I'm recommending that you do this.
Yeah, just
otherwise, it will cost too much.
Yeah. Real quick.
That makes sense?
Yeah, to your point about, you know, number 1, I mean, I would definitely extend the time frame in the sense that we know we can't meet 2035 at net zero carbon. We know we can't meet that. So extending it is the only way that you could hope to achieve a goal. So that's really the answer to that one. We could then, as Leslie mentioned, come back to you with, well, what would we recommend that extension is? Is it 2050? Is it 2060? Is it 2045? We would have to look at that more carefully. That would take a little more time. It also plays into what I mentioned about the capital plan and where you would slate these projects in the future to stretch them out, and then how does that work, you know, in a capital plan?
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, for what it's worth, this is the dialogue that we were looking for. This is a pulse check to see where the board is relative to these discussion points. Are you affirm, no, we want to stay the course? Or are we open to other options to articulate what the impact of those options would be? That's what we're looking for. So we recognize this is a complex topic, right? But in terms of the feedback you're giving us, you're on track of what we're looking for. Just want to call that out.
Yeah,
Thanks, Mike. And the only other thing that I would add is the first 2 are your more broad. Are you willing to say, yeah, I'm willing to entertain that, and then staff will come back with some things for you to contemplate. The third one, though, because it's time sensitive, are you ready to do this now or not? Right. And one of the things that has been shared is if we do it, while it goes 25 years, we can pull out at any time. We could later down the road, 5 years, 10 years, whatever, they may have other options. They may say, guess what? You can now buy some more. I don't know. But that's the one that we have that's time sensitive, that we probably do need, not an official vote, but try to understand where you are collectively with regards to that one. And then we can transition to the land acquisition questions. I think, I don't want to discount other people putting their voice in, but I just want to make sure that you understand that.
No, both of those comments are very helpful. Commissioner SRM.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, let me just see if I'm hearing this correctly. We are going to fail, number 1. Is that correct?
I wouldn't call it fail.
Well, let's just call it,
We're not going to achieve.
that's failing. That's failing. That's failing to meet our goal, which is okay.
The reason I say that is because we knew it, Commissioner Powell said it, we knew it was aspirational from the
Right.
very day. We knew that we were never going to achieve it when we did it. But we wanted to, because it was input coming from advocacy groups and the like, because they really wanted us to go to 2030. And so the only place that we could get them is go to 2035, and we said, we're probably going to have to revisit this. And we didn't know to what degree the marketplace was going to move as quickly for us to have options and stuff. This isn't the first time we've had options, but as Mark noted, we've tried and we didn't have an option. Like, we've applied for some things and we didn't. So, but if you want to call it failure, yes, That's what, I will allow you to say that, but on my ends, I think we're making incremental progress, and we will not achieve the net zero carbon.
Okay, that's okay.
Real
It's
quick,
just
I'd like to just
semantics.
add to that conversation in a dialogue. I wouldn't say that I knew that we were going to fail. I would say that as we got into it and learned what the opportunities were or were not, such as that off-site solar, it became more apparent this was not going to be that easy to do.
Right.
If all that had gone swimmingly and you were willing to buy RECs in Arizona, I bet we could have done it. But it didn't go great. We didn't have good off-site solar options, and here we are.
And if I could ask also, for what it's worth, we are not the only municipality that's dealing with this. That's recognizing that we have to shift what we committed to. Not to call out, but the city of Charlotte also has had to shift their own projections.
I'm aware. Guys, I wasn't trying to be critical by saying that. I was just trying to have real talk, okay? Like, I don't like the fluffy talk. I want to do the real talk, okay? So, like, we're cutting to the chase here. We're failing, and it was a very aspirational thing. Like, it's not, you know, of course we failed, but let's just say it, you know? Like, it wasn't maybe realistic, but I personally would rather fail trying than not try. And so that's part of my answer. I do want to be us to take a leadership role. I do believe that this is extremely important. And I think it's right for us to be future focused. Like, you know, I'm looking at my children, right? I'm looking at the children of our community, and I'm saying, we can't kick the can down the road and go, well, let's just move it out to 2060 or whatever the heck. No. I want to stay aspirational. And, you know, this thing about the Duke Energy, whatever you call it, GSA or whatever, I lost my page. Is this a gimmick? Like, I'm with Dunlap, though. I mean, this is a for-profit entity, and which part of this, you know, Duke Energy profits versus the cost to us / our taxpayers, right? That's us. So I don't want to buy into the gimmick if that's all it is to say we did it. Like, if it's not, I don't understand maybe how the gimmick, yeah, to me it's a gimmick. It's like we're buying these credits, but, you know, like, I don't understand this part. Help me out.
Sure, I can go maybe, and Mark can add too. So it is not a gimmick because Duke Energy is planning to build these solar plants. If you buy into these solar farms, you can go to where your credits are coming from, and it's within our local region. It would not. I can't say with full confidence that it would not be built if we weren't to buy in, but it would be more difficult.
That's the thing. Help me with that.
Sure.
Because if they're going to build it anyway, but we're just going to help them pay for it.
So,
like,
I said that because we're only contributing a tiny bit of an enormous pie. If the program did not exist, I doubt severely that the farms would be built.
Okay, say that again.
So we contribute, we're allocated 7.1 megawatts, right?
Right.
I believe, Mark, correct me here, I believe that it's 100, maybe 200 megawatts. It's an enormous pie that many other people applied for. Because we're only contributing this amount, I don't think that would have a huge impact on the viability of those solar installs. However, if the program didn't exist, I don't believe that those solar installs would exist because that funding would not be there. Does that make sense?
It might make sense, except that my mind is still going, but what about this? Well, what about this? And I'm not able to take it in. I want to go like, why can't we buy our own damn panels and save, you know, the taxpayers' money instead of, you know, helping Duke Energy, you know.
Right.
I don't understand that part of it. I feel like I will buy in to say, let's go the max on this, if you guys can help me understand how it's not a gimmick, how it's real.
Sure.
Because I want to buy into it. I want to buy into it if it's real.
All right, do that on the next round. I understand where you're coming from. I gave you 2 extra minutes there.
They took up a lot of my time.
That's why I gave you 2 extra minutes.
I just made a statement and they started talking.
But that's why I gave you 2 extra minutes.
Thank you.
Let's go with Commissioner Leak, and then we will definitely get back to round 2.
Let me first say thank you so much for your generosity and being a genius for us for tonight, okay?
Yes.
Number one, Duke Power is a monopoly. We have no control over Duke Power regardless to how we determine what we're going to do. And if that's the case, you are the experts and you are advising us as to what can and will not happen. So I'm leaning on your intelligence to do that for us. As it relates to Park and Rec, we cannot build ourselves out of meeting the needs of a growing community as we are growing. So what you're doing, and I appreciate what you're doing, is to meet the needs of the people we have here now, what we can. Land is scarce. All we can hear is people moving from New York, moving from Chicago, New Jersey, because we have land, and they can expand the building of apartments and housing. So what you're doing is doing the best you can with what we have. Go back to when we were on the school board, Mr. Griffin alone, along with the 9 of us who were active board members, helped him to come up and supported his idea of purchasing land around schools that would give us what was necessary. That did not take place. So we're in a trouble now. So we must live with what the situation we're in because of growth. Going back to the city, and I keep saying, moratorium, stop the growth for a while until the infrastructure can meet the needs of the population that we have today. So that's all I'm saying as a member of this board and representing my people in District 2, which is the most powerful district in the county with more people. So again, thank you for all of you for what you do. And when we can get to the park, we do. If we go down the Greenway, we go down the Greenways. If not, we do what we can do with what we have. And that's what we've been accustomed to as a people. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you shaking your head, but I don't know what your answer is?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you say now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Griffin. Thank you. Commissioner Griffin.
This is not my expertise. It just seems like, Mr. Manager, you wanted a response from me. It's like back in the day, as we used to say, we're putting a dream on layaway. And, you know, you want me to pay for this dream, and I'm not sure if that my dream's going to be realized. And if the layaway payments were impacting this workforce development some way, I'd say, let me reassess my dream and think differently. Conceptually, I think all of us want a better environment, a clean environment. I don't think anybody on this board wants anything other than that. The challenge is, what's it going to cost me? What's this dream going to cost me? Because I might wake up, it might be a nightmare. So anything that's 25 years got all kinds of caveats. I've never seen a 25-year contract that didn't have disclaimers and all kinds of stuff. So I don't have that expertise to look at a contract to see what you guys see. I'm going to yield to your expertise because I'm not looking, but I can tell you this just out of life, my lived experience. I haven't seen a 25-year contract that didn't have advantages and disadvantages and caveats. So when y'all say something's going to last for 25 years, I have no clue what that means. So philosophically, sir, I believe in clean air. As my Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell, I want my cousins to breathe, clean air. But I'm not real sure if this dream's gonna come real. On the parkland, Southwest Mecklenburg County, Nick, through Adrian, I'd like to see that ranking because over time, I'm sure that ranking will change because a lot of the Planning Commission is dumping a lot of stuff in Southwest Mecklenburg County. And I don't know if the way you rank things is based on current rooftops or planned rooftops or population trends, but I'd like to see your ranking using those factors of diversity, this, and this.
We can share the 2021, which was the master plan, with the understanding that we're currently refreshing that. That'll be an every 5 year.
Yeah.
So it was before, and my assumption is that it still is.
Yeah, I'd like to see that if I could. But I'm failing my manager by not giving him a direct answer.
I disagree. You are not failing me. You hit the point when you said, yes, you are supportive of a clean environment. It's a question of how much would you pay for it, but in addition to that, might I add, over what period of time?
Right.
And that's what partly we're seeking as well.
Yeah.
And that gets to that flexibility. So no, you didn't fail, you aced it.
I've had broken promises and unfulfilled dreams, and I don't want to have that same experience of going down the wrong direction. So, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Baldwin.
Santa Claus didn't come either.
All right, so I agree. I think everybody here values environmental protection, values the expenditures. I'm a mother also of 3. I'm very concerned about climate change and the role of human beings in creating it. We could do this. We would just have to allocate hundreds of millions of dollars to do it. So it's not that we can't, it's that we may have other higher priorities. And, I don't have any shame in us publicly talking about difficult rankings of our priorities. We did yesterday with affordable housing. I remember we had 4 things up there. They were all very important. And I came down and said, well, my most important thing is that we turn no one away at night from shelter. And I'm in the same position with this. I value all of these things, but we don't have unlimited resources. In fact, we have a shortage of resources. And my goal is to prioritize human welfare with limited resources. And some of these investments may be too high relative to the benefit to our residents. I, for example, might prefer to invest more in, I don't know where we are in equity around park space. I want to be sure, as land goes away, that we truly do have equity and access to green space. Because if we still have gaps, we got to fix that before it's too late. That's very important to me. I want connectivity with our greenway. I know how important that is to our residents, not only for quality of life, but for mobility and access to opportunity. That's really, really important to me. So might I back away from very expensive emission reduction investments because the ROI to our residents, I think, may be less valuable than the first 2 things I referenced? In response to number 1, I am open, Mr. Manager. Again, not because I don't value it, not because I don't think it's important, not because I don't agree with the science. It's just I don't have enough money to do everything in the full degree that I would like to do it. And in regard to number 3, since Dr. Johnson, you said we need to, if we're going to opt in, we have to opt in now, but we can pull out at any time. And because I think you said it was $70,000 for the first year, it seems like a good idea to preserve our ability to do that for year 1. as we look at these broader questions. Since we're time sensitive, I would vote to go ahead and take it, and then we can reassess. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm not going to use my time. I'm going to be very brief because I'm not going to use my time to answer any of the policy questions, but I want to remind my colleagues that there are multiple sections of policy questions that we need to give them feedback on as well. So if you choose to stay focused on on this one, that's fine. But there's Parkland, there's the sustainable funding model as well.
Should be.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to get them to advance the slide.
Would you like us to advance?
Next slide.
Next slide, yeah.
Sure, go to the next slide.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was just saying, but we have it in the book as well, so we can see it, so I appreciate it. I was just level setting with everyone that there's multiple policy questions to address.
All right, okay.
And so we are going multiple rounds, so you can spend that time how you choose, but again, this is what staff is trying to do. The second thing is, wow, that was quick.
It's painful.
Jeez. All right, 30 seconds, huh? All right. But the second, touche. All right, let me get fluffy right now. The other thing that I wanted to say, because I think it's important, you talked about, Commissioner Powell, the aspirational goals. And we set those aspirational goals based off of community feedback, which we should always be taking. But now we find ourselves in a position where the goal is not attained. And I suspect staff came and told us, well, while this process was happening, I suspect staff told us that 2035 or whatever the number was probably not attainable. And it was a case where certainly we lean into a lot of passionate people in the community. And I only lift that up just to say, you know, colleagues, we probably should use this as a level of takeaway as well as an example as we do engage with our partners in the community as they are leveraging their expertise as well. But I only lift that up to say how much this conversation has helped me to appreciate staff and maybe recalibrate even some of my own thoughts. But I'll just leave it at that. I'm going to start back at the top of the lineup. I will be answering all those policy questions, but I'll just do it the last round instead of now. So I'll go back to Commissioner Powell, then we'll come back to Commissioner Dunlap.
Thank you. And Bridget and Mike, can you put up my slide from the first retreat, please, while I talk? And do you have 2024? Can you put up 2024? There. If you could just leave it on 2024. And so just to remind everyone, this is the area that is asphalt and concrete. The pink is paved. And just before I start on this, when we were taking input for the Environmental Leadership Action Plan, I was very intentional about being truthful, very intentional. So it wasn't like it was like some faraway imaginary dream. It was just, if we can do it, I think some people wanted it earlier than 2030.
Yeah.
And we're like, we're going to give it all we can. But back then, COVID hadn't happened and other things hadn't happened. And the state of the country right now hadn't happened. So it was healthy, aspirational. And I got beat up, like, because people thought it was so bad. You know, like, it was hard to read social media because I got beat up that it wasn't strong enough. And so I'm going to remember this forever, Commissioner Griffin.
Thank you.
I never want anyone to think that we're not concerned with the reality of all the bad things that are happening environmentally. And the dream is not on layaway. We're based on the resources we have, the dream is not on layaway, and we're doing what we can. there is an urgency and to respond to environmental conditions. And so the Leadership Action Plan has a lot more than just this one component. And now we're going over all the components. But I just wanted to go back to the first three questions. You know, I'm okay with the first tiny part of the green source advantage. I'm okay with that. I'm not okay with relying on more of that. You know, like, I think if you become too reliant on it, you're not really doing the work in the county that we need to be doing. So I think it seems to be a positive thing, and I'm comforted to know that it's a technology we're familiar with. Going into land acquisition, parkland, as we update the Mecklenburg playbook, is there support for exploring new funding strategies and goals to balance competing needs with available resources and market conditions? So, you know, from my perspective, like, you always want to be open to any kind of new strategy and goal, but you also want to be super cautious, because how are we, if we're going to do this, how are we going to protect it? You know, like, it's up, people look to us to protect it. And so, you know, it's like, I need to know more. I'm open to it, but I need to know a lot more, and I need to know how we're going to protect it. You know, who are the strategies with? Are these lands conservancies? Are these wealthy investors? Is it Foundation for the Carolinas? Like, who are these people that would be involved with us? Because it could go bad real fast. As land availability and acquisition become more challenging, should we revisit our site development strategy to include proactively collaborating with partners? Same thing. You know, like, we are the guardians, not because we chose to be. We are the guardians of protecting natural resources. And a lot of that falls on Park and Rec. And a lot of other things fall on Park and Rec as well. But, you know, when you talk about priorities, I came into this, like, I am motivated, like, my initial motivation was the human suffering that I saw from environmental impact. We were in non-attainment. And then seeing so many elected leaders not having any idea about how important this is for the long run, not just for Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell's children, but for her great-grandchildren. Like, it is up to us, for my great-grandchildren, it is up to us to be the leaders and, like, think of the future, not just now. So I got through a couple more questions. I still have some, okay.
Just keep going.
All right.
You're in the ish period. Go.
Well, I just want everyone to,
That's right,
like,
it's the ish
never
period.
forget this map. I mean, because it is worse than that now. It is worse than that because that's 2024. And when I get the 2025 map, I might just cry with it. What are we doing? Like, what are we doing? The pace of development, I mean, like, what is the benefit besides tax base for the pace of development? It's just scary. The fact that yesterday when they were talking about industrial sites that are being built speculatively in Huntersville, like, the picture was Huntersville, and I'm seeing them everywhere, and I'm thinking, well, that's not near the airport. What is happening? That is a huge environmental impact. Does the BOCC support advocacy for us to have authority to impose a local air quality fee to supplement federal and state funding for ELAP-related activities? Absolutely. And consistent with financial models, is there continued support for annual fee adjustments for solid waste and stormwater? Absolutely. Like, we have to do it. So, like, I bet you, I wonder how many people in this room, and I'm not going to ask, but how many people even have been to a landfill or understand, like, how limited we are, what's going to happen when the foxhole is full. And we should be recycling way, way better, diverting more waste. The fact that we haven't even met the goal is sad, but yay for all the people that are trying. And I guess I need to meet with the Grizz again to talk about any additional metrics. I think as far as adding additional metrics, we would have to have like more input from each other and conversation. That couldn't happen today, but I'm sure there are additional metrics. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Dunlap.
So if I move to the second set of policy questions relative to parkland,
It depends
I guess before I answer that, Leslie, you and I talked about this briefly, and since then, I've talked to some people in D.C., and I'm planning to take a visit to Loudoun County, Virginia, to see what a data center looks like. Because if they come to Mecklenburg County, it's going to have a significant impact. I'm open to that, but I want to make sure that we explore that. I just think that we have to be open to whatever happens. The notion of additional land acquisition, do we want to support exploring new funding strategies? We have to be open. At one point, we did try to do that by partnering with the school system and purchasing parkland. That didn't go too far, but I still think because there have been some changes on the board, I think there's some possibilities there when people understand just how precious parkland is and how limited the resources are. We might be able to get some traction on that again. And I think there are other partners that will partner with us for parkland, particularly depending on the location that you might find it. I think, for example, most of the community doesn't realize that the activity fields that Queens University uses is all Mecklenburg County land. This community doesn't know that. We purchased that, but they have use of it. And so maybe they'd be willing to go in with us to help purchase that. The Whitewater Center has 200 and some odd acres.
It's ours.
That belongs to Mecklenburg County. So we have to explore working with them to be able to create more park opportunities. If the question is, are you open? The answer is yes.
Good?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Let's go with Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. Can we have the maps back up, or the map that was back up? Thank you. Just so we can look at it. And also, can we get sent these? I don't know if I have them anywhere. Can somebody send these to us via email? As far as parkland, of course, I'm open to other strategies. Absolutely, 100%. But I don't understand what strategies we're talking about. I can't say yes to something that's so vague.
No, I understand. So part of it is, and I mentioned this earlier, things like getting.
Nick, hold on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Keep going with your questions, please, and then let's get an answer after.
Okay, and I am just gonna talk about the parkland, but it's the same thing, the second question. Of course, we should revisit our site development strategy. We should always revisit our strategies. But both of these, to me, are very vague, and I just need specifics before I can, sign on 100%.
So let me give a little context, because we just kind of jumped. I'm sorry, the time.
I'm good. That's all. I just want,
Okay, and then, please.
So the context that I'll give you in these are open policy questions. You don't have the defined thing. If you're open to it, then we'll come back with options that we'll either share like Environmental Stewardship Committee or come to the full board. Here's where it is. But if you had no desire, you want to continue to say the way I'm going to fund land is if there's fund balance, I'm going to put money in and I'm just going to make it happen that way. Yay, nay, but then it's volatile because you don't know what you're going to have. Funding is not a sustainable approach. And the additional kind of context that I was going to put is like, with regards to land acquisition, it's a tough policy question. It's a tough policy question because you're trying to balance preserving land, which has its own quality of life and health benefits, with all these other competing needs. And the team, they run into, right now, because development is happening so rapidly, they're competing with developers for prices. So they're even having to, pay, I'm not saying more, but they're in this competitive space for. And what Nick said is the approach that we've had today, and we've done really great, is we've been spending it to try to acquire as much as we can really quickly. Have we reached that point of not leveling off, but have we reached the point that we have to be more intentional to say, okay, we know we need one here, and that it's okay to carry forward the money to make sure that, because the price is just going to keep going up, and over time, you're not going to be able to put the same big dollar amounts into it right now because of the way our revenue growth is tracking. Are you willing to say, okay, yeah, we're willing to take on a new model, of which some of the things that Nick was saying, do we have a dedicated pool? Do we have a cap? And those other types of things. And if there's an interest to some of those, then we'll come back to you with more specifics to support that, if that makes sense.
And I support all of that. I absolutely support looking for different options. But I also want to continue to buy land. I still want to have that option as well. I hope we can look at a model where we do both, that we can look at these different options, but we still need to purchase land, because look at that map. That's all you have to do, is look at that map, and we need to purchase land. We've got to preserve the land. Thank you.
And the one other context I'll give is when Nick said, when he did his quick assessment, and right now there's 10 properties that are available. Those 10 may not even be ones that we would want, right? They may not be in the right gap area. They may not align to the master plan. So do we get it because we have the money just to get it? Or do we say, okay, no, we're going to continue to have conversations with people? So a lot of times the land that we acquire then may not even be on the market. We're having conversations with people to say, are you open to allowing us to buy your land? And sometimes they live on the land. They're like, yeah, but I have to talk to my family. Or yeah, I'm willing to do it a year or two from now. So we would get what we want, but we don't have to spend it at that very moment because we're getting what we really need in size and the like. Because you don't want to just be getting, I know Commissioner Powell would not want us to be getting these 1 acre lots, or, it doesn't do anything for the overall environmental goals that you have. So getting sizable properties or getting ones that have adjacent properties, all of that has to be looked at potentially differently. And if you are willing to lean in on that, then our team will lean on and try to get some things to present to you.
Okay. And then the sustainable funding model, yes and yes, absolutely. We should definitely increase service delivery, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm all for that.
Thanks, Commissioner Meyer. I want to add additional context that regarding, I think it's been described as a little vague and needing more detail. It's actually intentional, not necessarily to come across vague, but this board has said to me that when we have brought things to you in the past, we brought it and the cake was fully baked. That instead you wanted us to bring things forward, to give you an opportunity to be heard, and take the feedback and then come back to you with a recommendation that factors the feedback. So this is a shift from the past and being responsive to your ask to first bring forward the policy question, then hear you out, go back, and as part of my recommended budget and throughout this cycle the next 3-4 months, then reveal this is how we propose responding to these questions based on the feedback that we've heard.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Like that approach.
Good.
I'm done, thanks.
All right, Commissioner YTI.
Thank you. Actually, the last two comments from Dr. Johnson and our county manager, actually, that helps very much. I was going to say, I know Nick put up a SWOT analysis at the very beginning, and he mentioned the 10 properties, and I'm like, okay, is it even something that aligns with what our goals are? And if it doesn't make sense to spend that money, especially, again, when our resources are so precious right now. So I would rather, to what Dr. Johnson said, make the approach of, may not be on the market right now, but we hold out and make smart choices about what we purchase. We know that it's going quickly. We know that more land can't be made, but I also don't think that it's feasible. I don't think that it's a likelihood that we can stop growth or, tell people no, not to move here or put a moratorium on businesses moving here That's money. They're not going to say, yeah, we're going to put a kibosh on that. So my idea is, just like Mike was saying, if we lay a plan, a SWOT analysis is just that. You have to come back and you have to pivot. Come back to us and say, okay, this has happened, this is a pivot point, and whether that be over 6 months or a year, or if there's an urgent issue that has come up because of an executive order or whatever. What I want to focus on is based upon what our priorities are. For instance, I want to talk about the farmers and the ecosystem of our food system. What impact does that have on that? Is there money that we can set aside so that we can preserve farmland for them and thus have them contribute to our food ecosystem, which is very much in crisis right now? Yes, we have an air quality crisis, but we also have a food system crisis, and that is a gap that we have prioritized, right? So those are the type of things that I want to see metrics on, that I want to say, okay, here's our plan. We're going to revisit this in like maybe a year, look at the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and we work on those opportunities. We maximize our opportunities, and we diminish, our threats and work on those, right? So specifically, because I want to talk about food insecurity, I really, really want to see what we can do, what plan we can put in for our farmers, our farmland, because food ecosystem is a high priority. And I think it should be for this board, especially with the limitations that our national and state government have put upon us. I don't know if that's a question or just comment, but thanks.
It's a comment.
Sounded like a comment. Commissioner SRM.
Ruh-roh. Okay, I didn't have my question ready. I wanted to ask Ebenezer about his comment around diverting waste and the need to, I want to make sure I'm understanding if you're saying we need to spend more in order to divert more. So hold the, don't take my time. And so, okay, so then going back to the policy questions, as we update the MEC playbook, is there support for exploring new land acquisition funding strategy? Yes, 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 yes. Of course, I too believe that we should, we have to look for new strategies as, I know we're running out of, fund balance. When, back in 2019, FY20, we were like, the mattress is stuffed. And, I didn't believe in stuffing the mattress. I believed in we need to use the money for the people. So we've done that. And now we don't have a stuffed mattress. So we have to change strategies. But I don't want that to mean we're going to lose our momentum. We have to be making sure that we're still doing it the best that we can. So yes, I'm very interested in how we are going to change strategies, and I look forward to hearing from you guys what the different ideas are, since you guys are the experts in that. And I do believe we need to make smart investments, not just and make investments for investment's sake. They have to be smart. They have to fit our goals. And as far as the funding models, I wanted to understand, does the BOCC support advocacy for the county to have statutory authority to impose a local air quality? Who is this fee, the air quality fee? Is it to our residents? Is this, are we talking to businesses? Are we talking to developers? Like who are we going to be advocating is going to pay the fees? I want to make sure. I generally support that, but I really want to understand if we're talking about putting it back onto taxpayers. And then the last one there, consistent with financial models, is there continued support for annual fee adjustments? Now, I know that one would be on end users, actual taxpayers. And again, I think that generally we have to, people, we just have to. So yes, I support that. And yeah, I think that was everything. I just really want to make sure that we're being honest about the fees versus taxes versus who's paying for those things. So back to diverting waste.
Sure. I think I have 3 questions.
Ebenezer, after you do that, Nick, I know you wanted to answer something prior, so after Ebenezer does, if you can go.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, with regard to waste diversion rates, we want to put it on your radar because the current goal by 2035 is 54%.
Right.
With the number of people coming in and the kind of waste that is generated, we are just putting it on the table saying it's going to take a lot of money, if at all, to be able to get to that place by 2035. The reason being, as developments increase, we have to now build more recycling centers. For example, the Steel Creek, our engineering estimate was $33 million. By the time the bids came in, they came in at $43 million. So, and stormwater, solid waste, and air quality, they're mostly fee-funded. Air quality has a small general fund supplement. And so the whole reason we put that on the table is to say, if we want to have that aspirational goal, just know it's the residential availability fee that we have that every resident pays as part of their property taxes. Previously, we went up by $5 a year. It's going to be significantly, have to be more if we need to really build. It's just not building, then we have to operate it. So in order to make it more accessible for people to recycle, more facilities have to come online, more people to run those facilities, which result in higher costs. So that's kind of why we are saying, is 54 a realistic goal given the time frame and the expansion we have, but also the increased costs of bringing new facilities online. We are hoping to make a dent in that with the new recycling center, because we are putting a lot more technology and a lot more throughput, and we also built the Pence Road MRF. So by diversifying, we are hoping to get there, but we wanted to make sure you understand that that goal has a fiscal impact that could be higher than what originally was anticipated when we went in the past. So both for stormwater and solid waste, increased costs, we don't get any property tax dollars, which means the residents will have to pick up the tab if that's the goal we want to meet. Okay?
Can you repeat that last part?
If the goal is still what you want to meet by 2035.
Or stormwater?
Both the stormwater as well, because you also have a number of stream restored miles. Like I said, 2.9 million in 2022 is now 7 million. So more than twice. So that means the amount of fees we have initially thought based on our financial model that we are going to be charged is going to be changing. So we want to make sure the board is aware of that, because that's ultimately coming from the ratepayers and the residents. So we want you to be aware and sensitive to that as we look at those things. And that's why the fundamental question, are you open to extending the timeline or refining the goals, based on the current realities? So that's what I would say. And regarding the air quality fees, solid waste has the residential availability fee that every resident pays for all the infrastructure that solid waste has in the county, recycling centers, all the stuff. Based on our research by Tyrone and team, there's no way for us to have the similar kind of fee unless it is statutorily authorized for air quality. And with the federal government grants, not very uncertain, plus also the ELAP desire for all the other more than the federal government funded activities in air quality, we wanted to put forward the question saying, is there an appetite for us to go to the state and seek that kind of an authority, which ultimately, because air quality affects everybody, it will be most likely, shared by all the residents in Mecklenburg County.
Again, I don't want to take up more time, but there are 2 things. One, purchased but not developed comes with its own issues. So just as a reminder, if we purchase a parkland and then it is 10 years, 15 years, 20 years before we were actually able to put any active recreation on that space, that comes with that. And the second is part of the conversation as developers have purchased up land is one of the things that the board will be asked to evaluate is purchasing previously developed land, which is another consternation that we have now in terms of a property that has a house on it is very different than a property that has an apartment complex on it.
Got it. Thank you. Commissioner Leek.
Let me first say thank you to all of you who have participated and worked with us these 2 days. My major concern happens to deal with the humanistic aspect of life. And number one would be the concern for the violence in our community and how and what can we do to impact that process beyond what we're already doing with the recommendation of our manager. Am I in order now, sir? Yes. That to me is number one when we talk about being able to communicate with each other and get along with each other and work together with each other.
Sure.
And the second one is housing, the homelessness. Where are these people coming from? How long have they been homeless? And is mental health contributing to their way of life? How can the health department that is under the umbrella of the county be an asset to make life, again, better for those individuals? And along with that, education is important, because if you can't read and write and do arithmetic, I tell you what, workforce will not be there for you, and that's important to be able to take care of yourselves. How do we prepare our people that's in need to be able to be ready to take some type of job that would afford them an opportunity to live a comfortable and healthy life? When you talk about food desert, we're working on that, and that's a part of it. And the next happens to deal with the senior citizens, those who have experience, have given their lives, and continue to serve and make contributions in our community. How do we continue to support and provide for the safety, living conditions, the respect, and the wellness of those individuals health-wise to continue to be contributors to our society, to our community? And one of the things I did not mention that dealt with park and rec, I think I talked about land, but bringing them up to standards. If we have a standard that we are equitable in the process, if we can afford it. But we must also be able to communicate with this community and say what can be done based upon the tax economic growth that we may not have or that we may have to meet the needs of our people. All of these other things are not mandated as it relates to living a clean, healthy, well-respected life, and that this community respect those who have given their time and that life is still existent for them, and not criticize them because God has prepared them to live longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Griffin.
Be very brief. When we are doing campaign forums or just introductions, I am so excited to hear my colleagues, when they introduce themselves, they say, I'm elected by the people of District 3, or I'm elected by the people of District 4, I'm elected by the people of District 1, et cetera.
District 2.
I'm elected by the people of District 2. But the corresponding comment that they also make is that I also represent all the residents of Mecklenburg County as a member of this body. And so I take that to heart as I remind my colleagues and the staff to take a look at Southwest Mecklenburg County in terms of your formula, because our sister body called the City of Charlotte is finding every available acre to put rooftops on. And it may not be a resident today, but within less than 24 hours, it will be. And all you need to do is just drive in that zone, and you'll see just red dirt. Okay? And so I would simply put a plug in for something that we all swear by, that one word called equity. So I just remind Mr. Manager, my colleagues, that you represent the most powerful district, but you also represent the entire county. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Altman.
Thank you so much. Is this the first or second page of policy questions? Do we need to go back one?
This is the third.
So can I see the second and third? Because I don't think yeah. When we are, talking to community members and they don't know what we do, there are things they count on that they don't have visibility to. They just assume it's going to happen right, and they expect it to happen right. And of course, I'm looking at Ebenezer because maybe his department is the most taken for granted, although there's probably competition for that. But people expect, their trash to have a place to go. And the holy hell that will be raised if we don't have a place for our residents' trash to be carried out every week. That is our job. And I want to understand better, and I look forward to rejoining Environmental Stewardship Committee to really try to put my arms around what is the plan. Because I think you said 7 or 9 years, we don't have a place for our residents' waste to be carted away, that is on me and us as of today for not having really laid the plan for that. And I know that's what our recycling program is about. It's about increasing longevity for the landfill that we currently have, but I assume that is not going to do it forever. And so I really do want to know where we're headed in that direction. To number one, my answer is yes, I'm open to new funding strategies. Number two, yes, I would like to proactively collaborate with partners on future purchases and land use. Can I see the next page? Thank you. That's what I needed. With this, I didn't know that we had the ability to ask for taxing authority that we didn't currently have. This is kind of like breaking news for me. But I'm interested. Obviously, we want to have the resources to protect air quality for our residents, but I'm also very mindful of the burden on them. But yes, let's get the briefing and understand what's out there. And regarding the last question, my understanding of our stormwater program, I've already talked about solid waste. Regarding stormwater, it helps us to protect the quality of our water by protecting the integrity of our stream system. And that is absolutely something the community assumes will be done appropriately and prudently. So yes, we must have the resources to continue to protect our water system through our stormwater program. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before I wrap things up, there are two colleagues that have additional comments, Commissioner Dunlap and Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell.
Okay, yeah.
And Commissioner Powell, excuse me.
The question about authority to impose air quality fees, I think it's always a good opportunity to have that authority, but we have to be judicial in terms of how we use that authority. In terms of support for annual fee adjustment, that concerns me. Because if you say you're going to do it annually, trust me, we're going to figure out why we need to do it annually. I think we need to do it as needed, which is what our practice has been in the past. But when you throw in there annually, I promise you, every year, there's going to be a recommended increase because we have the ability to do it annually. I trust you. But I know that's what's going to happen. The other question, I think Yvette brought something up that really made me think about it. So we have all this parkland that Nick said it's going to take us 10 years to develop. We've got this issue with food deserts and food sources. Have we ever considered or thought about having having farmers use the land and partner with them to develop a food source, because we're not using the land. I know one of the things that I was impressed about was, I can't think of the park, but it's in Matthews, where they knew they weren't going to be able to develop the land for 10 years, and they put bike trails on it so that people could use, I don't know if they used the motorbikes or whatever, but it's being used because there's just a trail there. So I think looking at other opportunities like that might be beneficial as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Rodriguez.
Can I respond to that? So Commissioner Dunlap, just for your information, myself, Dr. Campbell, and Aaron met with a group of local farmers last week to begin exploring, revisiting the existing partnership and expanding it accordingly. So that is certainly something that we can look into, as well as other options as well. But I feel that we're off to a really good start in terms of exploring what this partnership between the local farmers and the county could be, particularly as we address food insecurity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to put it out there around these fees. You know, my first inclination is to say that I know that we're prevented from putting fees onto developers by the state. The state doesn't let us, you know, have those impact fees through developers. But I'm also, so I'm sensitive to that, but I'm also sensitive to the fact that, you know, if we put the fees on the developers, then the prices of homes go up, right? And people already can't afford homes. So, but then if you're just adding fees to people, they can't afford to be a homeowner because there's so many dang fees. So I see this conundrum and this sort of ecosystem and just how it puts affordability out of reach. And so I just have a real long, you know, sort of a long-term concern about that. And I just wonder if you guys can speak to, you know, not right today, but like when you come back to us, are there things you can talk about, long-range solutions, or, you know, like how can we be, is there anything that we can do on our end to make homeownership more affordable when we're in this space? You know, this is one space that we have to consider. And so I'm not looking for an answer right now, but it's something that's really on my mind. And then the other thing I just want to say is that, you know, undeveloped parkland is still working for us. So I know it's off the tax rolls. We're not, you know, we're not getting tax money on that, but it's still working for us, and we have to keep that in mind, in my view. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell.
It's definitely still working for us. It's protecting natural resources, and there are many people having passive recreation. So I'm really proud to have served since 2018. The first time I ever approached Commissioner Dunlap about having an environmental stewardship committee, he embraced the idea. He said, you'll have to get agreement among your colleagues. I got unanimous support. We've made, imagine that. So can Bridget and Mike, can you put up the map again from 2024? So imagine in 2018, there is no environmental stewardship committee on the board of county commissioners. Imagine that. And so we've made strides. They've been significant, but they're not enough. And so to talk about changing the goal on some things is impossible for me. So there are some things I can change the goal on. I don't want to put it farther away. I still want to be aspirational, but I can't back down on the urgency of land acquisition. And as far as I know, we haven't made any bad investments. Like we didn't buy anything that we thought, oh, yikes, oh, that's horrible, because everyone did the due diligence to make sure we didn't buy bad parkland. We've addressed the importance of food insecurity by having the farmland preservation plan. We have the conservation
Preservation
plan.
Mm-hmm.
We have all these plans because we know how important it is. This has all happened since 2018. So I'm really glad that there's a shift in culture, because there's nothing worse than having the cake baked before it comes to us, because it makes it harder. And so thank you for the shift. It really matters. But I'm not going to back it down on the urgency of it. I think, we can pivot on some things, but land acquisition is really important. Sometimes what happens is if there's money that's sitting around, people get other ideas for it. And the intention was that the money was supposed to go to land to protect the environment for whatever reason, for whatever reason that we're buying it, whether it's on the Catawba River or whether it's a farm park. Our intentions on every piece of property that we buy for Park and Rec are good. I don't want to lose that strong commitment. When I came into office, we had calculated how much money it would take to buy the land that we needed to serve the population that we were serving. It was more than $1 billion of land. We can't meet that. There's no way we can meet it. We can't take $1 billion to do it. Now we're further behind because we have a bigger population. I can't back down on the goal. I feel like if we back down on the goal, now we're going to lose momentum. And maybe another board in the future would think that they had to do that, but I just can't be part of that. So I think we need to stay committed to the land acquisition, being as smart as possible, meeting the needs of the entire county, like we have been doing. And I think that's all. And I just want to take a moment, because I've known Ebenezer since the day he started. And when Commissioner Altman said that your department isn't recognized, I just want to recognize you and all of the outstanding professionals that work for you in so many different capacities, whether it's GIS or solid waste or stormwater. When people talk about the fees, the annual increase in fees, the fees aren't enough. It's not enough today. And so, that's why I say yes, absolutely. The fees have to meet the needs, and the population needs to understand it. I hate the burden that it puts on people, but this is Mecklenburg County, and we are restricted in many ways. So I just want to thank you, because every single time that I can always rely on you. You understand my heart, and I understand yours. And so Ebenezer has seen landfills, and once you see one and experience and live it and see the impact on the health and wellness of the communities around it, it changes your life. Once you see the suffering from poor air quality, it changes your life. And so the decisions, the things that happen in Louisa impact health and wellness of the entire Mecklenburg County. And I want to thank you just for being so awesome.
Thank you, Commissioner, but again, it's not me.
I
I'm
know.
the cheerleader for a great team.
I know, but you came in to put the recycling bins in the room today, and so I really extra appreciate you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I think everybody's been heard multiple rounds. Anybody else have anything burning before I go? All right. One, I want to say thank you all. I think this was a great discussion. I can start with number 3, the sustainable funding model. Right now, I'm a no on both of those. I think, Ebenezer, as you've done in the past, whenever there was a need or for us to look at a fee adjustment, you come to the board and give us all those options. I like that approach. I don't, if there's a need, I think any future board should evaluate that need, but I'm not in favor of baking or building that in. I think you, as staff and Mr. Manager, you always have the flexibility to say, hey, we need to take a look at this. So I would not be in favor of that. As far as the air quality fee, I definitely would not be in favor. I know that's a statutory thing. I wouldn't be in favor of us moving forward with that either. I don't want to impose any additional fees on residents, particularly because we can't impose those same fees on the commercial side. And I just think I think there's an imbalance there, and it continues to be an imbalance as it relates to this. So anytime that I get to shift that balance a little bit, I'm going to move in that direction. Barring any additional information I find out that, that I'm wrong with that. So those are sort of low-hanging fruit, easy ones for me. if we go to the first policy, the set of policy questions with respect to net zero carbon, I'm fine with, I think we can play with numbers all day. I mean, I guess people are comfortable with 20, 30, 35. I think at the end of the day, what the community is saying is they want us to be aggressive. They don't want us to be lackadaisical about approaching this goal. And so for me, if I had to split the baby, I would be saying, hey, we set a target of 2035. I think we can always tell the community where we're tracking towards and why. And so what is it that impeded us from reaching the goal in 2035? What would it take for us to give? It's $10 trillion and, whatever that is, but based on where we are today, here's where we're tracking towards. It's actually 2050. But, and I think, Mark, I think you said it earlier, or someone said it, technology can change tomorrow. It could be 2032 based on some new technology that we're not aware of. So why not keep the goal at 2035? Be very clear with the community as far as where we're tracking, what it would take to, in today's terms, meet the goal of 2035, and certainly explain why we have not met it. And so I'll leave that there. As far as purchasing the regional renewable energy credits, I would be in favor of that. The participate in Duke Energy's program, I would be in favor of that. I get the angst with Duke Energy, but maybe it's a better way for us to be able to lean in, have more of a voice, and make sure that they are at the table and understand what the needs are of this community in particular and our regional partners. But I do think we just can't stiff arm them with respect to the relationship. I've heard my colleagues talk about relationships in Raleigh, relationships in other places, so I would not exclude Duke Energy as it relates to those relationships, even though it may have been or may be perceived as somewhat contentious today. So I would be in favor of anything moving forward. And also, I want to predicate that by saying, as long as there's a level of a cost-benefit analysis, right? I mean, if we get the return on investment and we're getting the bang for the buck, then that makes sense to me. But if we're not, I mean, let's not go down that road, right? And we just need to be able to explain that. So I hope that's clear direction on that one. Parkland is where I do want to spend a little bit of time. So I'm always open to land acquisition strategies. I think we should be looking at it. Frankly, I personally am a believer that the county should be the #1 land owner, period. Well, I'm just saying, like, I want to buy every available tract, period. I want to own everything because we can figure out a future use, I believe, particularly the way things are growing, but that's not feasible, that's unpopular, and that is what it is. I'm just giving you my perspective. But I'm certainly open to all kinds of land acquisition strategies. I think we should be, Les, I came to you one time because I wanted to buy the North Lake Mall when it was up and demolish that sucker and then come back. I mean, I think we've got to look at everything because, again, you can't you can't grow land as it was said previously. And so you can't just look for available open tracts when you narrow it down. I mean, there's X number of viable tracts, so we're going to have to try to repurpose it. And I think Commissioner Dunlap has educated us when we came on the board. There is a cost implication to that, and I am sensitive to that as well. And so I think there is a balance when you take things off of the tax, when you take parcels off of the tax roll. But the answer to that question, Nick, would be yes. As land availability and acquisition become more challenging, should the county revisit our site development strategy to include proactively collaborating with partners? Absolutely. I would like us to deepen that partnership with CMS. It was mentioned earlier, Mr. Manager. They have huge tracts of land. We have to buy back those, the surplus properties. I wish there was a way where we didn't have to buy it back. We could just lease it, but with the purposes for what we need to do. And I want to expand those purposes, not just for, I mean, I think we could leverage it to hit multiple goals that we have as a county because their footprint is so big. So if we wanted to look at a level of development, open space, repurposing, I think we could fill multiple buckets at the same time on huge swaths of land. We can leverage the same principle that we use today when we buy the land, only develop on less than 50% or 30%, and everything else is open space. But I think you could look at housing options, particularly for our team members, particularly for county team members, would have a place to live that was affordable where we could control the cost. So that's the type of partnership that I'm looking at with CMS sort of surplus or any other partner that would be there. I also want to speak about greenways. Appreciate our target of 26 miles. I know that is a huge challenge. I want that thing, I want it to be 50 miles. And I'm not being tongue-in-cheek. I want that to be doubled. Here's why. For in certain communities, greenways are a want, and there's nothing wrong with that. In other communities, it's a need. It's a transportation corridor. I'm wondering, Mark, do we look at our assets? So we got the CRC getting ready to come off of Sharon Amity. Are we looking and working with Park and Rec to say, how are we going to move people that are on that Milton Road, Sharon Amity, East W.T. Harris corridor to a critical resource like a CRC? That's how I want to leverage greenways as well. There's a health benefit, there is a mental health benefit, and it's going to cost us more in these communities that have been underserved for so long, but we have got to decide that we're going to lean in. People have to be able to access. They don't have transportation today. When we are building our assets, there should be, in my opinion, Mr. Manager, a direct overlay with Park and Rec on how we move people outside of having to rely on CATs or micro-transit, which is going to be great. But how do we use our corridors and accelerate that process? Because people actually need it. They've got to get to critical places. We have people in Howey Acres that want to get to Eastway Rec Center or get to LB Scarborough. They shouldn't be cut off. If they're a senior, they should be safe to walk and not have to go on the street and take their lives put their lives at risk. So, I mean, I think that greenways should, for me, be a priority. And the final thing that, well, two other things, I apologize. With our, all of our targets, Michael, I would like to see a level of environmental justice baked in. The thing that I loved about ELAP the most, for me, was the aspect of us addressing environmental justice. That was my biggest thing. I need to see some targets, some goals around how we are addressing environmental justice in this community for communities that have really been, havoc has been wreaked. So you can get to that at some other point. And the last thing I want to say is always want to shout out the partnership that we have with community members who go and work in our parks with our Park and Rec staff and Latta Park and Mason Wallace. Latta, every year at this time I shout out Nancy and Ruth Ann, and I'm going to do it again, and all the people that work with them, because they just have been a tremendous resource and consistent, and then Mason Wallace in particular with Dave Molinaro and that whole crew up there working with our team. So I wanted to say thank you. And that will lead us, thank you, sir. And Dr. Johnson, did you have anything else?
No, thank you. Y'all can get applause as well.
All right. All right, so we'll take a break. It's basically 3:50, so let's say 4:05. We'll come back and do the next block.
Come back. No, there was some potato chips in your little cup and bring it back.
There you go. All right, we're in the home stretch now, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get our financial updates piece teed up. We will go to Deputy County Manager Atreed to get us teed up on this. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Jarrell, County Commissioners, staff, and residents listening from home. I'm Michelle Atreed, your last, but hopefully not least, Deputy County Manager to speak today. At the conclusion of my remarks, you can clap for me or you can clap because you're in the home stretch of your retreat. I won't know the difference.
Thank you, honey.
But it is my pleasure to kick off the tax rate and financial portion of this retreat. Earlier this week, County Economist Brandon Simmons and County Assessor Ken Joyner provided an economic and tax-based update looking at national headwinds as well as state and local trends. Over the next hour or so, we will now set the stage for the fiscal landscape you face, examining the affordability of our tax rate, structure, our policy foundation, and the pressures we must navigate as we enter the fiscal year 2027 budget process. If you look back at where Mecklenburg County was 5 years ago, the story of Mecklenburg County is one of resilience. We have weathered global shifts, local challenges, and through it all, we have kept the foundation solid. But as any builder knows, the taller you build, the stronger the foundation needs to be. I want to remind the board and everyone watching that Mecklenburg County remains a AAA rated community, an elite distinction held by only 54 counties in the entire nation. When Fitch, Moody's, and S&P Global assign their highest rating to us, it is more than just a badge of honor. It is a testament to this board's reputation for fiscal stability and our diverse, growing economy. However, the stability is not a permanent guarantee. It is a fiscal discipline we must maintain. Being AAA today does not guarantee we will be AAA tomorrow. While we are part of an elite group, we must remain vigilant. You, as the Board of County Commissioners, have a legacy of identifying ambitious priorities for this community, from economic development, affordable housing and education, to environmental stewardship, health equity, and reducing racial disparities. These are investments that change lives. But to fund them sustainably, we must strike a structural balance between the services we deliver, the revenues we intake, and the reserves we keep for the rainy day, how much stuffing we keep in the mattress. Specifically, we must guard against the factors that threaten our standing, such as sustained weakening in our liquidity or taking on debt burdens that outpace our growth. To guide us through this today, we have two experts. First, the Office of Management and Budget Director, Adrian Cox, will provide an overview of our tax rate structure and the impacts of taxes and services to our county residents. Next, our Chief Financial Officer, David Boyd, will provide a forecast for the rest of 2026, outline proposed updates to our fund balance and debt policies to keep our AAA foundation secure, and set the stage for fiscal 2027. As you listen to these remaining presentations and consider the other content you heard today and earlier this week, I ask you to view them through kind of a dual lens, sustainability and affordability. How do we fund the vision you have for this community in a way that ensures we can continue to fund and enhance the legacies your investments set 10 years from now? Without further ado, I will pass the mic to Adrian Cox to kick us off this afternoon.
All right, thank you. So today, I would like to share some information with all of you regarding maintaining an affordable and competitive tax rate. Before I jump into this presentation, I would like to thank Ken Joyner and his team because they helped to provide some of the underlying data sets that I used in my analysis. So Ken, if you're watching, thank you so much for the partnership. So in just a moment, David Boyd is going to share with you some updates on our finances and our revenue outlook for next year. For this presentation, I would like to step back and look at our taxes more broadly to provide you with some context around metrics that we are developing for the balanced scorecard. I hope to offer some more meaningful comparisons to other counties regarding our tax burden. I will illustrate why it is that the county is unable to take on many of the same roles as the state and federal government. And I will also use some examples to demonstrate how funding decisions impact affordability for residents. Overall, the goal is to begin integrating the concepts of affordability more intentionally into discussions about the services that the county provides. So this has shown up a lot in the retreat, and this is our balanced scorecard. This is the draft that Michael Griswold shared with the board during the fall retreat. One of the objectives here is to maintain an affordable and competitive tax rate. Because the county is substantially funded with property taxes, and our success in achieving our goals is contingent on available sources, all of the other objectives of the county must be held in balance with this one objective. And therefore, it is important to spend some time thinking about what exactly is an affordable and competitive tax rate. So I've shown this chart to all of you before, and this chart shows the property tax rates in all 100 counties in North Carolina. With a tax rate of 49.27, Mecklenburg County currently has the 23rd lowest rate in the state. We are lower than all of our neighboring counties except for Union County, and we have the lowest of the 5 largest counties in the state. This tells us how we stand in terms of our rate, but that is only one part of the picture. And having the lowest rate compared to the other counties may not always be the right goal to set. There are other factors to consider. So this is the same chart, but showing what we call effective rate. The effective rate is calculated by the Department of Revenue by adjusting the actual rate by sales assessment to normalize the effect of different revaluation cycles. Because all counties have different revaluation cycles, the effective rate allows for better comparison by eliminating that variable. In terms of the effective rate, Mecklenburg County has the 33rd lowest in the state. We are still lower than all of the neighbors except for Union County, and lower than the effective rate of the largest counties in the state. So one important difference between Mecklenburg County and most other counties is our substantial commercial tax base. We have a commercial tax base of 36% and 64% residential. The state as a whole has a commercial tax base of 24%. Having a healthy commercial tax base is important because the overall burden of providing services is spread over both residential and commercial property owners. Without a healthy commercial tax base, local governments have the cost of providing services to residents, which is then borne mostly by the residential property owners. So the table on the left shows the percentage of commercial and residential property following the last 3 revaluations. And yesterday, the county assessor shared the current trends in commercial values relative to the residential values that are trending to be lower in our next revaluation. We're currently trending toward a shift from 64% to 66% residential. The columns here under the till header show how $1,000 of county costs are split between residential and commercial property tax payers. You can see that changes in proportional values between commercial and residential can have a large impact on the tax burden for residential property owners, even without any changes to the rates. And also, as a reminder, rate increases are anticipated for fiscal year 28 in the amount of 2 cents, and in fiscal year 29 for 1 cent, based upon our debt service model and voter-approved debt. So here's a summary of our tax base for single-family residential properties. The median appraised value is $377,300, which at our current tax rate would have a tax bill of $1,859 or $155 per month. Half of all single-family residential properties are valued higher than this, and half are valued lower than this amount. The property at the bottom quartile is valued at $296,200, and it would have a tax bill of $1,459. 25% of properties are valued less, and 75% are valued more than this property. And at the upper quartile, or the 75th percentile place, the value is $521,900, and this property would have a tax bill, county tax bill, of $2,571. So we also wanted to take a look at multifamily properties. The 2024 American Community Survey estimates that 45%, or 219,000 households in Mecklenburg County, are renters. Many of these renters rent single-family properties, but many rent from multifamily properties, which are considered to be commercial within our tax base. These residents do not pay the property tax directly, but the tax is paid by the owner, and the landlord factors this into the cost of the rent. Looking at the property tax divided by the number of units within each multifamily property, we found that the median property tax per housing unit in Mecklenburg County is $924, or about $77 a month. I do want to emphasize here that we do not know exactly how this cost would be passed down to the renters that are in these units. So now I want to talk about how this plays into affordability for residents. There are two basic parts of affordability. How much do core living expenses cost, and how much money do you have, or your income? Core living expenses include the costs such as housing, childcare, food, transportation, medical, and other household needs. Taxes are also considered a cost, and property taxes typically are part of housing costs for the most part. Income can include wages that employers pay. Income on investments include retirement investments and some forms of support from the government, such as Social Security. The charts on these slides show the estimated median income for the county based on the 2024 American Community Survey. For Mecklenburg County as a whole, the median income is estimated to be $90,494 for households, and you can see the distribution in the purple bar chart on the left. Median income for owner-occupied households is $124,709, and you can see that distribution in the blue chart in the top right. And the median income for renter-occupied households is $62,417, which is shown in that teal bar chart in the bottom right. So it can be helpful to look at our taxes as a percentage of income to better understand the impact on affordability and to make more meaningful comparisons to other jurisdictions. When we look at the median tax bill as a percent of median income, here's what we see. The county taxes for a median single-family property of $1,859 as a percentage of the median income for owner-occupied households is 1.49%. And if you do the same calculation using the median county property tax per unit for multifamily properties and the median income for renter-occupied households, you get approximately the same number. And when we did this, these numbers were surprisingly close to me. But I do think that it is one indication that we have a uniform assessment and taxation structure for renters versus owners, even though these are very different property types. I also wanted to evaluate the impact of the HOMES program. The program provides grants to 35% of the total county tax bill, up to $650 for participants that qualify. This year, we expect to provide 5,900 awards. The median assessed value for a HOMES participant is $310,000. The median for the county as a whole is 22% more. The median household income for a HOMES participant was $43,763. The median income for the county is 52% more, and the owner-occupied income is 89% more. In the table on the right, you can see the comparison showing the net impact of the grant on the county tax bill and the remaining tax as a percentage of median income. The Homes program is effective at offsetting some of the regressive nature of property tax for low-income residents. And grants for the current Homes program were funded largely with one-time funding in fiscal year 2025. New funding will be necessary to continue the program in fiscal year 27 or beyond. There are also some other programs that are noted here on this slide that can have a similar effect for those who qualify. So now if we go back to the comparisons to other counties, when we look at the median residential tax bill, so not just the rate, but the median county tax bill based on the rate and the median assessed value for those counties, we land somewhere between Forsyth and Durham for the larger counties, and between Lincoln and Cabarrus County for the neighboring counties. Here is the comparison of the median tax bill as a percentage of the median income for the whole county. In this comparison, we fall between Guilford and Wake County and between Iredell and Lincoln for the surrounding counties. And then if we zero in and look at the median county tax bill for single-family residential as a percent of the median owner-occupied household income, we are lower than the largest counties and the neighboring counties as well. So the options that counties have for raising revenue are limited by the authority provided by the state of North Carolina. This slide comes from a study by the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, which is a nonpartisan research group that studies tax policies throughout the country. This was from their Who Pays 7th edition report, and it analyzes the 2024 combined state and local policies within the United States. The study looks at whether tax structures are regressive, proportional, or progressive. A tax is considered regressive if the payers of the tax with lower incomes pay a larger percentage of their income to the tax. A proportional tax results in the same percentage of income for all, and a progressive tax charges a larger percentage of income for higher income groups. The study ranked North Carolina as 24 out of 50 states on their Tax Inequity Index, and that is looking at the combined state and local tax structures for those 50 states. Sales tax is considered to be more regressive than property tax, but the cost is shared by visitors to the county, reducing some of the overall burden at the local level. Property taxes are less regressive, but still have some regressiveness, especially at the upper and the lower limits of the income distribution. And although the state shifted to a flat income tax in 2014, income taxes in North Carolina still have some progressive components, such as a standard deduction and child deduction. In North Carolina, counties can only levy sales tax and property tax, and the sales tax, as you know, is very limited. The state relies mostly on sales tax and income tax, and the federal government is primarily funded with income taxes. So I'm now going to show some examples of the cost to live in Mecklenburg County and how taxes impact those costs. On the left, you can see the livable wage as determined by the MIT living wage calculator for various types of households in Mecklenburg County. The living wage calculator uses market costs for housing, childcare, transportation, food, medical, and other household needs, and accounting for the income and payroll taxes then determines how much a household would need to cover these core expenses. For example, one adult with no children would need $55,307 to cover the living expenses in Mecklenburg County. A family with 2 working adults and 3 children would need $141,731 as their household income, that is both salaries together, to cover their expenses. And as a reference, on the right here, I have included the median income from various household types. So unfortunately, the Census Bureau does not provide that data in a format that allows you to do a perfect alignment between these two data sets, but you can make some general comparisons. So for example, the living wage determined by MIT for a single adult with no children is $55,307, while the median income for a non-family household is $62,342. And of course, median means that half of the households will have income less than this amount. So there are likely to be many in this category below the living wage. Here's an example of a household with 2 working adults and 2 children. On the left, you can see the cost that they would expect to have in our county and would need a household income of $122,086. 19% would go to housing, 20% to child care, 13% to transportation costs, 14% would cover their income and payroll taxes, 11% for food, 8% for medical expenses, and 14% would cover the cost of internet and other household expenses that they have. Based on the rates effective July 1st, 2026, including the new transit sales tax that will go into effect, and not assuming any increases or any other increases in any property taxes, I've estimated that this family would pay $22,466 in taxes to the county, city, state, and federal government. And these are shown in the table on the right. These are part of the overall expenses that make up that bar that you see on the left. In your appendix, there is a detailed breakdown of these estimates if you wanted to look into them. For these examples, I have attributed a portion of sales tax which is levied by the county to the city based on the portion that they receive along with all of the transit tax as well. In this scenario, county property and sales tax combined account for 2% of the income, with property tax impacting the cost of housing and transportation, and sales tax impacting food and other retail purchases. Also, taxes in these examples do not include any utilities or solid waste charges or any fees like that. This is strictly what we would consider taxes. So here is another example with 1 working adult in a multifamily unit. The living wage for this household is going to be $55,307, which is $26.59 an hour on a standard work week. 37% of the income would be needed to pay rent, and there is no need for child care with this family. Their overall taxes are estimated to be $12,102, with $1,206 due to property taxes and sales taxes for county services. So here is an example showing the cost for a household with 1 child and 1 working adult. The living wage would be $92,088. And you can see for 1 child, the cost of child care for a working parent is estimated to be $14,321, or 16% of their income. As an illustration, here's the same scenario, but with the assumption that the child is enrolled in MEC Pre-K, eliminating this cost from the household expenses. Without the cost of child care, the necessary wage is now $75,252. The county provides other services that can have a beneficial impact on household costs, such as affordable housing programs, low-cost health clinics, mobile markets, child care subsidies that go on top of existing federal subsidies. The MIT Livable Wage Calculator provides an estimate of the typical cost, but it doesn't account for federal, state, or local benefits that can help to cover the cost for many residents. Federal benefits, in particular, play a significant role in helping residents to cover some of the living expenses. In the last fiscal year, federal benefits accounted for $1.3 billion for Mecklenburg County residents. The federal government is largely funded with income taxes, which puts it in a better position to provide benefits with less of a tax impact on lower income residents that are meant to benefit from these programs. Also, any changes to these federal benefits could have a significant impact on the affordability for many residents. So when we think about affordability, there are several ways that the county impacts affordability for residents, both on the cost side and on the income side of affordability. In terms of cost, programs such as affordable housing, child care subsidies, MEC Pre-K, healthy food initiatives, care for seniors, as well as some of our transportation services help residents afford to live in Mecklenburg County. Taxes are also part of that cost. By maintaining low rates, providing grants to the Homes program, we can help to make the cost of government more affordable for people. Business recruitment helps to make sure that the tax burden doesn't fall only on residential properties. Maintaining a high collection rate is also important because when people do not pay their taxes, that cost has to be borne by others. Also, many of the practices put in place by our county assessor to ensure equitable assessments help to ensure that residents are not unduly charged. On the income side, the county can influence affordability by promoting good jobs, cultivating a healthy economy, providing livable wages for public employees, and workforce development and education. So the county also, of course, we provide many other services that promote the quality of life for residents, such as parks and public safety. These do not directly impact affordability in the same way, but they make the county a great place to live. This table shows our 49.27 property tax and how it is used once we account for other revenue sources. In the last column on the right, what you can see is the median tax bill of $1,859 and how it is used to pay for things within our budget. I also want to share with you how our revenues have changed over time. This chart on this slide shows the per capita combined property and sales tax revenue that the county has received. And this excludes the pass-through transit sales tax that comes through our budget. In fiscal year 2016, we received $1,207 per person in property and sales tax combined. Today, we receive $1,575 based on the most recent population estimates. Adjusting for inflation, that is less than the per capita amount that we received in 2016. There have been property tax increases over the years since 2016. However, those increases have not been greater than the increase due to inflation and population over the last 2 years. It is important to point out that although sales taxes are impacted by inflation, property tax, absent any change to the rate, only accounts for new construction, which is a result of growth in population. So even during revaluations, when we calculate the revenue neutral rate, revenue neutral alone only accounts for average growth due to new construction. So before I wrap up, here is an example of the property tax changes anticipated for the future. At the current tax rate, the median single-family homeowner pays $1,859 in county taxes. If we assume that the overall tax burden for this property increases in the next revaluation based on the trends that we're seeing in commercial and residential values, then the increase would be around $58. Of course, the change in value relative to all other properties is going to be unique for every single property. So this is just an example based on the trends that the assessor shared with all of you yesterday. And this is before any changes in the rate. A 2-cent property tax rate increase is scheduled for fiscal year 2028, and it will add $77.82 to this tax bill. A 1 cent in 29 would add almost $39. Taken together, these increases will be $174.82 over fiscal year 28 and 29 combined. The table also includes the total county tax as a percentage of median income for the owner-occupied households as of the last census information. Although it's not factored here, I would expect that median income would increase in future years, barring in some type of recession. For a reference, If the tax rate was also increased by another half of a cent, it would generate $15 million for county expenses, and it would have an impact of $19.45 in this example. Also, as a reminder, for fiscal year 2027, the 1 cent increase in transit sales tax goes into effect, and I estimate that this will have an impact of $190 in additional household costs next year based off of an income of $122,000. So what does all this information I shared with you really mean? Here are some takeaways. Maintaining affordability is all about balance. Drivers of increased cost include the priorities that have been identified by the board based on the needs and the desires of the community. There are operating costs that increase every single year and mandated services that we are responsible for. With every expansion of service, there is also an impact on affordability for residents. We currently have a lower property tax burden compared to other counties, but there are future increases on the horizon. We also know that federal programs funded with income taxes help to offset a significant level of cost that are paid by residents. And if these programs are reduced, it will have a major impact on the affordability for low-income residents. However, of course, these needs cannot be offset by property taxes without disproportionately impacting the very same residents that they help. Maintaining an affordable and competitive tax rate is much more complicated than simply having a lower rate than other counties. It involves consideration of ability to pay, the cost of government, especially the cost of employees that live within a particular jurisdiction, and the types of services that are provided. As we work to build out the balanced scorecard, we want to continue to monitor the cost of our government and the resulting tax rate alongside of income. And it's going to be important this budget year and into the future to keep the balance between affordability and all of our other objectives at the forefront of the strategies that we develop. That concludes my presentation. I don't have any policy questions for you all. Answer any questions you all may have.
Well, no. I think you might have the biggest one that's coming up, actually. Adrian, I do want to, Mr. Manager, I do want to let the board address questions right now. I'm going to start with Chair of ED and Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell.
Oh, thank you. So I'm still, sifting through this in my own mind. On slide 19, where you talked about the state, it says income tax is progressive, although the state has been shifting to more regressive. Is that because they're lowering the income tax rate, or because they're taking the corporate tax rate to zero? Like, what's that story?
Both of those are correct. The reason that they're shifting to, or have been shifting to more regressive, in 2014, they shifted from having an income tax that was graduated to a flat tax. And when you do that, you're basically shifting to more of a flat tax. There are still elements of it that make it progressive, but it was shifted to be more regressive.
Okay. And then on page 28, basically, I think you said that taxes are lower now than they were in 2016 if it's adjusted for inflation. Did I understand that correctly?
The taxes per capita are lower, so the population has also grown. So the taxes per capita adjusted for inflation are lower.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think those are my big questions coming out of that. So I think I'm good to go.
All right. If not, we'll come back. Let me go to Commissioner Leek.
I can't talk. We're talking about taxes.
I get it.
Come back to me.
We'll come back to you as well. Let me go to Commissioner YTI.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so I had questions starting out. Some of them have been answered when I say started out, when we started on Wednesday. A couple of questions that I have. When you go to slide or to page 12 or slide 12, when you said that if you took out the cost for childcare and put that child in the pre-K and they're left now with $75,252, you had mentioned that there are other services then that they would be eligible for. Is it possible for us to, by income, list the services that would be available to residents of the county? Because I can't think of one service that would be available that the county has if you make a salary of $75,000.
Pre-K is available.
That's just one thing. The other is, so I remember when we, just as an example, I'm trying to figure out a way to put this. As an example, when the CIAA was here, they would assess a fee because there's a larger crowd here, right? There's a larger, is there any way that we can distinguish between taxes? We have statutory limitations on taxes, but is there a way that we can assess fees to corporations or to businesses, let's say for transportation, for garbage collection, for those kind of things, an additional fee that is not as burdensome to residents as it would be for a commercial business? That's my other question.
Impact fees.
When people apply for the homes program, do we automatically do a reevaluation and then pay that portion that we can pay out of the homes program based on the reevaluation, or do we just go with the regular valuation that was already done and then just give them, pay 35% of what it was that it was originally assessed? Those are my three questions.
All right. So let me go to the first question about fees. So the difference between fees and taxes is fees are typically in exchange for something specific. You're buying water, you're getting water. Taxes are taxes that are imposed, and you are, as a citizen, compelled to pay those taxes in order to support the government broadly. The fees, you are still limited in the types of fees that you can levy based upon what the state has allowed you to do. So you can't just create a fee that we might invent. You would have to have authorization to do it. And typically, it's they're very structured in terms of what is the exchange that you're getting. So the fee for code enforcement needs to cover the cost of code enforcement. So that's kind of how fees work. In terms of the homes program, the homes program, applying for a homes program does not trigger a reevaluation of your property. They assess to see if you are eligible for the program, if you may be eligible for the other programs that we have, and then they pay the grant.
Okay, well, going back to what you said about fees versus taxes, if we were assessing fees for something that was very specific, like for instance, if a data center moved here and they consume a lot of energy and they consume a lot of water, is there an additional fee that we could charge that would absorb some of the burden that the community would suffer?
I think what you're bumping up against is what we call impact fees.
Yes.
Which are not allowed to be done in North Carolina.
Of course not.
There are fees for if you have a larger tap on the water line, which of course we don't do the water, but the city will have a larger fee for larger taps just because of that cost of providing that service.
So like for transportation, if a company moves here and maybe even offering an incentive, if you give your employees, you know, some kind of incentive for getting from point A to point B if they don't have a vehicle, or because they're not contributing to the air pollution and they're helping us get into our carbon footprint goal. Exactly. Something like that. I'm just, you know, just trying to, because perception is reality. people perceive that their taxes are way too high. Obviously, it's not enough to take care of the services that we have, but if people perceive that their taxes are way too exuberant for what they're getting, if there is a way that we can show that we're trying to offset that burden to eliminate regressive tax, then I think that it would go a long way towards us planning for the future of those future increases that we have to absorb.
Understood. And I think the Homes program actually does a pretty good job of this.
Exactly.
That's all you're going to get.
Let me go to Commissioner Meyer.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Adrian. I think you do a great job of explaining this because it's, to me, it's very complicated, but I think you do a good job. Thank you. Must be your App State education.
Yes, thank you.
I think so too. Of course, I missed it somehow. On slides 23 and 24, I love how you took out the I love how you took out that expense, MEC Pre-K. Very interesting, and it's such a big difference, and that's so helpful to our families having MEC Pre-K. I love that. I love how you showed that, and it makes me think. After hearing all of our parents who came to our public hearing speak about childcare in general. So my question is, well, two questions. MEC Pre-K is strictly an expense for us, correct?
It is
No revenue from that.
There's no revenue, it's just an expense.
Just an expense. So do we now subsidize childcare at all in any way?
We
Is there
are,
a program?
in addition to MEC Pre-K, we are providing child care subsidies.
Subsidies.
Those are on top of federal subsidies that are provided.
Healthcare resources.
And that is, they're eligible somehow with income and that kind of stuff, and they apply.
That's correct.
Well, I just want to make it known that I imagine if we could take out childcare from 0 to 4, like you took out MEC Pre-K, how beneficial that would be for our families and how much more they can save and how much more they can put toward more necessities for their family. I just want to make that point. Really, I think you did a great job. It's really kind of self-explanatory where we are, so that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's just a really great point about MEC Pre-K. Commissioner Griffin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Slide 9. Let me make sure I get my story straight here. I've been saying that the burden has shifted to residents, but here, the base itself is basically the same. So why am I saying that the
Commercial.
So
that the taxes has sort of shifted to the majority going to residents as opposed to commercial? So help me with that.
Yeah. So what you're seeing here is just the percentage of what the total tax base, the 100% of the tax base is. So what you see with the commercial residential under that tax base table, those should add up to 100%. And you can see 2024, I can see the slide, it's 36% commercial, 64% residential. And what that means is for $1,000 worth of cost, commercial property would pay $360 of that cost, and residential would pay $640. Based off the trends that we're seeing for the revaluation that will occur for fiscal year 2028, we are currently expecting that commercial will make up 34% of that tax base, and the residential would grow to 66%. That same $1,000 of cost, now the commercial property is paying $340, and the residential, instead of $640, is paying $660. So it is.
But my seemed like I got a message because I've been saying this, so maybe I need to change it. I thought the last time Ken Joyner was saying that the taxes had shifted in some way from commercial, because with this slide.
The burden is.
Burden is. This is without any change to the rate. Okay. If your budget for 2028 is exactly the same as it is today, and we do a revaluation because of changes in the value, there will be a shift more towards residential and commercial.
The value.
And it's not saying that commercial's going down. They're both likely going up. It's just one may be going up higher than the other at a quicker rate. And this happens with every revaluation to some respect.
All right. Got it.
So Adrian, to put a finer point on that, didn't we see a drop in commercial values is where the burden shifted?
Yeah, that's a lot of what is driving this, those
Right.
vacancies that we're seeing.
Exactly. So we had, Arthur, previously when we had those uptown buildings pre-COVID valued at 100 million, then it dropped to 25 million. I think that's where we were saying the burden shift to residential because the residential appreciation shot up.
Okay.
And so.
And you'll notice that the opposite happened a few years back. In 2012, we had a 35% commercial. That went to 38% commercial and residential only to 62%. Both values grew, just one of them grew at a faster rate.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Let me go to Commissioner Dunlap.
So, yeah, I've been following this for a couple of years now, and I'm trying to figure out how we can have a more balanced approach to taxation. And primarily because property tax is paid by people who own property. Those people who live in apartments and rental homes don't pay property tax.
Yes, they do.
No, the landowner pays the tax.
But it's included.
So they don't pay taxes. And so the question is
Excluded.
there a way that we could assess them for their use of things that property tax owners are taxed for?
So, to answer your question, going back to one thing that Ken Joyner said the other day, the way that you assess taxes and the way that you levy taxes is very prescribed by the state of North Carolina.
I know the Machinery Act.
You got one single rate, and there's not a lot of wiggle room to do something different from any other county, unless you had some authority from the state legislature. So
the answer
not
is
that
no.
I know of.
I just thought that would be more balanced, but I mean, I understand the Machinery Act.
Yet, no. ABC, it's in your rent.
Good, George?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Altman.
Thank you. So with MEC Pre-K, remind me, do the other programs in the community, like Bright Beginnings, are those free?
Your rent.
So there are free programs. There are eligibility requirements to get into those programs.
So ours is the only one that does not have a means test on it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Because I'm getting ready to sign my lease.
I would like to, I doubt someone can speak to it, but if they can, I'd like to know, where are we with our childcare wait list? What is the cost what is the, what's the wait? I know there's a means test for our childcare wait list. So I'd like an update on that. I'd like to know if anyone can tell me today, how much money do we have in the program for homes? I think it's really important we continue to be able to offer that. Just very, very important. Can somebody remind me, with regard to the slide about federal benefits? I remember, Mr. Manager, that we were worried about the impact, and then things shifted and it seemed like the worst did not fall on us. So what action, do we have documented impacts to our residents because of the federal government cutting off services at this time? And yeah, those are my questions. Thank you.
So to go back to child care wait list, I don't have the information. We can certainly get it for you. We provide child care subsidies. There are also federal subsidies that are provided. So what we have in our budget are basically it's on top of those federal subsidies. And so a lot of that wait list is impacted by what's happening in terms of federal dollars that are available. The child care wait list went down a lot during the pandemic because there was a lot of federal dollars that helped to bring it down. But we can try to get you that information. In terms of the homes program, the funding for the grants themselves, the money that goes to the residents, the county's portion of that was $8 million that we put into the budget back in 2024. And I believe we have spent all of that money. It was one-time funding. And I believe we ended up using about 2.5 a year in giving out those grants.
So are you saying there's no more money in the homes budget?
There's no more money for homes. It would need to be reappropriated to continue the homes program going into 2027.
Okay, well, I certainly hope that'll be something the team thinks hard about and tries to bake in. And just can you remind me where we are with the impact of the federal government's recent actions on our community?
So are you speaking about the shutdown or which federal impact?
Well,
I don't know the answer to either one of those, but
Well, I believe, Vice Chair, you're speaking to some of the changes and the withholding of some of the funds and threats that we received that you were briefed on in the last few months. We are still anticipating those impacts. I don't have them off the top of my head and the dates that they go into effect. Dr. Campbell, do you have those? But we can get you those specific dates. But we are not out. We're still concerned about the impacts associated with that.
right, we're not out of the woods, but as we stand today, have any of those actually materialized as we stand today?
No, ma'am, I don't think so. We did get some notifications from SAMHSA and the CDC about rescinding our grants, and then those were immediately reversed, and so our money was reinstated.
Right, and
so to
Medicaid,
speak. So
all of that is currently in an
Correct.
okay position. All right, because a constituent asked me, and I thought that was the right answer, but I wanted to double check.
Yeah, we're not out of the woods, as you've said.
No,
and
I
we're
understand.
still
I
planning
just
for some of that impact.
wanted to give out accurate information. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's my understanding, though, from the original bill, there are only a few things that would be impactful during this fiscal year. The other one would be impactful the following year after the midterms. It was set up that way so they could get through the midterms.
And those were the dates that we shared with you at the last update that we can bring back to your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have something quick?
Just one question.
Well, let me let them go, and then I'll come back to you for sure, okay? Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. So my only question right now is slide 27. And when I was turning the page, you kept saying revenue neutral only includes new construction, nothing else, which makes me think you wanted to say more than that. So what else might you want to say? Like, are we missing something that it doesn't take into account?
Well, I guess the thing I would say, the thing in what this means is, so apart from any tax increase on your property tax, there's going to be growing costs for providing services. Property tax without any change to it is only going to increase when new things are built. Because if you think about revenue neutral, we're kind of resetting that back down because of the changes in the market. It's not, when you look at revenue neutral, you're not picking up a bump due to the housing market changes. And so what that means is that the revenues you have to fund those expenses are not going to keep up with inflation. Sales tax is impacted by inflation, but property tax is not without changes to the rate. It does change with more population, but of course more housetops means more services that you're going to provide.
So it doesn't count for inflation, and it doesn't count for what else?
That's it. It doesn't count for inflation.
Okay.
And it doesn't account for it. That's just the mechanism of property taxes. So The one thing I would say about property taxes, which is a very good thing for counties and municipalities, is that it is a very stable source of revenue. We can predict it fairly well. And that is a good thing if you're an organization providing public safety, like fire and police. You don't want those types of governments having to stop mid-year and reassess what they're doing. So property tax, it is regressive in some parts. It's not as regressive as sales tax, but it is also stable.
Except for the inflation part.
It doesn't grow with inflation. That requires some action.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go to Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you go to slide 7, and speaking about the effective tax rate, what I'm trying to reconcile in my own mind, and Mr. Manager, appreciate, and Adrian, of course, or maybe this is just a question that I have. Is our goal, like I think you said we are 33rd lowest in the effective tax rate? Mm-hmm. And my question is the goal to be the lowest? I know if we're talking to, taxpayers, they're going to be like, yeah, hell yeah, it's to be the lowest. But, I mean, if you have 100 counties and you want to sort of be in the middle, like, I'm wondering what would that look like? And so, like, should we be trying to leverage the fact that we have a higher commercial tax base? And, like right now, like we have the advantage of having a high commercial tax base in Mecklenburg, according to the other pie chart thing that you showed, compared to other counties. But maybe we're not really leveraging that by keeping our taxes so low. Like I get inaffordability is a problem, but isn't it a problem in the whole state? It's not just unique to Mecklenburg. Like, aren't I hearing like, it's so inaffordable to live here, but isn't that what people are saying everywhere? So it's not necessarily our taxes that are making it so inaffordable. If I'm looking at this chart and saying we're 33rd, what if we were 50 in the middle? What would our tax rate be? People are going to say we're overtaxed no matter what you tax them. So I'm trying to say, well, gosh, maybe we're not using the leverage in the best way that we could be.
So this is a very complicated question. And I don't think that, yes, it's good to know how you stand in terms of your other jurisdictions and in terms of how you stand in terms of the effective rate. As we work to come up with some metrics for the scorecard on maintaining that affordable rate, you also have to look at other factors of the community. To see how, because these communities may be different. And you also have to think about what are the services that are provided. Because yes, taxes impact affordability. Services that you provide also can impact affordability. But the mechanisms that we have to levy taxes are the property tax, which is regressive, and we do have tax rates on the horizon in the future. Mm-hmm. So this, I expect, will go up unless all the other counties are, going up at the same rates we are. And we also have the new sales tax, which is coming online, which is going to put us at the highest sales tax in the state. So yeah, you will have that piece as well.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
And as to answer your question, it's not to have the lowest, it's to, as Griswold presented to you, is to maintain an affordable tax rate. And so when you think about the cost of government, as Adrian spoke about, and you factor some of the conversations we've been having, that is the juggling act. That's the seesaw that was presented up there, the revenue that you have available versus the cost to provide these services as well. So the goal that we have to factor in terms of maintaining that gets back to that fiscal discipline.
Thank you.
Commissioner Townsend Ingram.
So did we go into our general fund, which it stated was at a growth rate of 3 to 4% so that we could invest more into the homes program? Didn't we vote to do that the last time we had a retreat?
I don't know if it was the last time we had a retreat. The last time that funds were allocated out of fund balance
Out of
was
fund balance,
2024, and it was part of that budget.
So, the question that I started out with on Wednesday, is there anything that we can do, or let me ask this question, has there been, because of the volatility of the market and the tariffs and all of that, has there been an impact on our growth rate that would decrease it from the 3 to 4% that you said it was originally? And how is that affecting our fund balance?
So are you speaking of the investment growth?
Investment growth, or whatever it is that allows, because there was this line that you said we were bumping up against, that we couldn't go over, that it would jeopardize our rating and things of that nature.
That must have been David. I know he's going to come up here in a minute, and he's going to talk about investment growth.
But some of the impacts you're talking about, it hits the expense side. And David will touch on that as well. When you think about tariffs, you approved a CIP based on X amount. Since that time, tariffs have gone into effect and have, as you know, driven up costs. So that is a reassessment that we have to factor on the expense side based on the revenue that you approved.
And the support we've taken.
Commissioner Meyer.
Oh, thank you. Back to child care subsidies, where do those subsidies come from? What department and how much do we allot for that?
So I believe those are in child, family, and adult
I don't see
services.
Kim Henderson, but it is CFAS, Children, Family, and Adult Services that manage that.
So it's Department of Social Services, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then, so is there any model, and I don't know if this is possible, but when you take what parents are saving in pre-K, and then with the child care subsidies, is there a model that can show how much money goes back into the economy because they have that money to spend in our community? Is there even something?
I don't know that there is necessarily a model that does that. And I think, though, at least in the example that I was showing you, is child care is one of those core living expenses. And so if you don't have that cost of child care, it costs less to live. And so you have that funding would go to something else, but it's going to go to those core living expenses. But I don't know that I could necessarily say how much goes back in the economy.
Can you, can we find out how much our subsidies are, how much we have?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. And how many families apply and get that? Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Altman.
Oh, thank you so much. Adrian, if I understood you, you said that a static tax rate is not going to bring in more money except for new buildings or new people who move here.
That's right.
Okay.
Static property tax rate, yeah.
So if we keep a static property tax rate, which I know we all want to do, when the next fiscal year rolls around and inflation happens, everything's more expensive, et cetera, isn't it a true statement that we will have less money to deliver the same amount of service because everything is more expensive and we pulled in essentially the same amount of money if we make no changes to the tax rate? Is that a true statement?
With some caveats. You will have more money for more people. And you will have some growth in sales tax because as costs go up, there is some growth there. But it is not like all of your revenue will increase at the same rate that costs increase. That is true.
And I remember with MEC Pre-K that it was conceived of as universal access, no means test. Now or later, I would be interested in understanding how do you assess that, given all of our financial pressures? How many families could pay, so that we could reach more families who cannot, so that we can try to help all families reach the workforce if they want to be there. I would be interested in understanding the cost of that.
Okay. So I've got a few things here, Adrian. I know Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell brought up an interesting point with respect to the commercial. And one of the things the way that I kind of look at it, if you remember when we first got on the board, the lion's share, I mean, we were in the land of plenty a little bit because of where we were with respect to commercial. So I do think it's important for us to understand it's cyclical, and eventually the pendulum will swing back. It just has swung in a direction that I think all of us are just uncomfortable with because of the burden that it's placing on individual residents. But typically it should wind up swinging back at some point. And so I think Vice Chair shared an article from the Business Journal that talked about the anticipated filling up of Uptown and what that will mean to us. And so obviously I think we have to, maintain a fiscal discipline for a few more cycles until that pendulum does swing back. But that's just one way to kind of look at it, because we're under the conditions that we're under right now, particularly from the state. And until we can make some changes there to change policy, that may be one way to look at it. The other thing, Adrian, when you look at essentially the $480 million that we're having to foot the bill for, if the value of a penny is what, 30 million?
It's 30 million, yeah.
30 million, so that's almost 16 cent? 15 cent of tax rate, something like that. I mean,
I would want to calculate.
if you backed in, right?
Yeah.
Right? So you've done the math. So 15, 16 cents, right? So if you think about that, I mean, I'm frankly, I'm comfortable with our tax rate. I'm glad we're in that bottom third. To me, it shows fiscal discipline. It shows that we're not just arbitrarily raising the tax rate just to be doing it, and we still appear to be meeting the majority of the need of the community. And I think we've only looked at it since I've been on the board, and I know previous boards have done the same thing. We've looked at it as a way, when we've moved the tax rate, it's been based off of what the community need is. And so I do appreciate the community with these investments that they've decided to make in transit or indoor education, and we know those are built in. So, Mr. Manager, I think you got a really tough job, but, I want to be crystal clear that for me, I can't absorb another increase. I can't support another increase, and I think we're going to have to make some tough decisions, but I just cannot do that knowing what's coming. And so I would just ask that you would tee up some options, even if they are difficult options that we have to consider.
I appreciate that. And you recall in my remarks to you on Wednesday when we kicked off this retreat, I shared with you that collectively we have to rethink how we budget. And I want to commend our vice chair as she called out one of many great programs that we have, like MEC Pre-K, to take a look at it. As good as that program is, but as she clearly defined, based on where we find ourselves, you ask staff to take a look at it. The conversation we just had regarding environmental services, to take a look at those policies. Those are the things that we have to look at. I don't have but so many levers to pull. One is looking at revenue, which is taxes, and I heard you loud and clear. Adrian shared with you what 0.5 cent tax rate increase would generate, a little less than $20. The other is looking at reductions or elimination of services, or a combination of two, and then, of course, revisiting our policies. Those are the levers that I have. I don't have a rabbit you pull out of a hat or anything like that. So this is where the rubber meets the road as you think about all the things that we've discussed over the last 2 days and things that we're about to discuss when you have your open mic session as well. There's a cost associated with it, and if I'm hearing the board imply that, hey, we're not going to support a tax rate increase, and you think about what it is you're asking us to fund, we haven't even touched on education. You know, the list goes on and on and on. So that is part of the direction I'm looking for when I hear our vice chair say, look at the program. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm just saying in general, that's the scrub that the team and I are going to have to do.
And so, thank you, Mr. Manager. And to be clear, one commissioner is saying you can't support the tax rate. I'm not speaking for everybody, but I don't want to do an increase. But I do want to know how, when we're looking at your budget, do we impact if you take those capital projects that we built in for FY27, 28, if we push those out or if we made adjustments there, would that impact how your budget, how you would view your budget?
The answer is yes, but I don't want to get ahead. David's going to touch on that to some extent. And those are some factors that we're looking at.
Because and I'm just saying David will come, but that's sort of what I'm looking at, right? If we had to pause a project or something like that to be able to not do that, that's something that I'm looking for some creative piece on that. So I'll let that lie. Yes, George.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear you say that, because the reality is going to hit this entire board once you realize what's going to happen. Because we have to remember that we've already baked in a tax increase.
Mm-hmm.
Because
multiple.
Yeah, multiple times. So for every 1 cent we baked in, that's a $30 million loss in our revenue.
Right.
And so if we are $60 million less in our budget or tax revenue, then that means we already got to start trying to figure out what we can do with 60 million less. And then with these anticipated asks, I think, to be fair to the manager, we ought to say, well, we're still doing things in 4 buckets, right? Those things that are mandated, give us how do we do the 4 buckets?
So if you're thinking about the choice matrix,
right,
you have things that you have to do and you have to fund a certain amount. So those, we calculate that amount and you have to pay that amount. You have things that you are mandated to do, but you have discretion in how much funding goes to it. And so that's the majority of a lot of the things that are mandated. You've got some discretion in how much you spend on it. You have some things in the budget, and there's not very many of them, but if you decide to do those, you don't have to do them, but if you decide to do them, then you have to spend a certain amount on them. So those are typically like contracts and stuff where we are set to pay a certain amount. Once you're in it, you can't really just back out of it. And then you have all the discretionary to fund and discretionary to provide, which you don't have to do at all. And whatever you're doing, there is, you have flexibility on the cost too.
All right, so my little bit of education when I was taking budgeting in school, it sounds like to me that we need to start with a zero-based budget. That means give the manager the discretion to build a budget from the floor up to determine what he's going to propose to us. And then we have to decide
what we were doing, right?
What we're going to do with it. That's basically it. Because if you don't, you're going to end up cherry picking, and then it's going to be the people who have the most clout get what they want at the expense of those who don't. And so we could end up, and this is just an example, funding $50 million for parkland, but losing $50 million in services that affect people. Because that's what it's going to come down to.
That's exactly right.
All right, well, I'm interested to hear from David because hopefully we'll look at some options. Thank you, Adrian, appreciate that. Great discussion, board. All right, David, solve all this stuff for us now.
I'm going to tell you what the problem is.
Well, the manager promised solutions, so.
Well, collectively, we're going to have to. Good afternoon. I guess I'm the closing act. But to your point, I mean, collectively, we are going to have to come up with solutions, so.
You're absolutely right.
All right. I'm going the wrong way already.
It's time to go home,
Help me.
because you're paying these people.
All right. So this is essentially the same kind of format I've gone through in the past, although I do have another section in here where we're going to talk a little bit about some recommended changes to a couple of policies. So we're going to start briefly with fiscal year 25 and how did we end up. First, with the general fund revenues, we exceeded our final revenue budget in 25 by 3.4%, which I would say is a pretty good place to be. When we're forecasting revenues, we don't really have any control over the revenues, and so we need to be somewhat conservative because we can't control how much sales tax we get. We've got forecasts. We got forecasts and projections on what our property tax is, but we can't control that revenue number. And then, that's in total $56 million, which sounds like a lot of money, but a relatively small percentage on a big number, like $1.7 billion, is a big number. The biggest variances we had in 25 were sales tax, which we've talked about year over year as to why that one is so hard to forecast, and interest on our investments. The sales tax we've talked about, and we'll talk about again about why that's challenging to forecast and why we are intentionally conservative in forecasting that sales tax number because of the variability in it. And then the interest on investments is really been challenging to forecast, and we've got to project how much are we going to have in our investment portfolio, how long is it going to be in various types of investments, what's the rate we're going to have, and then most specifically, what is the exact market value of all those on June 30th? It's kind of like asking all of you to tell me, hey, what's your 401k balance going to be 18 months from now? And so again, with those revenue streams that we have the least confidence in our ability to forecast, we need to be somewhat conservative on those. On the expenditure side, we were very tight in 2025. In total, we between what we spent and encumbered, we saved $30 million relative to the total budget. That's just 1.8%. But of that $30 million, we carried forward another $16.5 million. So when you factor that in, we spent 99.2% of the budget in 2025, which is almost a little too tight. And I see Leiden chuckling, he's like, yeah, that's a little bit too close, but I think if we're doing our job correctly in forecasting revenues and establishing what the budget really needs to be without any extra fluff in there, we should be, relatively close within a couple of points on the spending, and then, 3 or 4% on the revenue side. If things come in, if we're doing all right, if we're doing things the way we should. A debt service fund is a lot easier to project, but we've got the same type of variances there for the same reasons with sales tax and in investment earnings. So let's talk about a little bit about our investment portfolio. That's coming up a couple of times. We did just hit a benchmark with our portfolio, exceeded $2 billion for the first time just this past month. It is, as I've said before, invested in a very boring manner, intentionally and statutorily. We are not permitted to invest in stocks. We can't invest in cryptocurrency. We can't invest in any of those exotic things that you might hear about. We essentially put our money in fixed income securities, government bonds, money market accounts. Essentially a local government money market account is what that investment pool is. We buy treasuries, and we buy a number of certificates of deposit. Our investment return at the end of the year was right around 3.5%. But again, 3.5% on almost $2 billion is a pretty big number as well. So as interest rates kind of ran up there as we came out of the pandemic, and they were trying to combat inflation, we were able to earn more on our investments, and now interest rates are starting to trend down a little bit, and so we'll see that number start to go down a bit going forward. So that's where we ended up 2025. We'll talk a little bit about where do we think things are going to end in the current fiscal year. So biggest thing that we just got done talking about, the biggest piece of our revenue is the property tax. And you can see here that we are 3 years into the current revaluation cycle. We've got one more year before we will have that reval. So we should, again, have that relatively low growth in value based on just what new construction is. We've got some very preliminary projections from the assessor's office on what those values might be for next year. But this one is not as volatile and not as difficult to project as sales tax. I showed this to you last year, and the same story is true this year. Coming out of the pandemic, when everybody sat at home on their computer and bought anything and everything under the sun, we had, 20% plus year-over-year growth in our sales tax. And now we have come back to reality. The blue line here is a 12-month rolling average of our gross sales tax collection. So this is the real amount of sales taxes that were collected and distributed, that were attributed to Mecklenburg County. And you can see that for more than 12 months here, we have been relatively flat at around that 3.5% mark. We are back to kind of normal sales tax growth. It's still growing. It's just not growing the way it was 2-3 years ago. And you can see the dotted line, that's the month over month change, which is going to have some volatility to it, but things have kind of stabilized. But the wild card in projecting what's the actual sales tax revenue that we have, that we can spend, that we need to try to project, is also affected by refunds, and what is the net amount that we get once the state refunds sales tax paid by tax-exempt entities in the state. And we have no ability to forecast how much and when that happens. There are very few rules about when tax-exempt entities can request refunds. They could store them all up for a whole year and ask all at once. There isn't any certainty in that. There isn't any certainty as to when the state even processes them. And so this makes our job even harder. And it has a big impact. We try to do some analysis. And so we've said that over the past years we looked at, a low refund amount would be equal to about 8% of our gross sales tax. A medium kind of average level would be about 9%, and if we had high refunds, that would be about 10%. So if we assume a 3% kind of growth in the actual underlying sales tax, and we have low refunds, if we have low refunds, we would exceed our budget in '26 by $11.4 million. But if we have high refunds, we would only exceed by $2.5 million. The other thing that I've mentioned to you in the past is we only have 4 months of 2026 data right now. There is a significant lag. I don't have Christmas. I don't know how Christmas was. And what we have in I've got, national economic indicators that would tell us what they think happened, but what did that actually mean in North Carolina? What did it actually mean in Mecklenburg County? And what's the refunds that happened? So what we're trying to do is project what's going to happen at the end of this year and what's going to happen at the end of 2027. So we're trying to get 20 months out to figure out what is the sales tax number that we need to include in the budget for 2027. And that's why that number always is going to look like, hey, what are you guys doing? You're always off on your sales tax forecast. It's because we don't know, and so we don't want to overestimate what it might be. If we don't have enough money, we can control how much we spend, but we can't say, hey, we don't have enough money, we need to collect more. We can't control that aspect. We can only control the spending side, and so we are somewhat conservative. So far this year, year to date through October, net, we are actually down 2%. So this would suggest that the underlying trend, we should be up 3.5%. But we're not, and that is because of the refunds that we've had so far. So that means that the first 4 months of the year, we've had higher refunds than we had the first half of the year last year. Does that mean we're going to have higher refunds for the whole year? I have no idea. I would assume not. You know, we have some historic data on how much refunds generally are. So we are still working from an assumption that we're going to be right around that 3% underlying number and that we're going to have median refunds. And as each month goes between now and when we set the budget, we're going to continue to look at this and refine it as we go through the year. You know, Brandon talked yesterday about, you know, everybody's expected to get, you know, big income tax refunds in February, March, April, May as they do their federal income taxes. That might be what actually just keeps us at that 3% number and doesn't have us drop. So it may not add to our sales tax. It may just help us hit what our current projection is and what our budget is. So to hit our budget for sales tax, we need to have an average of 1.3% net collections for the balance of the year. So that is not unachievable, and as I said before, we have very little data so far this year, and we're going to look at it every month until we get up to the day that Mike's got his recommended budget, and if we got some more, we'll put it in. Because he'll ask me, do you got any more? All right, so if we look at the balance of the year, we're not really projecting much in terms of difference from what was budgeted. You know, again, if you look at property taxes, we're projecting $8.2 million. That's less than 1% on property tax. And then sales taxes, we're still at that. Our current forecast puts us at $4.6 million over. I would say the other thing to call out is that charges for services line. That's where some of the revenue for real estate transactions that flows through the Register of Deeds office. We were, you know, somewhat conservative in setting that budget because we didn't know what was happening with the housing market. It's slowed, but we still believe that we'll exceed that budget by about $1.6 million. Park and Rec is likely to exceed their revenue budget as well, but by the time we get to the end of the year, you know, about $12 million over what we had projected, which I think is, you know, quite a bit lower than what I've been telling you in the past as our budgets get tighter and tighter. The same thing with the expenditure side, 1.4% under is what we're projecting right now, which again is about where we should be if Lyden and Adrian are doing their job right, I guess. So you put those together, where we think we'll be over on the revenue and under on the spending, that's about $37.2 million. So we've talked historically about, you know, fund balance and why do we always have fund balance? And it's because if we do our job right on budgeting, we should have a little bit of a surplus. We do not want to come to you halfway through the year and say, hey, you know what, that revenue projection we had, that's way off and we need to scale everything back. I don't want to be here telling you, hey, we were off all over the place. You know, we want to be reasonably conservative. We don't want to be so conservative that we're constraining things that people want to do or telling you that, hey, you need a tax increase when you really don't. We've just sandbagged the revenue or the spending amounts. We want to be reasonably conservative so that we can achieve what everybody wants to achieve during the year. In the interest of time, I'm not going to talk much about the debt service fund, as there's not really much different in there. Again, just very little variance on that side. So let's talk a little bit about our debt. And we're going to go back to the end of the year here a little bit because this leads into the next conversation. So at the end of June, we had just under $2 billion worth of outstanding debt. We have not issued the bulk of the school bonds. We've only issued about, what's the number, $400 million of that money so far. We're looking at all of our cash flow projections to determine when is the next time we need to borrow. We won't be borrowing any more money in this fiscal year. We likely need to borrow some money next year. We just, to Michelle's point on our AAA rating, we had the rating agencies check in with us annually to do their annual surveillance to see how things are trending. We met with all three rating agencies, provided them some data in December, and they have all affirmed our current rating. So they've looked at things and everything looks good. And I mentioned that we're at $2 billion in debt right now, but that's going to grow, right? We intentionally have been somewhat, we intentionally have not issued debt over the years to get to a point now where we have capacity to issue, because we are going to be borrowing money over the next several years. Which gets us to a conversation I want to have about a couple finance policies. There are a handful of policies that you all approve versus ones that are just administrative that the manager approves. And two of them are our debt policy and our fund balance policy. And what I've got here today, before I go over the projections for 27, is we're going to start with the debt policy and what we're recommending change here. And these two policies are coming together primarily because they both affect fund balance and how we calculate our minimum fund balance requirements, what we do with fund balance. And because we have references to fund balance in both the debt policy and the fund balance policy, trying to make them work together is very cumbersome. And so one of the reasons why this is in front of you is to separate the fund balance issue from kind of things related to debt. And while we're at it, and because these are two policies that you all approve, we're also taking the opportunity to do some housekeeping cleanup that we've kind of had on the shelf for a while that haven't risen to the point where it was worth bringing to you. But while we're at it, we're cleaning up some other stuff. So one of the things that's in here, you have an actual red line of both of the policies in your appendix. I'm not quite sure, Adrian, how that got provided to everybody. If it's in, it should be in everybody's binders. If it's not, it's there. So if you want to see the actual, all the words that are changed, they are included, but I've just tried to highlight the things that if I were you that I would want to know. As I said before, a lot of the other stuff is just some housekeeping language cleanup. So the first thing that we're doing is we're eliminating a reference to a specific tax rate for the debt service fund and for PAYGO capital, which is a little bit of a mouthful. And if you actually go back and read the policy, it's a little bit challenging to understand. And so we're also trying to simplify things. But essentially what the policy said before was, well, I'll get to the exact words in just a minute. The other thing we're doing is, like I said, language cleanup. And then the last thing, while we're at it, we're going to update some of the debt metrics that are in here. So here's kind of a summary of what was there before and what's here now. So the current policy specifically says that a revenue neutral adjusted 19 cents would be appropriated to the debt service fund. And when we did the 5-year capital plan that included the school bonds, as well as these projected tax increases that we have, and we went to this rolling CIP process, we've gotten out of whack with this. And while we are mathematically pretty close to that number, and this whole kind of concept of revenue neutral adjusted 19 cents, when the policy was adopted, 19 cents was a real number, but over time you have revals, you got a revenue neutral amount that changes. It's somewhat inflexible and doesn't match up with exactly how we have been managing the tax rate that's going into that fund with those other specified and identified necessary tax rate increases. So this, the change in the policy eliminates that specific reference and gives us more alignment with what we're currently doing and gives us some flexibility to do things different that we might want to consider, which I'll talk about later in some of the slides. While we're in here in terms of the housekeeping, one of the things that's in here is a direct debt per capita limit of $2,000. That number has not been updated for, I don't know, 15, 20 years. So we're just increasing that number to be more relevant with inflation over time. The other thing that's here is our current policy limits our debt service to 17% of operating expenditures. And I'm proposing that we change it to 17% of revenues. And the reason I say that is, again, I'll go back to the tax rate increases that we had projected were necessary. If we issue a whole bunch of debt and it takes 5 cents of tax rate to pay for that debt, and we raise taxes by 5 cents, I would say from a fiscal responsibility standpoint, we did pretty good, that we matched our taxes and our revenues with our expenses. The current metric doesn't capture that because it's measuring our debt service against our expenses. So there's no correlation between the revenue side and the debt service, because we want the revenue availability to match our expenses, and we want that ratio to be measured as a limiting factor as opposed to comparing debt service to total expenses. The other thing that we're doing from a housekeeping standpoint as well is there's another metric that is the overall debt per capita. This means that the math on this is you take all of the debt that has been issued by all of the jurisdictions in the county, and you add that all up and you divide that by the population. Well, we don't really have any control over what the town of Huntersville or the city of Charlotte might issue from a debt standpoint. And so we shouldn't necessarily have a policy that has a target that we can't control. It's a number we are interested in. It's a number that the rating agencies look at, but we're just saying that we are not going to have a prescribed target. It is still a number that we're going to monitor because it is a metric that is important to measuring overall kind of debt burden in a particular jurisdiction. So how are we doing relative to these updated metrics? So again, that the first two, we're no longer measuring a target, but you can see what those numbers are. As far as the direct debt per capita, which is one that's changing here, we're at $1,434 compared to the $3,000 limit, but that number will go up as we issue more debt. The 10-year payout ratio, that is one where you want to be below you want to be above the target, not below the target. Due to the fact that of the way we structure our debt, that kind of naturally happens when we issue 20-year debt. And then that last one, the next one there, which has a proposed change, is the debt service as a percentage of operating revenues. We're at just under 10% compared to the 17% number. And again, that one will go up as we issue more debt. And so how do we compare to the other large counties in the state? I'll let you know that these metrics are not mathematically calculated exactly the same way as the ones that are on the other page. The rating agencies, this is a comparison from Standard & Poor's. They have a little bit of a black box on how they do their math, but in order for us to compare, we had to use their data, so they're slightly different. So you can see that from a total amount of debt, as you might expect, we're higher than Durham, Forsyth, and Guilford, but somewhat less than Wake. We've got the lowest debt as a percentage of assessed value. We've got debt per capita is that other number that's going to go up, and then our debt service as a percentage of operating revenues here compared to everyone else is lower. But again, our numbers are going to be increasing as we issue more and more of that projected debt. So those are the key changes in the debt policy. I would not characterize any of those changes as material. If I'm sitting in your seat, I wouldn't be really concerned about them. Most of the stuff in the debt policy, as I said before, is housekeeping, cleanup, and simplification. The other thing we wanted to change is some aspects of the fund balance policy. And I would say the bulk of the reasons for the changes here are also simplification. And there is some things in here that, again, we're eliminating the debt service fund from the policy and from the calculation. We are also proposing to change the minimum fund balance requirement from 28% of actual operating revenue to 25% of general fund adjusted expenditures. And I'll get there in just a second. Additionally, our policy currently doesn't have a cap. You know, how much is too much to accumulate? And so we're proposing that we put a cap in here of 35%. And if it does exceed 35%, we would scrape that off and put that in the debt service fund to use for debt service or capital spending. I think it's unlikely that that would happen because as part of the budget process, we appropriate fund balance and we have complete control. The only time I think that would happen is if perhaps there wasn't very much appropriation and there were some accounting entries that happened at the end of the year that somehow affected the number, and we would scrape that over. And then the policy also currently has some very specific uses of fund balance related to kind of our reserve funds and other things that is unnecessarily complicating how we might use fund balance, when essentially we've all said fund balance is only for one-time costs, emergencies, unique opportunities, not to be used for ongoing operating expenses except for an emergency. And if you get below a certain level, we've got to have a plan to put it back. So why the change? Why are we proposing a change from 28% to 25%? So let's start there. 28% to me, if you ask me, why does it need to be 28% and not 26 and not 27? I don't have a really good answer as to why exactly 28. No one publishes a number that says it needs to be this. So what I said was, how about we just pick 25%, which lines up with 90 days of operating expenses. It is consistent with how we manage the financial models for solid waste and stormwater. There is a rational reason to also tie it to expenses instead of revenues, that we need fund balance to deal with expenses. We don't need fund balance to deal with the revenues. We need fund balance as a percentage of what we spent. So what we talked about on the debt policy, we want debt to be tied to revenue because that's what we're using to pay for it. Our fund balance should be tied to our expenses. If we want there to be a certain amount of money sitting in the pot if we can't cover our expenses. And if you look at some of the other entities that are out there, you know, what are their policies right now? You can see they're kind of across the map, but everybody's maximum or where they're actually ended up at the end of the year is right around that 35% number. So what would that look like, our old policy compared to our new policy, and based on our current revenue and expense projections, where do we think we would end up? So if we used our current policy, we would project that we would end fiscal year 26 with $154.9 million over our minimum required 28% number. And the proposed policy we would end up with $196.9 million above our 25% minimum. The difference between the two is essentially 3%. It's kind of a one-time change. Once we get past the first year of implementation, we'll be tied to that same calculation. If we were to look at, and so that is if we spent down to 25%. If we spent down to that minimum, we would have $196.9 million of fund balance that if we wanted to appropriate every penny that we project we will have at the end of 26, we would have 196.9. I don't think we'll be recommending that. But if we were to spend it down to 30%, that would be $109.7 million that we would have available for appropriation. So we've looked at this chart over the past several years to kind of show how has fund balance trended over time. So up through 25, this is using our old policy guidelines, and then 26 is with the new one. So for fiscal year 24, after we allocated the way you read this, that bottom line there, if you look at fiscal year 24, after we appropriated $148.3 million, we had $53.7 million left. 25, we appropriated $49.6 million, which left us with 108, and now we have 196.9, and we have yet to determine how much of that we're going to appropriate in the fiscal year 27 budget. So both of these, pending feedback from you all, both of these policy changes would end up in the budget adoption process to get approved. All right, so what are we looking like for next year, for 27? Again, going back to the big component, property tax, slow, steady growth, relatively tight variance between what we budget and what we actually end up with. Compared to sales tax, where we had big growth, 22, 23, and then not quite as much growth, 24, 25, and 26, and tightening variances between what we budgeted and what the actuals were. So we are projecting, and again, very early on in the process, especially that property tax number, we've got some very early projections from Ken and his folks in the assessor's office. We'll be working on that. And this is just that natural growth in the tax rate, in the tax base related to new construction. We're looking at $26.9 million above what was budgeted in 26. For sales tax, right now we're sticking with that 3% medium refund scenario. And as we get more data for 26 or hear more about projections for the future, we'll work on that number as well. I mentioned to you interest rates are declining, so we're ending up with somewhat lower investment earnings projections, puts us at $39.7 million of county dollar growth for 27. Once you add in many of the other revenue streams that we've got in the general fund, I'll just call your attention to, again, that charges for services number, growth in the Register of Deeds, real estate revenue, we'll be likely projecting that one higher. And I think Nick and his folks in Park and Rec have some ideas on fees in their operation, which could add another bit to it, which is going to be offset a little bit by some declines in some revenues from the sheriff's office. Again, similar adjustments in the debt service fund. So here's where we're starting out, and this isn't a lot different from what Adrian shared with you when we met with the Board of Education, but we've got about $40 million in natural growth if you just look at those three main discretionary revenue sources. There's a few others that may add to it. If you just look at the four things we've called out here, SNAP reimbursement reduction, $7.8 million that we're going to have to cover that we used to get reimbursed for. If we just do salary and benefits for county employees that we did, the same that we did for this year, that's $44 million. If we fund the opening of the new library, the opening of the facility-based crisis center, that's $7.2 million. And if we provide CMS and CPCC with the same amounts we provided them this year, that's $31 million. Just those things adds up to $90 million before we have added anything that we've talked about over the past couple of days, before we have added any of the inflationary cost increases for operating costs across all of the county operations. So we're talking about, out of the box, a $50 million gap to before we really got started. One of the things in the creativity box that we're looking at is what the chair described is the, what's happening in the CIP. So currently, we allocate 11.57 cents of our total tax rate to the debt service fund. That's that roughly 19-cent revenue neutral adjusted number that's in the debt policy. If we took 1 cent out of there and moved it into the general fund, that would give the general fund an additional $30 million, and the tax rate wouldn't go up. But there's no such thing as a free lunch, right? So we have to cover, we had that revenue projected in our capital plan that's been adopted. And so we are very early on in looking at what could we do to make that work? What would the impact be on the CIP? Because we're not just talking about $30 million once. We're talking about $30 million every year. So in a 5-year CIP, that's $150 million. And that's just not a single $150 million project, because some of those projects in there are funded with debt, and that cost got spread out over 20 years. So there's a lot of options that we are looking at, and we are not in a position today to tell you even what those options are. We've just begun to have a few conversations with some of our agency partners that we fund capital for to see what are the options and what might be some of the lowest impact options. Or, are there other priorities that are shifting or changing, and are there things that are in the plan now that we no longer want in the plan? And, but what will be a problem, if we got to take stuff out, right, the only way we can make that work is take something out. We can't take something out and then add something else in, because that's not going to work. We're going to take this project out and do this one instead. This is a net reduction. At the same time, we've got people that have requested new projects for the new 5th year in the rolling CIP that, people are hopeful will get funded. So I did run one scenario that was if we just didn't add any new projects in the new 5th year, that math doesn't work. So that doesn't quite get us there. So we've got a lot of work to do on that front, and there will be more to come to you in terms of options that if we come up with any that we think are viable. And I can't emphasize enough how early it is on the revenue projection side of things, that we are going to continue to see what can we do on the revenue side to be as reasonably conservative as we can, but still maximize the resources that are available to fund all the things that we've been talking about. And I think the other thing is, and again, the chair mentioned this yesterday, that we can't just look at solving this problem for 27. Because if we solve this problem for 27 using some kind of one-time tricks, we're going to do this exact same thing in 2028, 2029, because fundamentally, our revenues are not growing at the same pace as our recurring expenses. So we don't have a revenue problem. Our revenue is still growing. We would like it to be growing more. We have a spending problem, and we can't fund at the level we have without more revenue. And the naturally occurring revenue growth isn't keeping up. So absent tax increases, and the only lever you all have is a property tax, we've got to figure out a way to spend less, and we have to do a better job of looking further out than just the current budget year. We need to work internally on some enhanced kind of 5-year forecasting tools to know, all right, this decision today, is that going to be fundable 4 years from now? Or this new capital project that's expected to start 3 years from now, have we built in the additional operating costs for that new rec center or whatever it might be? And do we have revenue to be able to do that, which might inform whether or not we want to do that project or not? And I will admit that we haven't had as robust a process in long-term forecasting on the operating side that we have on the capital side. And so that's a priority internally that we've got to work on. Those are my comments. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and I apologize that I do not have the answers. The problem, I'll have the answers to your questions, but not to the underlying problem.
So let me tackle just a couple of things very quickly, because there's been multiple requests for us to do a working lunch, a working dinner, excuse me, thank you. And so we would take about 15 minutes, go get our food, come back, and get into questions, and then go into our last piece of the board discussion. So, but I need to poll, because I know everybody doesn't agree with the working dinner. So, board members, what is your pleasure at this point?
Working dinner. I vote for working dinner.
Working dinner.
Sure. No.
Sounds like a
It
consensus.
sounds like a consensus to me. So Dave, we're going to do, let's say this, it's 6:04. Let's, board members, grab your plate. Let's get back at 6:20. 6:20. We could do 6:20. We can do 6:20, and then just go through the questions at that time, David. Thank you.
I knew I was spending too much.
around this, without question, leading up to your recommendation. So as it relates to what I would ask some of my colleagues, if you have like really, really in-depth questions that is going to go beyond, 3 or 4 minute setting, Mr. Manager, we could set up time for commissioners to get with David, and maybe 2 or 3. Anyone that would want to take advantage of that, because I think it would be helpful to go through some of this in smaller settings so that people aren't rushed. Okay, and then the other thing is, and it may even be possible, I don't know if everybody's prepared to, and I suspect a lot of folks may not be prepared to accept the recommendations and need to go through that in a smaller setting as well. But if you do have burning questions at this point, can I just see who definitively has burning questions or comments right now? Let me go with, I'll start to the right. Let me start with Commissioner Meyer, Commissioner Powell, and then Commissioner YTI, and then Commissioner Altman.
Okay, at the risk of having a really stupid question, when you talk about the refunds, what are you talking about? It was at the very beginning.
All right, so if nonprofit service provider goes and buy, and that is tax exempt, goes to the store and buys something, they pay full retail price plus sales tax when they pay it. And then at some point in the future, they add up all the sales tax that they paid, they send a form to the state, and the state gives them a refund, and then they take it away from whichever jurisdiction originally got the tax. So we get it, and then we have to give it back.
Okay, I remember this now. We talked about Atrium last year. Atrium gets a refund.
We get a refund.
Yeah, right.
We do have an actual advocacy effort through the North Carolina Government Finance Officers Association, where we're trying to get some relief on this. Like, why do we have to pay this, then go through some administrative hoop to get it back? The state's got to go through a bunch of effort to deal with it. The rest of the country doesn't do it this way. And so we're working on that and everything refund related through our professional association. It's just like molasses in January to get any movement on things.
I understand. So my only other thing, you said we have a spending problem. So do you think, in your opinion, do you think that we have taken on more spending on things that we have not normally spent money on in the past? That's not really our purview?
Well, I mean, I don't know that that's necessarily the case. It's just that if we keep doing what we have been doing, in the past, our revenue was sufficient to cover it, and now it's not. And so it's like if you were getting a 10% raise every year and you were doing whatever you were doing at home, and all of a sudden you're getting a 3% raise, but you got a car with a higher payment and you bought a bigger house with a higher payment, you're going to struggle to figure out how to make that work.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe we have factored the long-term fiscal implication on these great investments we've made. We look at it kind of on a year-by-year basis, but there's a snowball effect. And to David's point, and also what Adrian said, the growth revenue has not kept pace with the expenditure side as well. So I wouldn't say that, I wouldn't categorize it that way, but more so you're seeing the fiscal impact play out when we annualize these operations, or when a facility comes online and there's an operating expense associated with it, or we make these commitments that in year 2 or year 3, all of that is coming to a head now.
So like when we built, or when in 2016, I think, and I don't remember the amount for the Nature Museum, it was this amount, but then in a few years it ended up being way more. And you see that a lot with the library, with other.
But that's more on the capital side. And I think we do a pretty good job of the long-term forecasting on how we pay for the capital. I think what Mike's talking about is more the operating side. So we decided we're going to build a new library, and the library is covering their share, not to pick on Angie, but the library's doing a great share of fundraising to cover the share. But did we build in to some long-term projection that now we got to put a whole bunch of people in that library to run it. And there wasn't, did we really factor that in to what we have to now pay for? And what's that incremental cost compared to how much is our revenue going up to be able to cover that? I mean, as an example,
Okay,
not to pick
thank
on the
you.
library again.
Thanks.
Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. I think my big question is, you said in-house, you're going to work on forecasting operating expenses for the future. And it seems like some of the surprise is because inflation hasn't, like, I don't feel like, and maybe you do build it in, and we didn't know it, but the inflation and the cost of services are so extreme now that it's surprising. And so, like, just talk about how you're going to work on forecasting operating expenses.
So, I mean, we know our primary categories of revenues. We know that most of our costs are personnel related, and then we have other operating costs. And we can build a very rudimentary picture of what that looks like. But what we also need to factor into that are what are those things that are happening out into the future? You know, do we have another library-esque project that's going to come online 3 years from now? What do we forecast that projection to be? And let's put those costs out in that year. And with our projected revenues, our projected spending, raises, those types of things, then when we get to that year, do we have a positive or negative number? And look at it more long-term like we do in the capital side. But, you know, your point is taken. We assume that there's going to be cost increases year over year. And each of the years up till now, we've had other types of levers we could pull within the budget. You know, like to your question, are there things that were in the budget that didn't need to be in the budget? We have scrubbed all of those things over the past, you know, this is I think my 5th budget since I've been here. We've gone through an exhaustive effort to try to find all of those. That doesn't need to be in here. We don't need to do that. We can do less than that. All of the kind of the little tricks and really low impact ways to manage things on the spending side or increase assumptions on the revenue. Maybe we were too conservative. There were things we could do to make it work, and we just made it work year over year. And now we've got to the point where we don't really have any more of those things that are easy for us to stop doing or do less of to make the math work. And so we need to figure out, now that we've got to the place where we've scrubbed all the other stuff out, what does a long-range plan look like that's more sustainable? It's a different approach to budgeting, as the manager has said, that we need to do things differently, and that's what we're starting to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Altman.
Thank you. Regarding the changes to our policies, could you bring up the summary slide?
Are you driving slides back there? Thank you.
Which one?
I'm looking for the page number. For which policy?
Well, there was a slide that had a summary of all the main policy changes to.
Right, there's the debt policy or the fund balance policy? 'Cause
The debt policy.
23.
So I just want to ask, you know, is this something that, for example, Standard & Poor's or Moody's or whoever, all the entities that look at us and assess us, is this something that you share, or is it so minor that it's not necessary to? Is it consistent with standard practice for other jurisdictions? Is there anything that is a major divergence? I feel like you've already answered this, but I also want to ask you just really directly.
So we will share the new policies with them. We have already had conversations with our external financial advisor who works with us on all of our debt issuances, and said, here's what we're considering. Do you see any red flags or concerns? And they said no. The main things that the rating agency is concerned about is, do you have a policy? less concerned about what's in it, but do you have one, and are you following your policy? And so it's a bigger red flag if for some reason we were materially not in compliance with the policy that we had. And then they're also, regardless of what your policy is, they also want to make sure they're just going to look at the numbers. Like, what are you actually doing? Do you have a policy, and what are your actual numbers is what the rating agencies are concerned about. But we did specifically talk with our financial advisor about any of these changes, and they had no concerns.
Yeah, this was the slide I was looking for. All right. And then now that you're at this good slide, can you go to the summary of the slide for fund balance?
My page numbers aren't the same as yours back there, so.
Which maybe slide 61. So in layman's terms, how would you summarize, I need a summary of the summary. What are we really doing with these changes? Are we increasing the amount of discretion the board has? Are we decreasing the amount of discretion? You know, I saw the sweep because in previous years, you know, the fund balance has accumulated, and that's given us, the board, leverage to do things that the board thought was a priority. But if you're going to be sweeping things over 35%, you know, that may have implications for the amount of discretion that we have, you know.
So I would say the primary goal of this is simplification administratively to calculate the numbers so that if 10 people read the policy, 10 people would do the math and get the same math answer. So that's the primary reason, because if the previous policy, the math could be interpreted multiple ways. So that's the primary reason for this. This does provide a somewhat lower fund balance threshold. So in that regard, there's a little less fund balance that you're required to keep, but not materially so, and not anything that I would be concerned about, that I would characterize as you know, being less conservative, slightly less conservative, but not materially. And then as it relates to the cap, you guys have complete discretion throughout the budget process to appropriate fund balance, you know, in excess of the policy minimum, or even below that in emergencies. And the only time we would, this sweep above 35% is just in the event that there is some reason that stuff starts to accumulate, and it would be good to have a maximum amount that we have an intended purpose for, which is once it gets above a certain amount, enough is enough, and let's put it to good use so it doesn't just sit there and accumulate to no benefit of the taxpayer.
Yeah,
Okay, then I just had one more, and that is, did I hear you say, like, the way we've been operating with fund balance, we haven't used it for ongoing expenses, because that would be building in a structural deficit. We've been using it for one-time expenses only. Did I hear you say that we're getting rid of those criteria?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
If you look at the red line version of the document, you can see lots of complexity about, you know, you can use it for this and this amount and this amount, which is unnecessarily complicated, and we're simplifying it to say exactly what you just said. We're only going to use it for the stuff we're supposed to use it for, and not say anything more than that, so that we maintain fundamentally what we're saying, but still provide flexibility to do things that fit in that category.
Commissioner Townsend Ingram.
Okay, understanding that previously we've done things in a certain way and now we have to do things differently to kind of adjust our spending. My question is, when we are brought things that, when we're brought things that we vote on, has there already been done, and this is what I'm assuming, a risk evaluation so that we can see the return on investment? I know we do in economic development. You say, well, this is the return on investment. If we were to allow this company, if we would give them this tax incentive, this is the return on investment for us. What about for some of our operational costs? For instance, it's more difficult because you can't really, it's not quantifiable immediately. It's more qualitative, but if we're telling our employees we can't afford to provide salary increases or raises based on merit or anything else, but we brought in a whole new division, a whole new arm, it's like, okay, is that going to reap us great benefits? Is there going to be a return on the investment of not spending there but spending here? Does that make sense? I need a risk assessment of layer that goes in between. Now that we're going to have to tighten our belt, what is our risk to actually funding this program versus this program?
I mean, that is what our whole budgeting process consists of. And I would say that throughout the course of the year, there are limited budget amendments that come before you that don't also have some revenue associated with them. And if there are something that comes off cycle from the budget that you all are voting on, it's been well vetted throughout the organization before it gets in front of you that, yes, this is something that we should be doing, and yes, we can afford to do it. But the entirety of the budget process and what we'll go through will be exactly what you said. What's the value of this relative to this? What's the cost of this relative to the value, to determine what can we fit and sustainably be able to afford on an ongoing basis.
So we do have a risk evaluation department that, well, even if it's not in name, in theory, we do have, you guys are actually doing that with the dollars that we spend.
So, Commissioner, what we do throughout the budget process is we try to capture every potential increase, every potential decrease as a decision point and determine what is going to be the impact of it. Now, ROI, like you're familiar with in the private sector, doesn't really exist in the public sector.
Right.
Because what we're talking about is not how much profit loss you'll
Right,
have.
it's more qualitative.
You're talking about people's lives.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're having to lay out those options and what those options are going to be, and also try to determine what's going to be the current year impact and the long-term impact. So that's the process we go through.
And I understand that, like, for instance, when I was a grant writer, I had to show, there had to be a risk evaluation to show that if we gave you this money, you had the capacity, whether you were partnering with someone else, whether you already thought about, this can't be your only form of sustainability. You got to be able to show that if I give you this money, this is going to be an assistant to what you're doing. It's not your end all to be all. And if it were to go away tomorrow, would you completely fold? That's what I'm asking for all of our programs.
And that is one factor, one of many factors that we look at if we are partnering with like a nonprofit. We would want to make sure that we're not, typically we would like to know that we're not the only funder. In terms of everything else in the budget, we try to explore what other options are there for funding this service so it's not completely reliant on property taxes.
Right.
So we kind of go through that whole process, but particularly with nonprofits, we do look to see if we are the only funder and is it going to be sustainable if something were to happen.
Commissioner Leek.
Thank you. You partially answered one of my questions about nonprofit getting funds from the county plus other agencies. Does that happen?
So that does happen sometimes. So sometimes a nonprofit, if you're saying, do they get funds from the county and then say get from the city of Charlotte or someone else, then yeah, that can happen.
I hear what you're saying, and some agencies have been with us maybe 20 years receiving support. And we carry them forever, or what? Is there a limitation?
No, we try to assess all of the expenses in the budget each year. So our departments will go through and they will look at any of the agreements that they have to see, are they still getting the value? Is it still having meaning? Does it still align to their strategy? And so at a department level, they'll evaluate their expenses. Our office will also evaluate their expenses. So it's something we look at every year. There's no guarantee of funding every single year.
And my last question deals with page 25, and we might have passed this, federal benefits. Medicaid, food and nutritional services, all of those listings, do we get this money from the federal government?
So if you're thinking about the federal benefits that I laid out in my presentation, those were benefits that were paid to residents, not paid to the county. So most
Why are they listed here saying paid?
so are you on David's slides or are you on mine?
She's talking about yours.
Okay, on my slide, what I was illustrating was that those federal benefits help to cover a lot of the costs that people have. And if those federal benefits change, then affordability can be greatly impacted for our residents.
But this is still not clarifying. The sum total comes from the federal government. What comes from us?
So what we pay for, of the things that are on that slide, we're not actually paying for benefits. What we're doing is we are administering the benefits. If we're looking at the same.
Let me drive.
Page 25.
Yes. So that's, yes. So.
Which is work first family assistance.
That's right. So that is the assistance that went to those families from the federal government. We administer the programs in terms of determining.
But we don't handle the money.
We don't handle the money. That's right.
So then why would we have it listed here?
So this was listed in my previous presentation to illustrate how much those federal benefits help offset the cost for residents.
So it doesn't hinder our budget.
That's right.
Now, my last question deals specifically with those of us who are commissioners. Are we in any way involved in, I know we're not receiving anything but a salary. Am I right?
You are receiving a salary and those benefits that you're eligible for.
And that comes from taxpayers' money?
It does.
Okay. So, thank you. But I have more questions. I'll wait and ask those later.
Well, Commissioner, you still have time, so go ahead and get your questions out because we're about to wrap up.
You're getting ready to wrap up? Well, I'll stop then if we're going to wrap up. Time to go.
Okay, we got one more block to go.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. So, David, I think that's it. I would like for any commissioners that need clarifying information to be able to meet with the team. And so the manager has that takeaway.
Sorry, I didn't.
Okay,
make eye
I didn't see you
contact
raise
with
your hand.
I didn't,
earlier.
I'm sorry.
Go
I thought you were just going down the road.
Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell.
Just one question. I want to just ask for, in speaking about slide 61 about the sweep over 35%, I wondered if Adrian, I was trying to go back and find it, but I've been having a little trouble getting it. Can you possibly give us, as we talk about this, the history, like in a bar graph form of what our past fund balance has been going up to? Like, I didn't see that in these numbers, in these graphs. Like, you got a million graphs here, but that's the one graph I can see.
Finance to get that, though.
We can look to see if using the new math were there any years in the past where it was above that level, I think is what you're trying to understand.
Yes, yeah. Like FY20, I'm just wondering, like, were we above that back then? And so, yeah, thank you. That's all. Thank you.
And we adjusted it.
All right, David, thank you so much. So as we move on to yes. So as we move to this very last block, this is open discussion for commissioners. Here's what we'd like to do is when it's your turn you can use it how you want to, but share reflections, cover any items to let staff know and the manager understand where you stand, what's important to you, any additional feedback. It will be one round and one round only. And you can stay after and connect with staff, okay? We're gonna start from the outside and work our way in. I'm going to go Commissioner Leek, Meyer, and then we're going to go back and forth that way.
You starting with me?
We're going to start with you, Commissioner.
No questions, go home.
Commissioner Meyer.
Okay, I don't really know what to say except I know what the headline's going to be tomorrow morning, though.
What's that?
What David said. Mecklenburg County has a spending problem. But I understand the math, I get it, we need to look at this, but, I just worry about our residents and how much childcare is taking and how much our services are taking out of their income and rental, and, we're all worried about our residents, and so that is on my mind. I do not envy your staff, Adrian. I don't know how you're going to do it and how you're going to and Michael, I don't know how you can, after we've already scrubbed the budget at this point, to add more cuts and to figure out what we're going to spend and what we're not going to spend on. So I honestly, at this point, I just, I'm tired and I need to think. I need the weekend to think and write down some stuff. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Griffin.
Don't read all it off.
I can't find it, but I think the manager on the very first day said something to the effect, I wrote it down. Gone is the time, this is the quote, gone is the time of doing everything for everyone.
That's right.
That was day one. I certainly like our discussion. Thank you, colleagues and Mr. Chair. These 2 days, it makes me more convinced that the manager's going in the right direction in terms of the balanced scorecard with SMART goals. When the school board introduced this in about 95, 96, we did this because we knew that there would never be enough money for public education, so we had to figure out what was the main thing. And the main thing was the main thing, and that's student academic success. And it caused us to have a number of retreats to kind of narrow the focus to make sure that we understood the main thing was the main thing. So I think we're in a position where we have to do something. And as it relates to what the something is, the 9 of us is going to have to figure out what that something is.
Yep.
And that's always the hard part, because when we've, been on a spending spree, it's kind of hard now to say, well, we can't do this, or picking and choosing. So, I've been on campaign candidate forums, and I've never received a question yet as to how many social workers you got working in foster care. It's on everything else in terms of shiny objects where we can spend money on. And so I think we have to ask ourselves what our core business, and I just looked at the budget, the front sheet. Red, you got no choice with funding or program. That's $430 million. Blue, you got no choice, but you have funding. That's $1.4 billion. Purple, you have choice, but no funding, if I got that right. Yeah. And green, you got choice, and that's $585 million. So, I think we're just going to have to approach it a little bit differently in terms of what the main thing is for a county commission, and then try to execute that to the best of our ability. So I don't know how much of the ARPA money is in the budget that's annualized, or that we're talking about now that's $90 million over, or there are different programs that we picked up in addition to ARPA, not just ARPA, but things that we just picked up that we like to do because it was nice to have. We're going to have to make tough choices and then prioritize. Is it babies at risk? Is it seniors at risk? Is it MEC pre-K at $75,000 or more, $100,000? I'm not real sure what I think the limits. You can earn $75,000 and still get free care, but the process is the right process, and I'm hopeful that the outcomes, those outcomes that we can go to the public with. Adrian, you're right. There's no return on investments in the traditional sense of profits or lost, et cetera. But there is a return on investment from my perspective, and that is looking at what we do, how much we do, but how well we do it is my bottom line. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to, synthesize all of this in my brain, but what I'm coming down to, if you're looking for, where we're sort of at right now,
What page is it?
I'm focused on the fact that in this economy,
We have to pay.
we know we have huge disparities, right? And in my view, we have to, I want us to focus on where we can target our investments towards reducing that disparity. So targeting toward leveling the playing field as much as we possibly can with things like the Homes program. We have to, in my view, invest in that because that directly goes just right to that core. We haven't talked at all about community service grants, and this is like, the way we're painting this, it's like the things that target where we're trying to make impact, it seems like they're going to, they're not, the investment's not going to be there. And so I'm super concerned about that. And so I'm still synthesizing. I'm not making a stand one way or another for anything. I have no, I'm standing strong on not raising taxes. I'm standing strong on raising taxes. I'm waiting to see. And I'm open to all the new ways that you are going to bring to us about how you're thinking. So I want to say just thank you to all of those who presented. I really felt like, Adrian and, the Grizz, I hear, that's your name. The Grizz. You guys have put so much into this, and I just, and of course, all the presenters did, but I think this was, really well done. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner YTI.
Yeah, I've enjoyed this. I always do, a little bit of a nerd. Just going off of the way we've handled retreats before, I had submitted, an email that someone from the community had sent out asking about the process. And what I want to point out is that, we have I want us to get away from if a question is asked that it somehow, and I got you, or we're looking for fault to lay blame. I feel like sometimes that's the way it is. If we are doing so well, why do we have the disparities that we have? Why does the community feel like they're not being helped? They're not, and that is subjective. It's based upon what their feelings are. It doesn't need to be based on feelings, but that's why we're trying to build a scorecard. But if you look back and if you see, okay, where's the matrix to say we gave this organization this amount because they've produced results time after time after time, we don't really have that. And there's one in particular that we can talk about till the cows come home, but that's, again, spilt milk. And it's because we didn't put the parameters in there to hold them accountable. We didn't have a matrix to say, well, what has been your reputation? What have you done? Where are the receipts to show that previously you've done that? That's what usually happens when you give someone money. You want to see that they've been in business for 2 years, or they've done this, or they've done that. So, one, I'm glad that we're going to a balanced scorecard. I'm glad that you guys are asking us before things are baked in. But just saying, you know what, we did this well, we didn't do this well. Last year, we screwed the pooch on this, and we need to fix this, this, and this. We've identified these things as what we need to correct to move forward. And a lot of that was done today. We've said, we need to curtail the spending. But we need to be able to provide evidence. When all I've heard since I've got on the board is, how do I participate? How do I get in? It seems like you guys always give the money to certain groups. I want to be able to point to a matrix that says, well, this is how you get in. We provide technical assistance on this time of the month, blah, 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 for small businesses. We don't just give it to you one time. We do it consistently. We may have paused this, but it's starting back at this point. There needs to be something that we can point to the community to say, oh, no, this is how we evaluated it, and this is how we came to, like, for instance, the community partners. If a community partner comes to me and says, well, I wasn't invited to this meeting that was had, I wasn't either, so I didn't know about it. You know, and I asked, how are the community partners for that specific thing chosen? I was given a number. Well, we chose them because we only needed this number of participants. It's not what I wanted to know. What I wanted to know is, why were those specific 10 chosen, if those 10 were chosen? And that's what the community keeps saying to me in every single sector: food, housing, grants, community service grants, all of those things. Those are the things that I'm hearing, and even emails that I'm getting that they're sending to not only us, but to City Council. So I want us to be able to say, here's the matrix that we use to choose you. We're tightening our belt, we're curtailing spending, and this is how we're doing it. That's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell.
Why did we change the time we did?
Bridget and Mike, can you put my map up again? Okay, I'll give you a second. So first thing I want to say is, this is Elaine talking. I do not want to fund another dollar, not $1, to fill a gap that the state has created. I feel like when you see the $484 million added up to almost $3 billion, there's danger in filling the gap, and I feel like we're going to suffer because of it. So just personally, I don't want another dollar to fill the state gap. So as the commissioner for District 1, I cannot have any final comments without talking about the urgent need for funding for the resources that Medic needs. And I couldn't talk about it at the retreat because there's a study going on. And the study's happening, but just common sense tells you that they don't have the resources they need. And so, they have to respond to my district, which was gigantic, on all of these roads, and they have extra. Think about this, because most of us live in a single-family home. Think about what they have to respond to when it's a high-rise, or they don't know exactly which unit it is that they're at the right address, but there are multiple units. And there's so many things that they have to go through, and the response time matters, and they need the resources that are going to come up in the study, and we need to be ready to fund that. It is a first-order priority. Along with that is a strong commitment to ELAP. We can't buckle on that. And so, I won't buckle. We have these priorities since we first had our first retreat 8 years ago, and we can't lay down on that. Other things that are important to me in terms of hazard mitigation, emergency management is really important to me, hazard mitigation, and some of that is in environmental stewardship. But I want to make sure that IT has what it needs. Cybersecurity becomes more complicated every day, and so as Elaine and a taxpayer and a county commissioner, I want to make sure IT has what they need. And I think, based on a lot of conversations I've had with people, we invest in crisis intervention training for law enforcement, and I know we're doing significant work. I just don't want to lose that momentum either. I think the crisis intervention training is really important in terms of mental health and just all of it, Those are my top priorities, and I want us to be about it. I want "be about it" to be on the wall. So that concludes my comments for now. Thank you.
Be about it.
Be about it.
Commissioner Dunlap.
Well, first of all, I want to thank all of the staff who've been involved in this this retreat. It has really been impactful and helpful. I think this is probably my 9th budget retreat, somewhere around there. What I liked about this one as opposed to those in the past is that this budget retreat focused on the things that we said were important to us. And that, to me, was extremely helpful. My fear is that people will get so wedded to those ideas that they are no longer flexible to listen to others' ideas. The reality is that we're going to have to make some cuts. That's real. And it can't be cut this, but don't cut mine. It won't work that way. And so I don't want anybody to set yourself up for failure, because that's what's going to happen. And then when people get so dogmatic about it, all it does is it burns energy, it time, relationships, because you want what you want. So I'm going into this process wide open. My eyes are wide open. I heard this comment, and I think everybody else has heard this before. Don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. We don't throw out the good because we don't get what we want. And so I'm hoping that everybody will be flexible. It's a new day. We've not crossed this bridge before. And I think we need to give the manager and the staff the tools and the resources to deliver to us what we need to deliver to the community. And so I am hopeful that after today, we will work toward that end and support the manager. That's not to say agree with everything he says, but we've asked him to do this. And I think it's disingenuous to ask somebody to do something, and then when they do it, you say, well, I don't like that. So let's just be open to what will be presented to us. I'm not making any commitments. I'm almost there, Mark. I've said before, it's going to be hard for me to vote for a tax increase given what this community is facing. What we're facing today, what we're going to face in the future with these baked-in tax increases, that's a lot to bear. I mean, I understand it when people say, we're taxed too much. Now, given the fact that we live in Mecklenburg County and everybody around us is taxing people more, but we can't stand on that. We have to do what's right for Mecklenburg County. And so I'm just hopeful that we'll all be receptive to what is going to be presented to us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hall.
I think that was really well put, Commissioner Dunlap. Well, let me start first place first. To staff in the room, all of you, you're champions. Thank you for your patience with us. Thank you for your patience with us. And it's been great being at CPCC. I love this location. Thank you to our chairman, who has navigated an unruly bunch, or mostly ruly bunch, for the last 2 days. You did a great job. Thank you, sir. But yes, I want to communicate to you, Mr. Bryant, that I am open. I do want you to feel that you can look at all of it with fresh eyes. If you need to build it from the ground up, create new structures so that we can operate more efficiently, we owe it to the taxpayer to try to do this as efficiently as possible, and that we can't be all things. And so I am open. You should have the tools, resources, and flexibility. And let's just remember, ultimately, it's up to this board. And we can raise the tax rate. We can, it's not the staff, it's us. But I also don't have an appetite for a tax increase. I do think our community needs a breather, and we need to find a way to do the essentials as efficiently as possible. So thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank all of you all as colleagues for being patient over the last, the 2 days that we've been here, and for all of your comments and your thoughtfulness as we navigate this process. Mr. Manager, I want to thank you and your team for, once again, for what you all did. And those who actually presented, DCMs, I love to see you guys in action the way that you were during this retreat. We get to see you, but it's important to me as chair that the community gets to see you as well. And so I just appreciate the way you teed everything up, the way you took the feedback from the fall retreat, and Mr. Manager, you building that out. Grizz, you're moving exactly the way we need you to move. Adrian, you're just a steady, man, you're just steady. You just do what you do. And the whole team, David, same thing. Like you said, Dave, you're presenting the facts. But, and to the staff behind us, we're elected, but you all are public servants just as much as we are. And the sacrifices you make for this community, it does not go unnoticed on us. And we also appreciate your families. I want you to know that, because they make a tremendous amount of sacrifices for you to be able to support this community, and we're definitely appreciative of that. I think you know where I stand on the topics that came up. There were a few other things that I'll certainly share with you. I think one thing that got missed, and we kind of went over this, since 2018, we've had this overarching priority of reducing racial disparities. Grizz, you showed us a slide. When we started, obviously, when we look at every quality of life indicator, those disparities are huge, particularly as it relates to black and white, huge, and brown. You glossed over a slide in the presentation where we were talking about home ownership, income, and there was a reduction in disparity. It was a huge reduction in disparity. It was like 20% change. That's exactly what we've been investing in. Yes, yes, it was $100,000 in income relative to $55,000, but for board members raising their hands and making it a priority, a 20% reduction is celebrated. Mr. Manager, I would love for us to be able to show the quantification when we have actually, and we haven't achieved, but when we're showing results, if that makes sense. So I don't want us to gloss over those things, because these investments are real and they're meaningful. That is just huge. Anywhere else, 20%. If we said we were going to invest in something and get a 20% return on investment, every single one of us would jump in that investment right now. So I want to leave that there. The last thing is this. I want, and this is out of pocket, but I was, during this, during these 2 days, our HR manager, Jonette Freeman, shared some things with me that put a face on some of the things that we were talking about. And she comes in contact with a lot of people. She has an amazing story. And I would just like to end with 2 minutes from Jonette, if you would come up and just grab a microphone and share whatever it is that you want to share, and then we will go to the manager and wrap up. But what you said just touched me so much that I think the whole room would benefit from hearing anything that you would like to share. And we'll give you 2 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. This was a little unexpected, but it's something that I do a lot in the community, so I'm not surprised by it. But I just wanted to say that a lot of what was shared today, almost every topic was an intersection for me personally. I come to you today, I am the HR director for Mecklenburg County, but I've been that person that stayed at Hope Haven for 7 months with my children. I know what it's like to deal with domestic violence. I've suffered from that. I know what it's like to feel like you are marginalized and can't break through the system. But one of the things that I want to share, and a lot of times when people see me, they don't believe what I've been through, right? But I want to just bring a message of hope. I think one of the things, I know we have some financial challenges. I know that we have some opportunities with, with our funds and everything, but I also know that when a community is, when we are faced with things, it can be one of our finest hours as people. For me, my journey back was because I saw the stories. There was a lot of storytelling because I've noticed that sometimes we can be resource rich, but we can be coordination poor, right? So, but I know for me, I was able to see the stories. I was able to hear the stories. And out of those stories, it gave me hope personally. And I was able to go back to college and finish. I was able to use my hairstyling license to help me pay for tuition. I know what it's like to have the trade. I know what it's like to have the degree. I know what it's like to make it back. And you can do that. It's just a matter of really telling those stories, being willing to, I think this may be televised, I don't know, but people are hearing me share my story because it's my truth. I have 2 children who have now graduated from college. People weren't expecting that because of what was happening in our lives. We lived every day with drug addiction for many, many years, to the point that my ex-husband, he died in an abandoned building because of his addiction. But because I was resolved, I was gonna make it out. And I did make it out. So there's one thing that I just have to leave because I am a minister, right? There's a scripture that says, hope deferred makes the heart sick. But when it is fulfilled, it is a tree of life. So in all that we're doing as it relates to policy, we can never, ever forget hope. We've got to spread hope. So that's what I wanted to share.
Mr. Manager, you get the final word.
I'm supposed to follow that?
I know. Flip it up.
I'm not going to follow it.
Hey, that's my HR director. I'll say it that way. You know it. I have an amazing workforce. And I know it comes across redundant because you all have rightfully so recognized them, but I too want to applaud and recognize the talented group of employees that I have. Many are in here, and even more are not here today as well. And I and my executive team, we don't get anything done without the support of this amazing workforce. So I also want to thank them publicly. Because they are rock stars. They're the true champions. And to Jeanette's point, it takes a special type of person to do this type of work that we call public service, as well as serve as elected officials. And Jeanette gave you an example of that as well. There's other folks I have to thank as well, and we'll wrap up. Listen, this production, the planning of it starts back in November, and it followed when we started this journey with your fall retreat. And certainly I want to thank Adrian and his team, OMB, the Grizz and OSI, our production team led by Suzette. You saw Jenny and Rebecca here on Wednesday as well. The entire cabinet. Some of them, you don't see them here because they're sick. Unfortunately, there's a bug going around, but the others are watching online. CPC, as our vice chair stated, for hosting us. And you all have applauded everyone, but you deserve a round of applause as well. Not that I was keeping track or anything, but we have spent over 2 days, 7 hours of just talking to each other, listening to one another. May not necessarily always agree, but we were listening. And as I stated, I've quarterbacked a lot of these retreats over the years. We have not spent the extensive time like we have over the 2 days, building on back to October's fall retreat, just listening. And the mission is accomplished. You're leaving here with a good understanding of where we are. That was the plan. But it's not time to panic. There's no need to panic. As you said, we can no longer be all things to everyone. That's what should resonate. And we have to rethink our budget. It's nothing more than that or nothing less than that. We are going to have to make some tough decisions. We got to get our expenditures under control. We will do that. You have to be prepared for that. I am going to explore all flexibility. These policies that were presented to you, I have to take a look at that. We're looking at our fund balance policy. Everything is on the table. But if we don't look at the expenditure side, we're right back here next year. And that's not sustainable. So it's a holistic approach. Revenue side and expenses, as well as looking at our existing policies as well, so that we put in place a more sustainable budget that meet the needs of this entire community. So I want to thank you for your ongoing support. It really means a lot, and you've given me the opportunity to do what I believe is necessary with the support of my team to get us in a better place financially. So with that, I hope you have a wonderful weekend, and I really appreciate your support moving forward.
Motion to adjourn. Hold a second, hold on. Okay, but we got to adjourn though, still. All right, moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. 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 Meeting adjourned. We'll take it up.